He didn't understand what was happening. Sweat appeared on his face. His open eyes showed purple veins. They looked straight, staring at one point. He slowly looked down and saw something incredible and couldn't believe his eyes. Jin-hyuk sat on his bed and stared at his clothes. He saw that he was wearing a red t-shirt, which used to be called the Red Devil. He remembered that when there was the World Cup, these red t-shirts were very popular all over the world. Scratching the back of his head, he remembered that back then they were sold very cheaply, and that's why his mother bought a lot of these t-shirts. And now t-shirts called Red Devil have become an incredibly fashionable rarity. This is his room. The bed is near the window and a family photograph hangs above the bed. He stood up, still not understanding what was happening. Looking at his hands with wide open eyes, he did not understand whether this was a dream or reality. But a second later he remembered something and looked to the side with alarm. At that moment the door to the room opened. His father stood there and said that they agreed that from today they would go to their bakery together. Jin-hyuk, opening his mouth, was very surprised that his father was standing in front of him, as if he was seeing him for the first time in his life. At this time, his father was looking at him carefully. He waited for his son to be ready to go out. Grabbing his head and crouching a little, Jin-hyuk tried to understand what was happening here while his father continued to calmly look at him. The guy instantly approached the mirror. He looked closely at himself, not understanding what was happening here, and noticed that he had short hair. He ran his hand through his hair and thought that his hair was so short when he returned from the army. And at that very second, he remembered with horror that day when something happened that he had regretted for a long time, and plunged into memories. On that terrible day, turning his face to the wall and putting his hand under his head, he tried to get some sleep after returning from the army. Then his father opened the door to his room and said that from today they agreed to go together to their bakery, to which Jin-hyuk, closing his eyes, angrily replied that they could go tomorrow. The room was dark and only a strip of light illuminated the room a little from the open door. The father continued to insist on his own, and they quarreled very much. Jin-hyuk was very irritated and didn't understand why, after returning from the army, he couldn't just sleep. But his father did not listen and left the room, slamming the door. The angry father went to the bakery himself. Walking down the street, he was completely lost in his thoughts, and did not notice anything around him. Immersed in memories of a quarrel with his son, the man looked at his feet, but still did not see where he was going. At home the phone was on the table. Suddenly it vibrated and rang, and an unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. Jin-hyuk was sitting and playing a computer game, and when the phone rang, he picked it up. It was he who received a call from the hospital, which he was very surprised and concerned about. When, after their quarrel, father left the house, he fell and received many injuries. There were several abrasions on his face, and a fracture on his right arm. He ended up in the hospital. And when his son and his wife came to visit him, the doctor said that he would be able to use his right hand only after 3 months of rehabilitation. After my father was in the hospital, he and my mother needed to start a bakery. 4 pieces of baked goods were lying on a tasting plate, and a hand with a fork was reaching for one piece. Standing in the store, 2 girls tasted the baked goods. One of the girls said that the taste of this bun was very strange, and the second girl confirmed this. After a shift at the bakery, Jin-hyuk and his mom tried a new recipe for baking, but they didn't succeed. And mom said that if there are fewer customers, then P will have to close the bakery. There was another bakery across the street from their family bakery, and Jin-hyuk got a job there. But still there was not enough money even to pay the rent for their family bakery. Father and son were sitting in the living room and discussing financial problems. Jin-hyuk was dismayed that father was offering to take out a loan, but the father really didn't want to lose his bakery, and said that the customers would return when his hand recovered and he could start working. But a year later, their house and family bakery fell into the hands of creditors, and their father's hand never recovered. Jin-hyuk rushed to his mother to hold her when she suddenly started coughing very hard in the room and almost fell. Family problems greatly affected her health and they went to the hospital. After leaving it, they waited for a call from the doctor. Jin-hyuk, holding his mother by the shoulder, said that everything would be fine and that she should not worry. And the father walked ahead with a calm face. Then the phone suddenly rang and Jin-hyuk picked up the phone to talk to the doctor. The doctor said that his mother had stomach cancer. When everyone heard this diagnosis, they were shocked. Looking at her son, the mother covered her mouth with her hand and the father turned to them, when they heard the diagnosis. At that moment they were crossing the road and the father did not see that a huge truck was rushing towards him. Jin-hyuk reacted quickly and pushed his father to the side to save him, and thus he himself fell under this truck. He was hospitalized in a comatose state. The entire time he was in a coma, his parents did not leave his bed and cried constantly. Mom always sat near his bed and held her son's hand, and his father stood next to him. Remembering that terrible day when he was lying in a coma, Jin-hyuk thought that at that moment he was surrounded by eternal hell and the feeling of guilt grew more and more in his soul, but he could not die. But one day, when in this world he was still lying in a coma, he opened his eyes and found himself in another world. In the world of Mirim. He stood under the blue sky holding a sword in his right hand and his long hair tied in a ponytail fluttered in the wind. He recalled that in the world of Mirimov, in order to survive, he had to master martial arts, but he could not return to his real world. For about 100 years, he lived in the body of a student of the Ilwal Church and diligently honed his fighting skills. He had to master the sword and other various techniques, and he was attacked by various opponents, but defending himself with his sword, he desperately tried with his last strength to survive in the world of Mirim. Jumping up, he swung his sword to hit his enemy. He went through such trials that even hell could not compare with. All the time he had to balance on the brink of life and death. He learned new techniques so that when faced with enemies, he could always win. He mastered magic and defeated his opponents again and again. He became an excellent martial artist. Everyone bowed to him, and after overcoming many obstacles, he became the head of the Ilwal Church and received the name Kanma. Looking forward, Kanma is confident, even though he failed to reach Talma's level. He still became a heavenly demon, nicknamed one of the best. Clenching his hands into fists and shaking his head, Jin-hyuk returned from his memories back to his real world. He put his hand to his chin and wondered what happened. He thought that great providence could give him a chance. He remembered that the Ilwal Church was not a simple group of Mirim and it practiced not only martial arts but also magic. Jin-hyuk looked at himself in the mirror but saw the reflection of Kanma from the Mirim world and thought that as the head of the church he knew many secrets, and one of them was the reality of the great providence. Kanma's reflection looked sternly at him from the mirror, and he remembered that in the world of the Mirim there is a great providence that no one else knows about. Jin-hyuk continued to think that knowledge about the great providence is passed on by word of mouth and only to teachers. But after a moment he looked down and thought that now the great providence and the world of the Murims are not the most important thing, but the most important thing for him now is family. He turned his head and through the open door saw Mom P putting her hand on her father's shoulder and talking to him. Jin-hyuk was glad that his parents were now in front of him. Even being in another world, he never forgot about his parents. Mom tried to calm down the father, who was a little angry that Jin-hyuk did not leave the room, and the mother said that their son had just returned from the army and that he needed to rest a little. Jin-hyuk walked up to the door and looked at his father, who in turn stood with his back to him and, adjusting his glasses, asked his son who he looked like and when he would grow up. Jin-hyuk continued to look at his father, whom he never forgot even while in another world. He always wanted to return to the day when there was a quarrel between them and he was even ready to sell his soul so that he could have this opportunity. He again remembered the world of Mirimov. How he continued to endure and overcome himself, fought with different opponents, and held on only to the dream of seeing his parents. Jin-hyuk looked at his father. He thought that he would never see him again. But now he was next to him again, and tears welled up in his eyes. Standing in the middle of his room, he decided that right now he had to do something. He stood barefoot on the floor and turned sharply towards his parents. He ran with tears in his eyes and joyfully shouted that now he and his dad would go to the bakery together. He approached his parents and decidedly thought that since he had returned to that period of his life that he always wanted to change, then from that moment on he would take everything into his own hands. Jin-hyuk told his father that he would quickly get ready and they would go together. His father was very surprised by this statement, and said that his son returned from the army and became a man. Looking at his son, the father smiled and was very pleased that, no matter what, they would still go together. Jin-hyuk thought to himself that all his changes were not because of the army, but because he returned from the world of Mirim. Jin-hyuk was already heading towards the exit, but his father stopped him, telling him not to go in his home clothes, but to change his clothes. The guy stopped and fell into a slight stupor. He completely forgot that he needed to get dressed before going out. He looked around and realized that he was now wearing a red home shirt called the Red Devil and pajama shorts. He looked at his muscles and thought that thanks to the army he was able to pump up a little, but he was still very far from reaching the level of Kama from the world of Mirim. He sighed and was a little upset that his old body was so weak, and told his parents to wait for him a little. Jin-hyuk turned around and, a little strangely, it was like a robot went to his room. And his parents watched him go. They were very discouraged by their son's behavior, and were a little confused about what was happening to him. Jin-hyuk returned to his room and began to look for clothes. He squatted down near the lockers and thought. He thought that his dad looked very young and that the older his father gets, the worse he understands his son. Jin-hyuk remembered the face of the bloody lord from the world of Mirim and thought that his father was younger than this lord. Jin-hyuk compared himself from the Mirim world and his father, and realized that his father was much younger than him. He remembered that he found himself in the world of the Mirim at the age of 24 and lived there for more than 100 years. But now he has returned to his world and now has to take care of his family. Squatting in his room in front of the closet, he grabbed the drawer door with both hands. He pulled the box towards himself with such force that it immediately flew out of the closet. Jin-hyuk jumped back a little and 2 batteries and a phone charger flew out of the box that hit the floor. Jin-hyuk immediately caught the charger and batteries in one hand with incredible ease. He caught them so that a small tower was lined up, and he thought that he would never have succeeded in this before. He sat near the fallen box, smiling, looking at his hands and thinking that although the body was different to me, it was the same as in the world of Mirim. The technology remained the same, but at that very second he realized that he had opened the drawer with such force that it flew out of the closet, and began to think why this happened. He suddenly lifted the box and looked at the bottom. Jin-hyuk remembered that he is now in the modern world and therefore the lockers open easily. Forced to open something because there was very ancient and heavy furniture. Jin-hyuk sat in the middle of his room with his hand to his face and staring at the fallen box. He wondered how much force it would take to open it, but leaving this idea behind, he thought that he needed to find clothes first. He opened the next drawer very, very carefully. Jin-hyuk recalled that in the Mirim world, he always had to wear outfits that suited the head of the church. These were very elegant outfits. After he was proclaimed a teacher, he had to wear dresses made of silk fabric and a silk robe on top, even when riding horses. Jin-hyuk really missed ordinary clothes and was glad that now he would put them on. All he had to do was find them. He looked at the closet door and thought that the clothes might be hiding there. He grabbed the door, carefully pushed it aside and was glad that he had finally found his clothes. The guy stared at her and, putting his hand to his chin, couldn't figure out what to wear for a long time. He couldn't choose anything and sighed and thought that in the last 100 years he hadn't had to choose what to wear at all. Scratching the back of his head, he looked at his t-shirts, sweatshirts, jackets and trousers that were hanging in the closet. Jin-hyuk recalled that when he was the head of the church, a special department dealt with his clothes, and every morning specially trained people brought him not only clothes, but also shoes and much more. Having come to his senses, Jin-hyuk thought that he would put on the first thing that came to his hand and pulled out a blue t-shirt. Looking at the t-shirt hanging on the tremple, he thought that he had already forgotten how to choose his own outfits. Looking at the t-shirt that was hanging on the tremple, he thought that he needed to wear something normal to go to the bakery. But then a thought suddenly occurred to him, and he stopped his preparations and threw his blue t-shirt on the floor. Jin-hyuk frantically began to rummage through his things and look for special clothes to wear to the bakery. Among all his things, he was looking for something white, but there were only t-shirts called Red Devil military uniform, a yellow sweatshirt and a blue and white sweater. At that moment, when he was frantically trying to find special clothes for going to the bakery, his father urged him so that Jin-hyuk would get ready faster. A moment later, the guy stopped his search and froze for a couple of seconds, not understanding why he was so worried. He realized that in the real world no one wants to kill him, and he does not need to be afraid of betrayal because this is not the world of the Mirim. He realized that the people he could turn to for help were his family, and asked his mother where his uniform for working in the bakery was. His parents stood in the hallway, dumbfounded by the son's question and did not understand what form they were talking about. Dissatisfied with the fact that Jin-hyuk was taking so long to get ready, his father angrily shouted that his apron was already in the bakery. Jin-hyuk remembered that what he was looking for was an apron and, exhaling, thought that he could then wear something simple. He opened his closet again, quickly picked out what to wear and picked out a matching t-shirt. He took it off the hanger and took it with both hands and thought that he needed to put it on very carefully so as not to tear it. He carefully put on a gray t-shirt and blue trousers and carefully buttoned them. Leaving the room, he told his parents that he was ready to go, but his father and mother just looked at him questioningly. They asked me if Jin-hyuk would wear socks. He was very surprised by this question and tried to remember what socks were. A second later he realized that the things that need to be put on your feet are called socks, and told his parents that he would not wear them. The father looked intently at Jin-hyuk, exhaled and threw the socks to his son and told him to put them on. Jin-hyuk looked out the window and saw that it was the height of summer, and it was very hot outside. He picked up his socks from the floor. They were very warm and he asked his father why he needed such thick socks now. To which his father replied that Jin-hyuk told him that after a whole day of work in special shoes, his feet hurt. And Jin-hyuk remembered that on that day 100 years ago, when he and his father quarreled, his father prepared these socks especially for him. Father and son looked at each other and smiled. And the guy realized that his father was taking care of him. They went outside. His hometown could be seen under the blue sky. Buildings and houses stood close to each other, but trees and lawns were visible between them. The bright signs of convenience stores attract attention day and night. There were a lot of cars everywhere, and Jin-hyuk really wanted to walk around the city he missed so much, but all the time he did not take his eyes off the paving slabs. The father noticed his son's strange behavior, and told him to better look forward and just walk. But Jin-hyuk continued to look at his feet and look for a pebble sticking out of the sidewalk. He thought that he would not allow his father to repeat the past again, and fall like then, and get serious injuries. He waved his hand and realized that he needed the energy of the Master Kanma, whom he was in the world of Murim, to understand where that ill-fated stone was. Jin-hyuk stopped, closed his eyes and folded his hands and began to collect energy so that it could spread out, and he could examine the sidewalk and road. The guy thought that if he were in an old body, he could easily accumulate this energy, and nothing would be hidden from his gaze in the entire city. He opened his eyes and exhaled. He didn't understand what was happening to him. He didn't feel any energy inside him. Jin-hyuk thought that he still had the power that he acquired in the world of Murim, but with horror he realized that he was wrong. But Jin-hyuk did not give up trying to get his strength back. Walking down the street, he peered carefully and passed energy through his skin. Putting his foot on the sidewalk, he tried to identify any unevenness on the earth and did not stop breathing. And with every step he succeeded in getting better and better. His energy slowly returned to him, and it became more and more. It spread along the sidewalk, leaving nothing unnoticed. While they were walking, Jin-hyuk noticed tired people on the street, and someone's chewed gum stuck to the sidewalk. He also noticed that they walked past a very large dandelion. But this is not what Jin-hyuk was looking for. Knitting his eyebrows, he looked for that same ill-fated pebble that caused all the troubles in his family to begin. Because of this stone, his father could never bake baked goods again, his mother developed cancer, and Jin-hyuk himself ended up in a coma while saving his father from a truck. Remembering all this, Jin-hyuk became very angry and the energy became much more in his body and it spread like a stream all over the sidewalk. Now he easily found that protruding stone and immediately destroyed it so that not a grain of sand remained from the stone. He was very surprised and could not believe that because of such a tiny pebble, their entire family life went downhill. The father called out to his son and told him that it was getting sharply cold outside. Jin-hyuk turned and looked in surprise at his father, who was trembling all over. He peered at his father and thought that he felt his strength. And the father, not suspecting anything, smiled and said that it was very strange. It seemed like it was summer outside, but suddenly it felt so cold. Jin-hyuk looked at his father, and could not believe that all this was really happening to him, and that he had really returned to his world. He remembered how in the world Murimov had been engaged in self-improvement for 40 years, training alone in the trees, and then, after many decades, he became the head of the church and lived for another 100 years. Jin-hyuk looked at his father, surprised that he looked so young. They continued walking along the sidewalk. The guy, without letting it show, told his father that it was a little strange that he was cold. To which the father replied that his son is strange today because he is so obedient. The father looked at his son with a kind smile, which made Jin-hyuk a little embarrassed, and put his hand on his neck. They walked the rest of the way without incident, and arrived safely at the family bakery. Jin-hyuk turned his head towards his father, who asked him to help open the bakery. The guy was very happy that his father got to the bakery without incident, and that he was able to change the future. Father and son began to open a bakery, and the father again said that his son returned from the army as a real man. Jin-hyuk thought to himself that he had returned not from the army, but from the world of Mirim, and with one movement of his fingers he easily opened the heavy gates of the bakery. At 6 o'clock in the morning, his father walked through the entire store looking at all the baked goods and checking that everything was fine. He opened the sales book, checked everything carefully, and chose what he would bake now. He kneaded the dough himself, adding all the necessary ingredients, and began kneading it to make the dough perfect. With a mop in his hands, Jin-hyuk watched from the side as his father prepared the dough and admired his skill. Watching his father from behind, Jin-hyuk thought that his father never trusted anyone to prepare baked goods without his knowledge. He looked at him worriedly and thought that it was very difficult for his father to work alone, especially when he was sick. Then Jin-hyuk went to the store hall and started cleaning so that when the store opened everything would be clean. He mopped the floor and was glad that after so many years of living in another world, he was pleased to finally help his father. Jin-hyuk washed the floor and at the same time watched his father cook. He could not take his eyes off him, and watched his movements all the time. How his father breaks an egg, separates the white from the yolk, spreads the yolk on the dough and places it on a baking sheet. Looking at his father, Jin-hyuk was amazed at his movements. They were so precise it was as if he was dancing to a clear rhythm without stopping for a moment. His father's precise movements while cooking reminded Jin-hyuk of perfectly practiced martial arts techniques. The guy admired his father, who could so skillfully prepare any pastry and bring it to perfection. At the moment he was preparing golden brown bagels. This is the best-selling baked product in their bakery. A first-class baker kneaded the dough into many small circles and then leveled them with his hands so that they became perfectly even. At this time, Jin-hyuk was cleaning the entire bakery and at the same time preheating the oven to bake bagels. When the bagels were ready, he put on gloves so as not to get burned and took them out of the oven. While his father makes a new batch, Jin-hyuk cools the already prepared bagels, packages them and then puts them on display. Jin-hyuk looked at his father again, and, unexpectedly for him, noticed something strange in his movements. He continued to watch his father cook and realized that something was wrong with his right shoulder. The guy noticed that his father's shoulder was slightly injured, but without noticing the pain, he continued to knead the dough and bake the pastries. Jin-hyuk stood for a few seconds and intently watched as Dad made another batch of bagels. Then he said that he also wanted to learn how to bake bread. His father stopped at his son's unexpected statement, and looked at him in surprise. The father warned his son and said that this is a very difficult process, and it will be difficult for him to learn this craft because the taste of the baked goods should always be the same, but for a beginner it always turns out different, even if he follows the instructions exactly. Jin-hyuk, as if continuing the idea that his father wanted to convey to him, said that if the taste of baked goods is always different, then they will betray their customers. The father was amazed at his son's words and asked if he had said that before, to which Jin-hyuk, smiling, replied that his father had said that phrase a bunch of times. Jin-hyuk remembered his past life. How his father once taught him how to bake and constantly underestimated his abilities. He was dissatisfied with his results, scolded him for every little thing and never noticed his efforts. Because of all this, then father told Jin-hyuk everything was callous. Returning from his memories, Jin-hyuk said that his father had some problems with his right hand. Exhaling and placing his hand on his right shoulder, father said that he has been getting tired a lot lately. Jin-hyun continued to insist that he still wanted to learn how to bake and said that he couldn't be a cleaner forever. With great enthusiasm, the son tried to convince his father that he could be a first-class baker and wanted his father to teach him how to bake their signature pastries. During his son's fiery speech, his father peered at him intently to see if Jin-hyuk was ready to learn the secrets of preparing their family baked goods. Jin-hyuk was lost in his memories again. Before he went into the army, while walking in the living room, his father told him that when he returned, he would teach him how to bake bread. But Jin Hyuk was not happy with this idea at the time. Then he was not happy about having to get up early and go to the bakery at 5 in the morning to do the cleaning. He was reluctant to carry out his duties. He wanted to sleep all the time, and routine cleaning kept him depressed. But now he realized that then his father needed his help, and told his father that he understood that he had not yet earned his trust. Jin Hyuk continued to insist on his own, and convince his father that he was still worthy of learning how to bake pastries. His father smiled and said that they could start training today. Jin Hyun was glad that his father finally recognized him and agreed to teach him the family business. The father turned his head to his son, looked at him, and said with a smile that they would begin their training with a baked goods called the cathedral. Jin Hyuk looked at his father with rapture and was happy. He thought that if this was a dream, he didn't want to wake up. A month has passed since Jin Hyuk returned to his world and continues to work in their family bakery. He began to get used to this new reality. He is already standing behind the counter and happily dismisses the visitors who come to them. But Jin Hyuk does not forget his previous lives. How in the past he ended up in a coma and then ended up in the world of Murimov. He again remembered that when he got into the world of Murimov it was very difficult for him because at the very beginning of his journey he had a weak and untrained body, unlike others. Looking at his sword, he realized that he would have to learn everything on his own. At night he looked sadly at the moon. It was difficult for him to survive alone and adapt to everything in a world that he did not know at all. The timer rang and Jin Hyuk, happy that he had returned back to his world, went to take freshly baked pastries out of the oven. He took out his first pie, which he had prepared himself, and was very pleased with the result of his work. He again remembered the world of the Murimovs and realized that he did not miss it because he was always alone there, and there was never a truly close person next to him. His only comrade in the Murim world was Manhwa, to whom Jin Hyuk talked about his real world over a cup of sake, but his friend never believed in his stories. Returning from these memories to the world where his parents are, Jin Hyuk was still happy that by some miracle he was able to be here again. He was glad that he could change his future and the future of his family. And now his father teaches him all the secrets and secret techniques for baking their family pastries. Son's work, the father said that he is doing very well, and Jin Hyuk's baked goods turn out perfectly, exactly the same as his father's. Jin Hyuk looked at his father with affection and thought that he used the same ingredients and techniques as his father. The father, holding the bread prepared by Jin Hyuk in his hands, said that his son is a genius and that in just a month he mastered the entire assortment of the bakery. While the father was tasting his son's cooking, Jin Hyuk said that he was able to master all this only because his father is a very good teacher. But Jin Hyuk had one secret that he did not reveal to anyone what he was doing when evening came and the bakery closed. At night he stayed alone in the bakery to practice his magic. He sat in the lotus position and, accumulating energy over these months, was able to reach the 3rd star. During the day, his father taught him new techniques and recipes. Father showed how to work with the test from Jin Hyuk, listened carefully and wrote everything down. And his father also taught him how to properly serve customers. Every day, while practicing, he rolled out dough and studied all the bakery recipes. He was able to master all aspects of his father's work, who had been in the bakery business for 30 years, in just 1 month with the help of his spiritual eye. A friend from the world of Murim Guananma taught him this technique, and with the help of the spiritual eye, Jin Hyuk could quickly remember all his father's movements. When Jin Hyuk lived in the Murim world, he was able to master this skill. In the Owol church, only 2 people owned the spiritual eye, he and Hel Dokek. Sitting in the lotus position, they mastered this skill because it was a weapon in its own way. Spiritual eye is a martial art that strains the eyes to the limit and allows one to see through objects and living beings. Thanks to this skill, Jin Hyuk could glimpse what might happen in the future. His friend Guananma used the spiritual eye to recognize possible danger or anticipate enemy tactics to dodge a blow and strike back at his opponent. In the real world, with the help of the spiritual eye technique, Jin Hyuk could remember exactly how much flour to pour into a bowl. He easily remembered all the details and then could perfectly reproduce all the movements and techniques of his father. He trained while sitting in the lotus position, and thanks to this he was able to master the 3rd star of the spiritual eye. Jin Hyuk, continuing to learn how to cook baked goods using this technique, caught even the most insignificant movements of his father, and remembered them. When they finished, the guy asked his father if he was proud of his son, to which the father proudly replied that of course he was proud of him. Then the father began to pat his son on the head with a smile, and say how cute he is. To which Jin-hyuk embarrassedly said that he was already an adult. The father said that age does not matter, and that his son is very young because he is only 25 years old. These words from his father sounded like a bolt from the blue to Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk looked at his father, who was thinking about something, and at that moment thoughts were spinning in his head that mentally he was much older than his father, and he kept forgetting about it. When they finished training at the end of the day, my father usually stayed and kneaded the dough for the next day. But for half a month now, Jin-hyuk himself remained in the bakery to knead the dough for tomorrow, and he sent his father home to rest. And so, as soon as his father left the bakery and the door closed behind him, Jin-hyuk could freely use magic without any obstacles. He really liked to use his power, and with the help of this energy he could instantly break several dozen eggs. Then, without the help of his hands, but only with the help of magic alone, he separated the yolk from the white in a second. After that, he perfectly kneaded the dough in several containers at once. And this whole process takes him 10 minutes, and when his father is nearby, he has to work with his hands, and all this takes 3 whole hours. But with the help of magic, the perfect dough is almost ready in just a few minutes. All he has to do is add sugar, nuts and chocolate flour, and everything will be ready. Looking at his work, the guy crossed his arms on his chest, smiling, and was pleased that the dough for the tartlets and everything else was already done. He took cling film, covered all the containers with it, and left it for a day. While carrying the last container for today, he thought that when everything was done, he could start training. It was dark outside and the sign was no longer lit. In the bakery, the lights were turned off everywhere except the room where Jin-hyuk was training. He sat in the lotus position and thought that even though some time had already passed, he could not fully accept and understand this reality. He wanted to become stronger and therefore began to practice the Sajikan technique, thanks to which all the toxins accumulating in the body are eliminated. Opening his eyes, he thought that even though his internal energy continues to accumulate, his body still remains weak. Therefore, he decided to move on to the energies of Im, Dan and Yang. And if he manages to develop them, he will be able to master the Daijikon technique. But he thought with concern that if he made too abrupt a transition, it would be very bad and everyone would notice the changes. Continuing to sit in the lotus position, he remembered that when he did this last time, he grew 10 centimeters and seemed to have lost weight. He decided that at first he would undertake to master only yang energy for now. Opening his eyes, he remembered that before this training he needed to remember to prepare his magical channels. Closing his eyes, he thought that in the Murimov world he had completed this task in just 100 days and now intends to repeat it, but very slowly and carefully. In the kitchen there are a lot of oven appliances, containers and jars for storing ingredients, kitchen scales and many small items. In the hall of the store, where the lights had long been turned off, there were cakes and other various pastries on the counters. But suddenly, where Jin-hyuk was working, a very bright light poured down and illuminated the trading floor. Sitting on the floor in the lotus position and putting in a lot of effort, he slowly and carefully tried to collect some yang energy. But then energy flowed towards him in a stream and he did not understand where all this flow of power came from. He closed his eyes trying to reduce the flow of energy because then he would make the transition very abruptly. He tried to understand what his mistake was. Sitting in the lotus position and crossing his fingers, he completely relaxed and allowed the energy to flow slowly through his body. He thought that this insignificant amount of yang energy was only a tiny drop from his previous strength. Concentrating, he sat still and took slow, deep breaths. Energy flowed evenly through his body. Closing his eyes, he listened to his body and thought that this could be done as easily as possible. Especially for him because he was the best warrior in the Murim world. He directed energy into his fingertips so that his body began to change. At this moment he felt a little pain, but he remembered that when he lived in the world of Murim, he fought with his enemies and the pain that he felt now could not be compared with the hell that he experienced in the world of Murim. By collecting yang energy for 100 days, he will secretly improve and change from everyone. Then something went wrong and he felt the energy begin to circulate too quickly. He directed all his attention to his body to immediately stop the energy because it was impossible to pour more water into an already full glass. He concentrated even more to stop all this flow of energy. But he could not do anything about it. The heavenly energy that flowed through his body, instead of a calm current, became stormy sea waves. Sweat beaded on his forehead from the exertion. He could not understand whether there was a way to connect his body in this world with his body from the Murim world. Toxins began to flow from his body in yellow lumps. He felt how his former strength returned to him, and how it spread throughout his entire body. Toxins flowed from his face, from his neck, from his arms, from his legs, and he felt how his whole body began to rebuild. Jin-hyuk looked at his hand. These toxins began to corrode all his clothes and they began to tear into pieces. He clenched his teeth in anger at himself because his plan had gone awry and he was unable to complete the transition correctly. Out of disappointment that he didn't succeed, he hit the floor with both hands without calculating his strength and the tiles on the floor cracked. The guy looked at his hands discouraged and could not understand what was happening to him. He looked at the floor and couldn't understand where the cracks were coming from because his father had just recently laid new tiles. He looked at his legs, they became a little bigger. And when he stood up and looked at his body, he realized that he had grown a little. Jin-hyuk hoped his face didn't change. But he noticed that his nose was slightly smaller, his cheekbones became sharper, and his skin overall became much clearer. He left the kitchen and entered the dark hall of the store. He walked past counters on which there were cakes, bagels and other confectionery products that he and his father baked. He went into the locker room because due to the toxins that had corroded his clothes, he had to look for new ones. He looked into the locker and took a whole set of untorn clothes to go home in. When he put on a white shirt, his thoughts were only about one thing. How can he hide all his changes from his parents? Especially how can he hide his slightly changed face? He put on black trousers and when he buttoned his shirt he thought that all his plans had gone to waste. He found a way to hide his face and put on a mask. He told himself that he would have to wear the mask for at least some time so that his parents would not notice anything. He left the bakery. The sun had already set to the horizon and it was already dark outside. The street lights were shining, and many windows in the houses were already burning. When he came home, his mother opened the door for him. She was surprised that her son came home wearing a mask and asked him if he was sick, to which Jin-hyuk replied that there was a lot of dust in the air, and that was why he was coughing. He entered the house, trying to have as little contact with his parents as possible. Walking past his father, he lowered his head a little. Half squatting like a mouse, he quickly went into his room. The father and mother watched this picture with surprise at what had come over their son. The father, in bewilderment, looked for a few more seconds at the door that led to his son's room and tried to understand what was happening to him. Jin-hyuk walked into his room and closed the door behind him. There was a teapot on a small table near his door and oatmeal next to it. He immediately went to the mirror and began to look at his face. He looked at his changes in horror, touching his face with his hand. He thought that it was very good that today his parents did not notice his changes and that he would try not to catch their eye for a few more days. He sat down on the bed opposite the mirror and thought that it is very easy not to attract attention to yourself when you are among strangers. Lowering his head a little, the guy quietly told himself that hiding his face from his family is a very difficult matter. But the next second, he put his feet up on the bed and sat in the lotus position again to practice again. He closed his eyes and concentrated. After a partial transition, his hearing became sharper and he heard something. It was his parents' conversation. He turned to the door and heard his father say that his son's help was very helpful and his work became much easier. Father and mother were sitting in the living room. They sorted and folded their clothes. The father said that their bakery's sales had plummeted. Mom said in surprise that this couldn't be true, that Jin-hyuk never learned how to bake well. Jin-hyuk strained his ears even more to hear his father's comment and verdict on his cooking. Rubbing his chin, the father said that it wasn't about his son's cooking, but that the whole point was that a new sweet baguette bakery had opened across the street and that they were having a discount for the second week. Jin-hyuk, wanting to hear their conversation in as much detail as possible, got out of bed and walked closer to the door. His parents continued to cover him with clean clothes. Mom suggested to father that he also make discounts in their bakery. My father said that he doesn't know how to do this because even if they make these discounts, people won't know about it because they don't have advertising. Then my mother suggested making a discount called B. She offered to give all customers with a name starting with the letter B an extra bun as a gift. This idea made my father laugh very much. And he and my mother began to laugh very loudly and merrily. The father looked with a slight smile at the mother who was trying to support him. She said that the Sweet Baguette Bakery had once opened but quickly closed, and that this time it would also not be open for long. Jin-hyuk, standing in his room at the door, heard his mother telling his father that their son was helping in the bakery with all his might, and that together they would cope with everything. Clenching his hands into fists, Jin-hyuk heard his father say that lately his arthritis has hardly bothered him. Jin-hyuk thought that his parents didn't even know why all the diseases passed them by. Every night, the son secretly sneaks into his parents' room and begins to use magic. While the parents are sleeping, Jin-hyuk stands next to their bed and uses his energy to heal them. Therefore, Father P.'s arthritis is already going away a little. Jin-hyuk scratched his head with his hand and, closing his eyes, tried to remember how it was in his past life and whether the Sweet Baguette Bakery was closed then. Opening his eyes, he remembered with alarm that in a past life this bakery had not closed, but on the contrary, their business had gone uphill. In front of the entrance to the Sweet Baguette Bakery, which is located across the street from Jin-hyuk's family bakery, there were two inflatable dolls that fluttered in the wind. Father and son stood across the street from this bakery and watched as their competitors invited customers to their place. Then the father remembered that the owner who opened the Sweet Baguette Bakery was once his student. Returning home, Jin-hyuk thought with anger that if his father's student had not been there, and he had not opened a new bakery right opposite them, then everything would have been fine. He looked into the memory of his past life. He remembered everything very vaguely because at that moment, when the business of their family bakery went downhill, he was lying in a coma. He barely remembered how his father and mother discussed near his bed in the hospital that they barely had enough money to pay the rent for the bakery, and they had no expenses for treatment. And how his sister Ji-hee tried to give money to her parents. Returning from these memories, Jin-hyuk stood in the middle of his room and thought that he could not leave everything to fate. Turning to the window, he looked at the houses and decided that he needed to take the entire situation into his own hands. He strained his eyes to use his spiritual eye. His eyes began to glow with yellow lights. Thanks to the eye technique, he was able to transfer his spiritual body to the street first, and then, quickly making his way through the city streets, he reached a competitor's bakery. From home B, thanks to this technique, he was able to look at the assortment of the Sweet Baguette Bakery, and saw that a cheesecake in this bakery costs only 19,000 won. Clenching his fists in anger, Jin-hyuk thought that everything in the competitor's bakery was much cheaper than theirs. Continuing to observe the competitor's bakery with the help of the wind eye, Jin-hyuk saw the owner talking to his employee. Jin-hyuk watched as his father's former student strictly spoke to his worker that he needed to sell yesterday's baked goods cheaper. But the worker did not want to do this because it was yesterday's baked goods and should not be sold. To which the owner of the Sweet Baguette Bakery, pointing at the price tag, said that this must be done. When Jin-hyuk heard his words, he had many ways to deal with him. The first way is that they can talk to him peacefully and go their separate ways. If this doesn't work out, Jin-hyuk can deal with him with his fists. And he can also wait for him somewhere in the gateway and kill him. For Jin-hyuk, this was the best way because hiding one body is easy. The guy was filled with energy. He thought that if the owner disappeared, the competitor's bakery would immediately close and everything would be fine with him. Magic covered him and he was ready to go right now and deal with the owner of his competitor's bakery. But at that very moment, when his mind was consumed by the mania of murder, he heard his mother's voice and immediately came to his senses. Dripping with sweat, he looked at his hands and thought that it was good that he heard the voice of his parents because he almost lost his temper. In the living room, the father was sitting on the floor on his knees, and the mother stood bending down next to her, and smilingly said that they could not kill the tiny insect. The parents watched as Ladybug walked across their floor. Mom said that maybe Ladybug would bring them luck and that she needed to be saved. The parents took the Ladybug and went out onto the balcony to release it. When the father unclenched his fist, the Ladybug immediately flew off, and the mother waved her hand after her and smiled. Jin-hyuk stood in his room and thought that he needed to come to his senses and calm down because in his world the laws are completely different. He thought that he was now not in the world of the Murimov, where everything is decided by strength and power, but at home. Having come to his senses, Jin-hyuk crossed his arms over his chest and thought that the arrogant owner of the Sweet Baguette Bakery should understand who is in charge here. Jin-hyuk thought that he needed to make a cheesecake 100 times tastier than his competitors without changing his father's technique. He thought that he could use magic and use the power of sammat instead of the oven. Thinking that he shouldn't give in to his emotions and deciding that he had to do something, Jin-hyuk went to his computer. He sat down in a chair, rested his head on his hands, wanted to turn on the computer and look for some new recipes on the internet. But then there was a strong knock on the door of his room. The door suddenly opened and Jin-hyuk's twin sister, who lives in the dorm and sometimes comes home, entered the room. The girl with red hair was very surprised when she saw her brother sitting in his room wearing a mask. With narrowed eyes, the sister looked suspiciously at her brother and asked him why he was sitting in a mask in his room. Jin-hyuk specially put on a mask so that his sister wouldn't see his changed face, and said that he just wanted to be in a mask. They stood opposite each other and talked. The sister folded her hands on her chest and said that her brother had finally matured. Putting his hands on his belt, Jin-hyuk closed his eyes and, a little embarrassed, said that he was really already quite an adult. Little sister looked attentively at her brother, and smiling said that she heard that he was helping Dad in the bakery. She said that her father had changed a lot. Previously, he was sad when he looked at the baked goods, but now he just glows, and all this thanks to Jin-hyuk. He didn't do anything because he didn't think he was doing anything special. And my sister said that according to her brother, he was born with himself because his father changed only thanks to him. For prevention, the sister decided to tease her brother a little, and Jin-hyuk interrupted her and said that he didn't want to quarrel with her. Then my sister enthusiastically suggested we watch TV together. He didn't really want to spend time with his family now because he needed to be alone, and that's why he hesitated. Looking at his shirt, he thought that he needed a little more time to finally deal with the heavenly energy, but his little sister managed to convince him. She showed her fist as if threatening to beat him, and Jin-hyuk agreed to watch TV together. The sister left his room, telling his brother to quickly go into the living room with everyone else, and they would all watch TV as a family. Jin-hyuk opened his wardrobe and took off his white shirt. He thought that, in principle, he could practice in the living room. Taking a red t-shirt, he decided to train in Tunpop techniques because in order to train this technique, it would make no difference to him whether he was sitting or lying down. When he went out into the living room, the TV was already turned on, and there was some kind of program going on. The whole family was already assembled and he sat down next to the sofa. He sat on the floor in the lotus position, and the sister who was sitting next to him noticed that he was sitting in a strange position. To ward off suspicion, Jin-hyuk waved his hand and said that he was taught to sit like that in the army. On TV, a man standing with a microphone in his hand said that now they would take a look at one of the bakeries in their area. The sister smiled. She carefully followed the TV show and said that now the most interesting things should begin. Understood from his sister's reaction why she called all family members to watch this program. The whole family sat in the living room with their eyes fixed on the TV. Brother and sister were sitting on the floor, mother was in a chair, and Father S, walking on the sofa, said that they had not all been together for so long. The TV program was about how to bake bread. Someone's hands were rolling out the dough and a voice behind the scenes said that you need to put your whole soul into the product, and then you will get super bread. Bakery owners were asked what the composition of their bread was. And while the owner was telling me that it included milk rice and that this bread was ideal for people with diabetes, many buyers took this bread. Mom looked in surprise at her father, who crossed his arms on his chest and said displeasedly that there is no such thing as bread being healthy and tasty. Adjusting his glasses, the father added something, bread tasty and harmful, or because it's the other way around and there's no other option. Jin-hyuk listened to his father and thought that although he speaks with such disdain, he is actually jealous of that bakery because customers come there again and again. The host of a television program asked the bakery owners what made them happy and held a microphone for them to answer. The owners, packing buns and bread in bags, said that what makes them happy are the regular customers who come to them again and again. The man hugged his wife and said that he was very touched when their son told them that he would also become a baker like his parents. My father, looking a little with envy at the couple of bakers on TV, saw how happy they were and wanted everything to be just as good in his family. My father said that this couple from the program looks very good when they work. Jin Hyuk looked at his father lovingly, and he decided for himself that he would definitely fulfill his father's dream and no difficulties would prevent him from doing this. When the broadcast ended, my mother suggested that my father go to their room and slowly go to bed. When the parents said good night to their children and went to their room, Jin Hyuk was also about to go to his room. But his sister stopped him and said that her brother definitely needed to take a look at the new program. The program that was on TV talked about confectionery products. About rainbow cookies in the shape of bunnies and deer. Pastry chef in the world who magically makes different and very tasty desserts. Sitting down on the sofa, sister said that this was the beginning of Adriano Jambu's first show and that he was an outstanding pastry chef. Then she added that her brother should also try his hand at confectionery. The television program said that whoever becomes the winner of the culinary show will become Adriano's student. Jin Hyuk became interested in this program. He was impressed by the greatest pastry chef Adriano Jambu and did not take his eyes off him. The sister looked at her brother with disbelief and asked if he felt stuffy in the mask, to which Jin Hyuk replied that he was a little sick. He coughed a little to be more convincing, and like a caring sister, she offered to give him an injection so that he would recover faster. Jin Hyuk exhaled. He remembered that his sister works as a nurse at the hospital, but he did not want her to give him an injection, because if she gives him an injection, then due to the amount of force in his body, the needle will not be able to pierce the skin and will simply break. He said that he didn't want injections, got up abruptly and went to his room. And the sister, sitting on the sofa with misunderstanding in her eyes, watched him go. Jin Hyuk returned to his room, turned on the computer and began looking for different recipes. He came across a video that showed how to make galactic cheese mousse. He included one of Adriano Jambu's videos on YouTube in which he explained in detail how to make galactic mousse. He said that this future masterpiece should be sprinkled with 2 types of cheese. When the dessert was almost ready, Adriano Jambu sprinkled it with silver powder and said that thanks to this it would look like the night sky. Jin Hyuk looked at this video and put his hand to his chin and thought that it doesn't look difficult, but making this dessert without proper practice is unrealistic. He hovered his mouse over the video and decided to look at the comments. But in the comments people wrote that no one could make this dessert. Jin Hyuk tensed up and thought that this was a little strange. It seems like the recipe seems easy, but still no one succeeds. But at that very second he smiled smugly and said that if he uses his strength and magic, then everything should definitely work out for him. He quickly got up from his chair so that he was already spinning and headed to the kitchen to try to prepare a new dessert. The guy put on an apron and while everyone was sleeping, got to work. While preparing all the ingredients, he thought that his father's baked goods were very tasty, but it looked too simple. He was determined to study Adriano's style in detail and improve his father's baking. Jin Hyuk watched how the best pastry chef in the world worked and memorized his movements. Replaying videos in his head of Adriano making cakes and desserts, Jin Hyuk thought that by copying the skills of an outstanding pastry chef and based on his technique, he would be able to prepare the perfect bread. Having laid out all the necessary ingredients and all the necessary utensils, he began to accumulate energy to open the spiritual eye of the 3rd star and move through space. With this skill, sitting at the computer, he could thoroughly study Adriano's technique and movements, and copy them exactly. Using the skills he learned from the video, he began preparing a new dessert. He kneaded the dough exactly repeating the movements of the best pastry chef Adriano. Then Jin Hyuk put the spoon on the table, shook his hands and thought that, unlike the others, he could cook without the help of his hands using only magic. He crossed his arms over his chest and used his magic to take out the crackers and butter without even touching them with his hands. Using levitation, the butter and crackers floated in the air while Jin Hyuk stood and simply watched them. First, he crushed the cookies using his energy, and then thoroughly mixed them with butter in the air. Then he molded the resulting mixture into a perfect circle shape and immediately made a perfect crust, so I had to dirty the baking ring. Looking at the result he got, Jin Hyuk was glad that he had magic and could use it when preparing baked goods. Then in a bowl he added cream and powdered sugar to the gelatin. And now he needed to beat this whole mass very well, and usually a mixer is used for this. But instead of a mixer, Jin Hyuk put his hand forward, channeling his energy through it, and decided to use Tanji's blade. When he lived in the Murim world, he used this technique very often in battle. He launched this technique at the enemy so that his enemy thought that he missed and relaxed. But unexpectedly for the enemy, Tanji's blade struck him right in the back. The Tanji blade is a spiral-shaped stream of energy, and is ideal for kneading dough. Jinhyuk directed this technique into a bowl of future dough and began to stir it. He watched as the dough kneaded and spiraled in the bowl and gradually turned pale yellow. Jinhyuk looked at the microwave. He needed to melt the mixture of gelatin and everything else so that it had a liquid consistency. But he did not dirty the microwave oven and again used magic. The bowl stood on the table and Jinhyuk, using his energy, created a fire whirlwind and melted the entire mixture in an instant. He got the taste. He was pleased with how cool he was at cooking with magic. Now he stirred the mixture in the bowl faster and faster so that not a single lump remained there. Then he concentrated, folded his hands and, transforming his energy, was able to create an ice ball with which he could control the temperature himself and cool the cake a little. After all his experiments with magic, he was able to create a dessert with a perfectly semicircular shape. The cake was almost ready, he just had to do the final touch. And to create the galaxy effect, he created a deep blueberry-colored frosting to achieve the result he wanted. When he finished preparing the cake, he raised it on a board to examine from all sides how it turned out, and said to himself that this dessert looks perfect. Jinhyuk decided to check if the cake smelled like cheese, but after sniffing it, he discovered that the smell of cheese was completely unsaturated and almost inaudible. Having placed the dessert on the table, Jinhyuk folded his hands and thought that he should have gone for another cheese so that the aroma of the dessert would be more pronounced. He scratched the back of his head with his hand and thought that, in principle, it had turned out quite well, but he could do much better. He decided that tomorrow the whole family would try this cake and give their verdict. The sky was blue and clouds floated calmly and slowly across it. In the house, the whole family had already woken up and was wide awake. Parents and sisters saw what a masterpiece Jinhyuk had prepared and began to admire this cake. At first they couldn't believe that Jinhyuk made it, and then father said that this cake looks magical. The father, with childish joy, wanted to try the cake as soon as possible and, taking a knife, intended to cut it. Jinhyuk, not understanding why his whole family so wants to try this dessert, said that you shouldn't indulge in sweets in the morning, to which the father replied, getting ready to cut the cake, that since this dessert was made by his son, then for the sake of exception, you can have a sweet breakfast. The father looked at the cosmic cake and could not take his eyes off it. The head of the family did not want to cut this dessert because it reminded him of a work of art. Unable to stand waiting for Dad to decide to make the first cut, my sister, as if going mad, pulled out a knife and said that she would cut this cake herself. My sister cut the dessert into 2 equal halves and everyone was delighted that there was cheese filling inside. Jinhyuk, standing in the kitchen in a mask, watched this whole picture and looked forward to when everyone would try his cooking and appreciate the result of his efforts. And now the moment of truth has come for Jinhyuk. Parents and sister, breaking off a piece of cake with a fork, began to try it and Jinhyuk froze in anticipation with excitement. When all family members tried a piece of his cake, everyone was delighted with its incredible taste. The cake was so delicious that they wanted to eat it again and again. When the whole family praised Jinhyuk's cooking, at that moment he thought that since everyone liked the cake so much, then they could not change anything in its recipe and leave it as it is. The guy put his hands on the table in which his energy flowed and thought that he could prepare such a delicious cake with the help of his magic. The father, holding a fork in his hands and with a smile on his face, told his son that since he was able to prepare such a gorgeous dessert, he would definitely be able to impress everyone at the confectionery show. And placing his hand on Jinhyuk's shoulder, the father added that his son was a very capable student. The guy was a little embarrassed, and very happy about his father's words. Mom and sister, who was slowly eating the cake, were sitting at the table. The father stood opposite his son and asked how he was able to prepare such a dessert, to which Jinhyuk replied that he learned to cook it from a video. With her hands clasped, the mother looked at her son with curiosity and asked whether the process of preparing this cake was complicated, and whether they could sell such a dessert in their bakery. Jinhyuk said that he did it on purpose. I learned how to cook this dessert so that sell it in their bakery. But here's my father inquired enough whether everyone ingredients were available in their bakery. Turning to Father Jinhyuk said that he will buy everything you need ingredients for this cake and added what more wants to go to a pastry shop to try their desserts. Sister Carefree, eating another piece of cake, asked her brother what time he wants to go to the pastry shop, for what Jonghyuk answered what this confectionery Adriano. The sister was very surprised and said with admiration that same wants visit confectionery the world's best pastry chef Adriano Jambu. They came out of the house and headed to the very known confectionery in the world. The weather outside was good and in the center cities towered huge skyscrapers. When they walked down the street, Jinhyuk started a little cough. His bothered dust, and he thought what's so dirty air very difficult to get used to. At that time, like Sister Nuna admired good weather, Jinhyuk continued their thinking and came to an idea what in the world Murimov it was ain't so bad because there was very pure nature. He again remembered myself when I lived in the world of Murim and thought what even if dust and dirt appeared there, then it can be easily was removed with _magic_. Being in their thoughts and memories, Jinhyuk hardly noticed how I reached the candy store I wanted so bad hit. His sister called him and said what they have already arrived. He raised his head and saw signboard _ the confectionery itself. She looked like magnificent snow-white castle which was in the very center cities. All the people when they passed by him admired this establishment. When they entered inside them, we were met by 2 waiters who unanimously said welcome. It was clear that waiters very glad new guests. In the hall stood behind the served a table on which stood many desserts and cups for tea. There were cakes and pastries on the dishes which were served for tea today. Brother and sister sat down at the table. Jinhyuk, the situation in this confectionery not very I like. Nuna was in full delighted and wanted to order quickly. When waitress went to the table to take order, Jinhyuk showed the menu and asked to bring him all the desserts which available on these 2 pages. Young woman, I was amazed by this order. When the waitress, having recovered from the shock, began fluently write down the order of the sister, who was no less, I was surprised and asked my brother in full, is he serious? Got ready eat 10 cakes and 10 pastries. Jinhyuk a little leaned towards his sister, put his hands under chin, and announced mine insidious plan. He said in a half whisper to her, what if he tries everything? I'll understand how this need to cook. 2 waitresses carried Jinhyuk's order on trays containing the most delicious desserts in the whole world. One of the desserts was the cake that Jinhyuk made in the morning. When the waitress put this dessert on the table, Nuna, holding a knife and fork in her hands, was ready to try it again. He and his brother broke off a small piece of this galactic cheesecake and began to chew it slowly to try this dessert. They had many different desserts on the table, but at the moment they were enjoying this magnificent cake. Closing their eyes in pleasure, they tried not to miss the slightest detail and remember the taste of this wonderful cake. When Nuna finished her piece, she delightedly told Jinhyuk that this cake was almost exactly the same as the one he made in the morning. Jinhyuk looked at his sister, who was happily eating the cake on both cheeks, and thought that there was definitely a difference between his cake and the cake from this pastry shop. When he looked at the dessert, he thought that the video showed not the real recipe and that most likely there was some kind of secret ingredient. All his attention was focused on this galactic cheesecake. He continued his thoughts and thought that not fully revealing the method of preparation was a trick so that the real recipe would not fall into the hands of competitors. He remembered that in the Murim world there were also tricks during battle. Enemies were always trying to figure out how to win the battle and use tricks such as a chain wound around the enemy's weapon. But here and now, trying the best dessert in the world, Jinhyuk had to concentrate. Having tried the galactic cheesecake again, he sharpened his taste and thereby felt every crumb. He opened his eyes and was struck by lightning with the realization that the answer lay within the desserts themselves. He clearly tasted all the ingredients that were in it, and understood everything. Then he began to try other desserts, and thanks to his taste buds, he realized that in one of the cakes honey was added instead of sugar, and the tartlet dough was kept at a low temperature. Holding the mask to make it easier to eat without taking it off, Jinhyuk tried all the desserts he ordered and remembered all the tricks and secrets of their preparation. When he looked up at his sister, he was amazed at how she happily devoured all the desserts that were on the table. When they finished their meal and decided to go home, it was already evening. The sun was setting behind the horizon, illuminating the city and the entire sky with its last pink rays. Brother and sister were walking down the street on their way home. Nuna said that all the desserts they tried were simply magical. Jin Hyuk looked at her and said that from now on their family bakery will have the same delicious desserts as the ones they tried today at Adriano Jamba's pastry shop. Following his brother Nuna, she said that it would be very cool and then their mother would not need to work as a maid. And then, teasing her brother a little, she added that he should name the bakery in her honor. How to become famous. Jin Hyuk listened to his sister talk about the near future, how their family bakery would become famous, and how one day she would quit her job as a nurse and help them. He remembered that in a past life, when he was in a coma and his parents did not have enough money, Nuna helped them with all her might. She gave her mom money so she could pay her hospital bills. Looking somewhere into the sky, Jin Hyuk told his sister that he would definitely name the pastry shop after her. Nuna was at first surprised by his words, but then she exhaled and smiled. She lightly hit Jin Hyuk, began to tease him, and said that until recently he was very small and now he has become such an adult. From an unexpected blow to the back, Jin Hyuk jumped a little and asked his sister not to do that. Walking down the street, brother and sister were fooling around. They had a lot of fun and laughed joyfully. At this point Jin Hyuk again remembered the world of the Murims, how he stood alone over a cliff, looking somewhere into the distance, immersed in his thoughts. And at that time the wind was blowing in his face, leaves were spinning in the air and his hair was developing in the wind. He thought that in his entire life in the Murim world, he had never lied to anyone and therefore he did not intend to deceive anyone in his current world. Jin Hyuk looked into the pink sky and thought that he would do his best to make his dreams, and the dreams of the whole family come true. He remembered a family photo where everyone was happy. His father holds him by the shoulder, and his mother hugs his sister, who shows 2 fingers for the photo. He imagined himself from the world of Murim in a big city, and was ready to do anything so that his family would never have to regret again. And now it's time for his main battle. After Jin Hyuk visited Adriano's bakery, he decided to visit other famous bakeries to try different desserts. In one of the bakeries, when Jin Hyuk, as usual, ordered a lot of desserts and when they had all been tried, Nuna hung over a half-eaten piece of cake and said that she wouldn't fit in anymore. Jin Hyuk, having written down the information received in this pastry shop in a notebook, told his sister that they were now going to the next one, to which Nuna was surprised that her brother had so many sweets, and said that she had had enough for today. Jin Hyuk decided that his sister should definitely go with him, and taking her hand began to lift her from her place. Nuna gave in and said she would go with him. Clusters of stars were visible in the dark blue sky hanging over the large city. Most people have already gone to bed, but there are still lights on in some windows. When night falls, Jin Hyuk on the sly from his family, he begins to prepare desserts using his magic. Allowing the products to fly in the air and mix, he thought that if he gave his best today, he would do everything in just 3 minutes. Throwing the mixed dough onto the board, he looked at it, and thought that no one could repeat this because only he had magic. Now he decided to prepare desserts that he tried in different pastry shops. He closed his eyes to remember all the recipes down to the smallest detail. After that he began to prepare. He called upon his energy and began to cook with it. Everything worked out smoothly for him, and he thought he could speed up the cooking. Using various techniques, he could already knead the dough with one hand. Jin Hyuk smiled while cooking because it brought him pleasure. He began to mix the ingredients for the fillings, placing his hands over the bowl and passing energy through them. When he got to work, it was almost 2:30 in the morning. And after just half an hour, he finished all the desserts he planned to prepare. Jin Hyuk made a cheesecake called Sunset. These are 3 cake layers covered with icing the color of the setting sun. Another dessert called layers of chocolate. This is puff pastry and a huge amount of chocolate on top. He prepared 3 such desserts. Then there is the Saburo dessert with homemade butter and red bean paste. More sweet and tender cannonsini with milk chocolate cream and whipped cream. And the last dessert he prepared that night was a tartlet filled with caramelized onions and black vinegar. In the morning when the whole family woke up, they saw that Jin Hyuk had prepared a lot of desserts, and were pleasantly surprised. Jin Hyuk put all the desserts on the table and his final touch was to add pink Himalayan salt for taste and aroma. Nuna, holding a piece of cheesecake in her hands, admired it and asked how much they would sell these masterpieces for in their bakery. And my mother suggested that they would sell one piece for 5,000 won. Then she turned to her son and carefully said that Jin-hyuk was probably very tired of preparing such exquisite desserts every day, and added that her son was a great fellow. Jin-hyuk was a little embarrassed by his mother's praise and thought to himself that his mother should not worry because for him this does not pose any difficulty. Then the father, folding his arms across his chest, offered to help. But Jin-hyuk abruptly shook his hands and said that he didn't need help and that he would prepare everything in advance and leave it in the refrigerator overnight. Jin-hyuk did not want to tell his father the secret of preparing desserts, and added that his father would trust and rely on him. And the father smiled approvingly in response. Then Jin-hyuk announced that they would sell one piece for 2,000 won. All family members were very surprised and discouraged by such a bold statement. Standing in the kitchen near the dessert table, the whole family discussed the future of their bakery. The father did not understand how it was possible to sell such luxurious desserts so cheaply, to which Jin-hyuk replied that such a price would only be available at the beginning. He continued to reveal his plan and added that such a price would be a bait for buyers. If they try a piece of cake for 2,000, they will definitely want something else and will buy it. Nuna looked at her brother incredulously, and asked him if all the expenses would pay off. Jin-hyuk confidently answered his sister that he didn't even doubt it. Looking at the cut cheesecake, he added that one piece of cake would cost 2,000 won and the whole cheesecake would cost 8,000. Mom understood her son's idea and folded her hands and rejoiced that since they were so cheap, there would be many buyers. And at this time the father sighed. He didn't really like this idea and incredulously asked his son how long this action would last. Jin-hyuk firmly answered that they will have such prices until the Sweet Baguette Bakery, which is located right across the street from their bakery, closes. Remembering this bakery and how Jin-hyun's customers come there, added that the owner of the Sweet Baguette Bakery specially opened it opposite their bakery. The father tried to make sure that his son knew what he was doing and was confident in his actions. Jin-hyuk told his father not to worry because he fully knows what he is doing. And then he added that his father once upon a time taught Janel everything he knows. Everyone was very surprised that Jin-hyun knew such information and could not understand how he knew it. And Jin-hyuk, plunging into the times when he was in a coma, remembered that his father, sitting next to his bed, talked to him a lot about this. The father said that Janel is the son of his friend and he is like a nephew to him. That Janel began studying baking and moved to the city, and then suddenly opened his own bakery across the street from their family bakery. While in a coma, Jin-hyuk heard all this and thought that it was obvious that Janel did this so that his father would have to close his store. Returning from his memories, Jin-hyuk told his father that Janel was a heartless and unscrupulous person and that he would definitely not call him his brother. But the father told his son that Jalil was still his brother. Jin-hyuk looked at his father. The thought flashed through his head that he could simply kill this Janel. But he didn't want to upset his father and, after squeezing his neck a little, he agreed with him. The father was glad that Jin-hyuk supported him and thanked him very much. This awkward conversation was interrupted by Nuna with her delighted cries. Everyone turned to her in surprise to find out what happened to her. And that moment when everyone was talking, the sister quietly devoured the cakes prepared by her brother with pleasure. She had already reached cannellini with chocolate cream and whipped cream and was amazed that her brother could prepare such deliciousness. Mom lightly hit Nuna for educational purposes because she alone decided to eat everything and leave nothing for her parents, and Nuna, in her defense, said that how could she resist when the cakes had such a tempting aroma. Jin-hyuk told his mother that there was nothing wrong with his sister eating so much. He prepared all the desserts that are now on the table for the whole family. Mom looked at her son with love and said that he had matured a lot. Then the mother returned to her daughter and told her to take an example from her brother, to which Nuna, with her mouth full, replied so that her mother would not spoil her appetite. At this time, Jin-hyuk and his father began to laugh. My father suggested that everyone try a cheesecake called Sunset, but Nuna stopped him because she really wanted to take a photo of the whole cake before it was eaten. Looking at how Nuna takes pictures of the cheesecake and Mom and Dad are happy to try it, Jin-hyuk thought that this was his beloved family and that he would always protect these people. A high school student goes home after studying. He has a sweet tooth, and if he sees something sweet he immediately loses his mind. The boy thought that he was very tired today and licked his lips and thought that he really wanted to go to the Sweet Baguette confectionery and buy something for dessert. But while passing by Jin Hyuk's family bakery, he saw a golden cheesecake. He immediately attracted the boy's attention, and he was delighted with this cake. He decided that today he would try this wonderful cake and immediately went to the pastry shop to buy this wonderful dessert. The boy approached the cheesecake closer to take a closer look at it. He couldn't take his eyes off the cake and admired it for several minutes. This picture was noticed by some grandmother who also went into this pastry shop and drew attention to him. Then she approached the boy and asked what it was, and he happily told her that it was a cake. Grandma was amazed at the beauty of this cheesecake. Looking at it, she said that it was not a cake but a precious stone and that it looked like molten gold. And the two of them stood and looked at this dessert as if it were a work of art. Leaning closer to the cheesecake, the boy smelled it and said that it smelled very tasty. But the grandmother still did not understand why the boy was looking at him so intently. The schoolboy, inhaling the aroma of this cake, thought that it was the same smell that he could not find in the Sweet Baguette Bakery, which is located opposite this bakery. And he decided that he definitely had to try this cheesecake. He turned and asked Jin Hyuk, who was bringing other sweets to the display case, how much a piece of cheesecake cost, to which Jin Hyuk replied that everything was written on the sign below. The boy looked at the sign and saw that one piece costs only 2,000. He was very surprised and at the same time delighted at the price. He thought that one piece would cost at least 20,000. He turned around and happily asked him to sell him 5 whole pieces of cheesecake. Jin Hyuk was a little discouraged that this boy was asking so much at once. Jin Hyuk gave the boy 6 pieces instead of 5, and when he asked why they gave him one more piece, Jin Hyuk replied that it was a bonus for the fact that he bought a lot. And Jin Hyuk also gave him a chocolate cream puff and said that this was also a gift. The happy boy said that he was very grateful. When the boy left the store saying goodbye to Jin Hyuk, he called him uncle. Jin Hyuk, watching the boy go, was a little puzzled by the fact that he had just been called uncle. Raising one eyebrow, he could not understand why he was an uncle when he was only 26 years old in this world. He was still standing behind the counter. With his arms folded on his chest and his eyes slightly closed, he thought that he should tell that boy to call him big brother and not uncle. He began to wonder who he really was. The head of the church and the best warrior from the world of Murim, or a good son and an excellent pastry chef in this world. But his thoughts were interrupted by his grandmother. She called out to him as a young man and tried to shout to him while he was in his thoughts. Returning to his reality, Jin Hyuk shuddered a little from the unexpected screams. When he came to his senses, he said that he heard her. Grandma looked closely at Jin Hyuk, and then smiling sweetly said that she really loves mochi. Having not heard a little, Jin Hyuk asked again, and the grandmother, leaning on a stick, repeated that it was very difficult for her to chew because food stuck to her dentures and that maybe in their confectionery there would be something similar in taste to mochi. Jin Hyuk, after thinking for a while, told her that they have a dessert called golden saburo with red bean paste. Taking one thing wrapped in a plastic bag, he said that perhaps she would like this dessert, and invited her grandmother to try it a little. Grandmother was surprised at this proposal. Then she said that she first needed to pay for this dessert, and, hanging the stick on her hand, began to look for money in her purse. When the grandmother began to look for money in her bag, Jin Hyuk noticed that this wonderful old lady had rough hands from hard work, and he asked himself if she ever took a break from work. She didn't have time to take out the money when Jin Hyuk carefully grabbed her hands with both hands and said that let her try this dessert first, and then decide whether to take it or not, and smiled affably. Jin Hyuk thought that he had improved the golden cathedral cake a little. He added some adjustments to the filling recipe. To make the paste soft and tender, you need to grind the bean grains and mix with butter. He put on gloves, broke the dessert into 2 halves and held it out his grandma for her to try him. She said thank you and took half the cake. Taking one bite of the bun, she couldn't believe it. What, it can be so delicious. Eyes hers sparkled with pleasure. Grandmother began to say with admiration that this bun is very delicious, and what about beans, very unusual taste _delighted that grandma, I liked it. Bakery. Jin Hyuk said what's in the filling except beans, there is also oil. Jin Hyuk stood and watched how dear old lady praises his baking she was very happy this find and said that this the most delicious bun from everyone whatever I tried it. Jin Hyuk rejoiced what guessed right with preferences grandmother's and what to her liked the dessert that he prepared in a few minutes. Grandma asked him how called this dessert. Jinhyuk said what this dessert is called gold saburo with pasta from red beans _grandma. With love I looked at this bun, and asked her to wrap 50 of them. The guy is very I was surprised by such a large order, and warned grandma what does one thing cost? 1,000 out. The old lady said that she lives in a nursing home, so what with her lives another 25 people and each she takes 2 things. And she started to admire again this bun which she held in her hands. When Jinhyuk calculated grandma he packed all 50 pieces of this dessert in 2 packages. Looking at them, the grandmother asked, can she do it? Whether she convey these packages itself. Jinhyuk looked at grandma who leaned on a cane and thought what to convey to her these packages most it won't be easy. But then he decided her cheer up and said to her what these buns are very air and only seem bulky. He held out to her packages and said what they very lungs and when grandma took them for her in fact was very easy to hold them. She thanked her and started moving towards the exit from bakeries. Jin Hyun standing behind her endowed her magic. He thought what thanks to his strength this grandmother will be able calmly get to the nursing home without any problems. When this sweet old lady happy with your purchases with 2 bags of buns I approached the exit, and a mother and son entered the bakery. Jinhyuk turned his attention to the new visitors. He noticed that the boy immediately went to the cheesecake. He really liked the cake and told his mother that he wanted to try it. With a little dissatisfaction, Mom told her son to first eat normal food and then start eating the cake. Jinhyuk decided to approach the new visitors and give them some advice. He said it was a cheesecake called Sunset. The boy looked at it admiringly without looking up from this cake. The girl leaned over to get a better look at the dessert, and said with skepticism that all the desserts were beautiful on the outside, but not all of them were tasty. Jinhyuk invited customers to try the cheesecake so that they could see that his cake was delicious. The girl looked at the young man in surprise and gave her consent. Then Jinhyuk immediately cut off a piece of cheesecake and, standing behind the counter, divided it into several small pieces so that the girl and her son could try it. Jinhyuk pricked a small piece of cheesecake onto his fork and handed it to the girl. She was amazed by the beauty of this cake and also how pleasant its smell was. The son said that he also wanted to try the cake, but the girl took a fork with a piece of cheesecake and said that she wanted to try it first. The girl brought a small piece to her mouth and stopped for a second. She was still incredulous about this cake, but when she finally decided and took a bite, it was as if the whole universe had opened up before her. The cheesecake was delicious and the cheese literally melted in your mouth. At the same moment, as if enchanted, she told Jinhyuk to wrap her 3 pieces. And the boy stood nearby and asked his mother to let him try it too. Jinhyuk looked at the enthusiastic mother and son and was glad that his efforts were not in vain and the visitors liked what he cooked. He put 3 slices of cheesecake in the box, closed it, and handed the girl her order. While paying for her purchase, the girl asked for forgiveness for the fact that at the beginning she said a little rudeness towards his cheesecake, that all desserts are beautiful, but not all are tasty. Giving the order to Jinhyuk smiling, he said that everything was fine and wished him bon appetit. When the girl took the box of cheesecake, he thought that her words could not be called rude. At the same moment, the thought occurred to him that if they were in the Murim world, he would get angry at such harmless words, challenge her to a duel, and they would immediately begin to fight with swords. But as she was leaving, the girl brought Jinhyuk back from her thoughts, saying that she was the chairman from a house located nearby. When she and her son were almost out the door of the store, she said that at the next meeting she would definitely tell everyone how delicious his desserts were, and Jinhyuk thanked her in advance. After he said goodbye to the girl and her son, Jinhyuk looked around the store and, frozen, was surprised that his eyes were going to be. There were many visitors in the sales area. Some girl, fascinated by the cheesecake, took pictures of it, and other customers walked around the store and admired all the confectionery products. Some guy entered the store and asked with a smile if he could try the food before buying. And Jinhyuk, I thought it would be nice to make more tasting portions. Evening has come. Against the background of the night sky, a nursing home could be seen in which all the windows were on fire. When the dear old lady returned safely to her friends, she saw them all watching TV together. Some were sitting and some were lying on the floor, completely immersed in the TV show. But when she said that she had returned with buns, everyone immediately dropped everything they were doing and surrounded her with satisfied smiles. waiting for them to receive their treat. After the store closed, Jin-hyuk and his father began counting the cash register to see how much they earned that day. Folding his arms across his chest, Jin-hyuk said that if you do not take into account non-cash payments, then they earned approximately 800,000. The father was very happy that in just one day they made such a big profit. The satisfied father patted his son on the shoulder and said that his son was just a treasure and that he was very proud of him. Jin-hyuk said that he wanted Yi to stay in the bakery a little longer and cook something new. To which the father replied with a smile that he can do whatever he wants because he trusts him. The Sweet Baguette Bakery across the street from Jin-hyuk's family bakery has also closed. When the time came to recalculate the income for the day, the owner was dissatisfied with the fact that today's profit was so small and demanded an explanation from his assistant why everything was selling so poorly. He couldn't understand why all the cakes were on display and no one was buying them. And they didn't even touch baking today. Standing in bewilderment, he could not understand why the flow of customers had dropped so sharply. After all, they have advertising and promotions with discounts. He thought that he lured customers from the bakery across the street because they had a larger and tastier selection of confectionery and bakery products. He continued to wonder why everything happened this way. Putting his hand to his chin and continuing to analyze, he came to the conclusion that he did not change the recipe and tried to preserve the taste of all products. But then an unexpected thought came to him that all this could be because of the Somin bakery. And this alarmed him very much. Baker's assistant Sweet Baguette Ilbong, he said that he heard that the bakery across the street was having some kind of promotion and that's why they had a lot of customers. The owner looked at him suspiciously and could not believe his words. He began to tell how he once studied with the cook of that bakery and how he almost beat him with a rolling pin several times because he could not prepare the dough properly. Ilbon had already heard this story several times and was already tired of it. But the owner continued his story and said that the cook from the bakery across the street was his father's best friend and therefore accepted him as an apprentice. But Ilbon did not listen to him, and he thought only that he was very much home. He bowed to his boss and said that he needed to go home. Standing behind the counter, the owner of the bakery let him go and Ilbon headed towards the exit. He walked to the exit from the bakery, and then passed by baked goods that were not sold today. All the counters were filled with a variety of buns, breads, and cookies. He turned his head and saw beautifully laid out toasted pies, buns, and many other baked goods on the counter. Looking at them, he licked his lips and thought that these pastries looked pretty tasty, and then headed towards the exit. Going out onto the street, he walked slowly along the sidewalk with his hands in his pockets, and thought that he had specifically chosen this bakery to learn how to bake bread. Looking at the floor, he walked past Jin-hyuk's family bakery and thought that in 2 weeks he hadn't learned anything because they cooked from frozen dough, and he wants to do baking. Having finished his thoughts, Ilbong raised his head and saw that the light was still on in the Somin bakery, which is located opposite their bakery. He thought that the bakers of this bakery were now preparing the dough for tomorrow. He became very interested and went to the window to take a good look at this store. He put his hand to the glass to better see what was inside, and after a few seconds of close observation, he realized that behind the glass there was a kitchen. A few minutes later, Jin-hyuk noticing some guy near the window, I decided to go out and ask what he wanted. When he came out of the door, Ilbon was a little scared. Jin-hyuk looked at him from top to bottom with a questioning look, and Ilbong, nervously adjusting his glasses, said that he was not crazy and that he was just curious because during the day he saw that there were a lot of people here. But Jin-hyuk just stood there silently and watched him. Because of the awkward silence hanging in the air, Ilbon looked away and exhaled, remembering what happened this evening in the bakery where he works. He remembered looking at the baked goods before leaving the Sweet Baguette Bakery and thinking they looked delicious. And looking at his boss, he asked if he could take one bun. And to which the chef replied with folded arms that he would sell them tomorrow at a 30% discount. Ilbong, I thought that his owner was being miserly, and the discount wouldn't help because there were so many unsold baked goods left. And when he turned around again and went to the exit, the boss shouted after him that if he bought a bun, he would give him a 50% discount. But Ilbon refused his offer, and when he completely left the bakery, he thought dissatisfied that no discounts would help the owner of the Sweet Baguette Bakery in selling his baked goods. When Ilbong returned from his memories, looking at Jin-hyuk, He thought that bakery chef Soman looked very young. But Jin-hyuk broke the awkward silence, and asked this guy if he wanted to buy something from him. Ilbong shook his head positively and asked if they still had any pastries, but Jin-hyuk calmly replied that he had already sold everything. But Ilbong did not give up hope and asked about the orange-colored cake that was on display. Jin-hyuk replied that it was cheesecake, and Ilbong was perplexed and asked how cheese could be that color. And then, perking up, he quickly added that you shouldn't ask other pastry chefs this kind of thing. And Jin-hyuk, peering at this guy, suspected something. He looked sternly at Ilbong and confidently said that he was from the bakery across the street. Ilbong was surprised by this statement, and asked himself how this guy knew such information. Ilbong began to tell me that he studied at Hyangin University at the Faculty of Confectionery and Bakery, and added upset that they hardly taught them how to make cakes. But he was very interested in it. But then Jin-hyuk's father appeared out of nowhere, and joined their conversation. He happily said that his son also studied at this university, but now he is on academic leave. Ilbong, he said that he is now a second-year student. To which the father replied that he was younger than Jin-hyuk, and good-naturedly asked why he came to their bakery. The guy was a little embarrassed, and said that he came to buy something from them but didn't have time because they had already sold everything. But Jin-hyuk's father was a generous soul and told the boy to come in because they always have something tasty. Jin-hyuk was surprised by his father's words. Looking after them, he thought that he had left desserts for Nuna and mentally asked her for forgiveness because she would be very upset because today she would be left without treats. They all went into the bakery together, and Jin-hyuk took out a box of cheesecake, which he was saving for his sister. The three of them stood near the counter, and Jin-hyuk opened the box and took out a golden cheesecake. Ilbong, opening his mouth in surprise, thought that he had seen this same cake in the window during the day. At that very moment when Jin-hyuk took out the cheesecake and began to cut it, Ilbong thought that this guy was very skillful and confident with a knife. He continued to watch Jin-hyuk and thought that this guy was only a year or two older than him, but was already so good and could do a lot of things. When Jin-hyuk cut off a piece of cheesecake and handed it to the unexpected guest, Ilbong was delighted. He thought that the color of the icing was simply excellent, and that the cake looked even better when cut. He placed his plate on the table and began to examine his piece of cheesecake. He saw the combination of yellow and white in the filling and thought that several types of cheese were used in production. He broke off a small piece of his cheesecake with his fork and ate it. Ilbong began to express his admiration for this cake with some youthful words, and Jin-hyuk, I thought that the children of this world speak very strangely. Ilbong, closing his eyes, tried to recognize the ingredients of this cheesecake and recognized the notes of rare cheese, but could not understand what other cheeses were used in the preparation of this cheesecake. Jin-hyuk, I watched my new acquaintance happily devouring his cheesecake and tried to understand whether the guy had figured out the recipe for this cheesecake. Ilbong admired this cake and said that it had a very rich taste and bright aroma. With eyes full of delight, he naively asked how they achieved such a result. Then he unexpectedly added that he also wanted to learn how to cook like this because this dessert looked like it came from a restaurant with 3 Michelin stars. Jin-hyuk looked at the boy in surprise and his father smiled. Ilbong, bringing the plate to his mouth, asked how much this dessert costs, and Jin-hyuk replied that one piece costs 2,000 and the whole cake costs 8. And then a second later Ilbong shouted to the whole bakery that he was buying the whole cake and asked him to wrap it for him. Jin-hyuk's family bakery called Soman spread throughout the area. Jin-hyuk came to the bakery early in the morning and put everything on display, but this was not enough because there were a lot of customers and they took everything away in a matter of hours. There was a huge line and the father couldn't leave the checkout all the time because he was constantly letting satisfied customers go. What Jin-hyuk does is bake bread and put it on the shelves, but the bread is instantly sold out, and it's very difficult for him to quickly prepare a new one. When Jin-hyuk prepared the next batch of buns, his father came to him and said that he did not expect so many customers to come, and that there was not enough time for anything. The father sat down on a stool, took out a handkerchief and began to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Jin-hyuk looked at his father, and thought that he looked very tired. Jin-hyuk peering at him intently, I thought that he heals his father with magic every night, but it's still not enough. He put his hand on his father's shoulder, and suggested that he make a schedule so that each bread had its own time. Jin-hyuk, ready to give his father a massage, told him that it was better to sell fresh bread at certain intervals, to which his father agreed because customers always prefer still hot bread. Jin-hyuk, analyzing his father's condition, realized that a lot of toxins had accumulated in his body and that he needed a magical massage. He left 2 thumbs on his neck and began to slowly massage it, adding a little light energy. Jin-hyuk thought that the muscles should be allowed to relax, and by pressing on a certain point, he added yang to his hands and strength. The father enjoyed this massage, and said that Jin-hyuk gives a massage much better than his sister. Jin-hyuk closed his eyes and smiled. He was glad that his massage made his father feel much better. The father stood up, crushed his right shoulder and turned to his son and said that now everything had worked out for them thanks to him, and that they had plunged into a rich life. But then the father asked how long his son would wear a mask. Jin-hyuk did not expect this question, and was very discouraged by it. Then the father added that he understands that it is necessary to comply with sanitary standards, but his son does not even cough. At these words from his father, Jin-hyuk became a little confused and began to knead his neck. The father continued talking and said that mother was already forgetting her son's face. Jin-hyuk, I thought that until this moment he had been able to keep his secret, but apparently it won't be possible to keep everything secret anymore. He hesitated a little and after a couple of seconds reluctantly said that perhaps he could take off the mask tomorrow. When Jin-hyuk came home, he left the mask on the table, and he sat on the bed in the lotus position and began to meditate. Immersed in meditation, he thought about what he should do next. After all, if he walked around without a mask, his parents would see changes in his face. Opening his eyes, he thought that he didn't even know that appearance could change so dramatically because in the Murim world there were no normal mirrors and everyone used copper mirrors. Sitting on the bed in front of the mirror, he looked at his entire changed body from head to toe and thought that he looked like he had crawled out of a drama. Looking at his hands, he mentally told himself that he hoped that his parents would not notice his changes when he began to develop the powers of Imdong and Yang, and that in any case he could no longer stop. He remembered that in the Murim world, when he was training, a master helped and guided him. With the help of his strength, the master helped to quickly master new techniques. But now he is in his own world and here he will have to act without anyone's help. He thought that he needed to quickly begin to master the power of Shurn because thanks to it he could create a reliable illusion and deceive the enemy. He remembered how in the world of Murim this power was taught to him by his comrade Guananma, and that she had come in handy to him more than once in battle. Once he fought with one emperor and with the help of the power of Shurn, he continued to confuse him by showing fake wounds. But the emperor understood that Jin-hyuk was using an illusion and shouting for him to stop doing this. He attacked his opponent with a sword. But at that second, when Jin-hyuk was almost on the verge of death, he concentrated to accumulate more energy and summoned the illusion of a little girl. This girl was the granddaughter of the emperor. She held sweet balls on a stick in her hands and waved her hand to her grandfather with joyful cries. The emperor froze for a second and stopped his attack. Jin-hyuk took advantage of the fact that the emperor stopped and struck a blow that decided the outcome of this fight. Returning from his memories, Jin-hyuk thought that he should master the power of Shurn as quickly as possible so that his illusion could last for a very long time. He thought that if he succeeded, then thanks to this power he could freely create an illusion and calmly cook in the bakery with the help of his magic so that they would have more sales. Jin-hyuk continued to think. He realized that he didn't need money, but if they could sell a lot and earn money, then his family would be happy. He again remembered the world of the Murimov. How in that world could there be tens of thousands of gold pieces lying in front of him? But while drinking sake he didn't even pay attention to them and was indifferent to them. When he looked at his reflection in a cup of sake, he thought that he could not begin to perceive gold pieces as real money. Sitting surrounded by his friends, he kept thinking that he was unable to accept this world because everything was different in it, both people and money. He saw the happy faces of his comrades, and thought that these people were risking their lives and fighting for him, while Jin-hyuk was overcome by pangs of conscience. Every time he asked himself whether he valued his comrades and whether he was faithful to them, and with these thoughts, guilt consumed him from the inside. But years later, with the help of meditation, he was able to find peace of mind and peace in the world of the Murims. And now he is trying to find it in his real world as well. Sweat is dripping from him, but he continues his meditation. And although his whole body experiences such hellish pain that makes him clench his teeth, He does not forget about his family for a second. Sitting in the lotus position, he accumulates and passes energy through himself to achieve the changes he needs. But he suddenly began coughing up blood because he is now experiencing very severe pain as his whole body is now being rebuilt. Due to the fact that the body began to change greatly, it became very twisted and it became unbearably painful. But now it is ideal for storing and using energy. After Jinhyuk finished his changes, he first looked at the ceiling and then saw a family photo hanging on the wall. He got out of bed, out of breath, and because of the changes, the toxins that were in his body began to come out and drip onto the floor. Stench emanated from these toxins and he covered his mouth and nose with his hands so as not to feel it. He put out his hand so that with the help of his magic he could remove it, and so that his room would be clean. He raised all the toxins into the air and instantly got rid of them. And then he thought that now magic was much easier for him. When he had done all this, he looked at the floor for a second and then went to the mirror to look at his new transfiguration. Looking at himself in the mirror, Jinhyuk smiled and thought that he had finally managed to make the perfect transition. The next day, father and son again worked in their bakery and dismissed visitors who left the store happy. Standing behind the counter and adjusting his glasses, my father thought that today there was again a lot of work to be done. But now it's lunchtime and he wouldn't mind having a snack. He thought that he could eat now and happily invited himself to eat tofu. Wife walked in, holding a bowl of food in her hands. Approaching his wife, the man said that today was a day off and she needed to rest at home. But his wife replied that he and his son were leaving for work so early that she didn't even have time to feed them at breakfast. When she gave her husband a bowl of food, Jinhyuk came out into the hall because he heard his mother come. She finally saw her son without a mask and froze in shock for several seconds, and did not take her eyes off him. Jinhyuk looked at his mother and at that moment was a little nervous because he could not predict what her reaction to his appearance would be. But his mother very quickly ran up to him, took his hands and looked at his face with joy. She said that she had not seen him for a very long time and then, like a caring mother, she added that now everyone would eat together. Mom and son walked ahead and had a very nice conversation. Jinhyuk asked his mother what she had prepared, and at this time his father, holding a container with lunch, walked a little behind. When they opened the bowl, there were many very tasty dishes that Mom had prepared with love for her husband and son. When all the food was laid out, they sat down and began to have dinner together. Jinhyuk looked at his happy parents, and thought how good it was that they didn't notice any changes in him. Jinhyuk ate the soup his mom made and thought that he really missed him when he was in the Mirim world. He took the spoon with the soup, brought it to his mouth and ate it. And at that moment he felt the happiest, and told his mother that her cooking was very tasty. The lunch break passed and after a while all the shelves in their bakery were empty and they had to hang a sign on the door saying that everything was sold out. The happy and joyful head of the family, because sales were going very well, told Jinhyuk that tomorrow he would need to prepare more of everything. Holding a notebook in his hands, Jinhyun thought that now it was time for cakes, because his father had come up with a new recipe and, in addition, it was also very easy to prepare. Cake right now, to which his father agreed. They went together to try a new recipe. Janel, the owner of the Sweet Baguette Bakery, decided to look into his competitor's store. But when he approached their door, he saw a sign that said, "Everything is sold out." He looked at this sign and couldn't understand how they could sell everything when it wasn't even 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And this irritated him very much. When Jinhyuk and his father went to the kitchen to make the cake, they first began to knead the dough in a special food processor according to the same recipe as before. Jinhyuk showed his father how to make cheesecake. Standing near the kitchen surface, he held a bowl in his hands and told father that all that was left to add was cheese. My father was watching this whole process at this time. He took the bowl and said that there were already 3 types of cheese in the recipe, and that it looked very airy. Jinhyuk looked at his father, and said that the cheese looked fluffy because of the milk. And the father, smiling, replied that his son was great, and how he worked until late at night, and managed to do everything. When the dough was completely mixed in a special kitchen machine, they poured it into a separate bowl. When all the ingredients were ready and placed on the table, the father adjusted his glasses a little in confusion, and Jinhyuk looked contentedly at the table, and said that it was time for the buttercream. A little embarrassed, the father stepped aside and said that he would like to change the color of the cake, and Jinhyuk, happy that he was working with his father, looked at him and asked what color he wanted to change to. The father remembered what golden cheesecake looked like and said that it was very popular, and suggested that they try decorating the top of the cake with vanilla buttercream as an experiment. Then he looked down and smiled, thinking about his wife who loves butter cakes, and told his son that many people like this. Then Jin-hyuk, without a second thought, moving the bowl of dough towards his father, said that since they had already prepared the dough for the cheesecake, let O'Day make it for now, and at this moment he will prepare the cake layers for the vanilla cake and they can experiment. But the father looked at his son, and said not confidently that they would try, and then he looked away and guiltily asked him if they could make a simple vanilla cake. Jin-hyuk looked intently at his father, and couldn't understand why he wanted to make a vanilla cake so badly. It dawned on him, and he asked his father if today was their wedding anniversary. The father, adjusting his glasses, proudly said that today was indeed his and mother's anniversary. Jin-hyuk was a little upset because he completely forgot about their holiday. He thought that he had to prepare everything himself at the bakery for tomorrow because Dad always makes and gives Mom a vanilla cake for their anniversary. The father, pouring flour on the table, said that they did not have time because they needed to prepare bread and desserts for tomorrow, and Jin-hyuk suggested that he do it himself. He thought that with the help of his strength he could easily melt cheese and in just a couple of minutes he could bake several cakes. So he could do it quickly, but when he came to his senses, he stopped because he forgot that his dad was now next to him and he couldn't use force in front of him. And at this time my father said that if they work together, they will cope much faster. Jin-hyuk got to work and told his father that they would try to do everything quickly, and then they would have time to bake a cake for Mom. The father looked at his son with love and said that he had matured a lot, and that he could not imagine that his son would change so much for the better. When Jin-hyuk heard such words from his father, he smiled embarrassedly, and thought that it was very unusual to hear praise from him. Had done something or he was sitting at the computer almost every night. And now Jin-hyuk, I'm glad things worked out between him and his father. The happy father said that thanks to Jin-hyuk, by 2 o'clock everything was already sold out and that he was happy because they would now bake bread together in the same kitchen. But at this very moment, when there was an idyll between father and son, someone persistently rang the doorbell of the bakery. Father and son turned around to see who was breaking in on them. Jin-hyuk shouted that the store was already closed, but on the other side someone did not stop and shouted that he needed Unjan, the owner of this bakery. When the father and son gave up and opened the door, standing in front of them was Kim Janel, a former student of Jin-hyuk's father, and the owner of the Sweet Baguette Bakery. Jin-hyuk, he asked what he wanted and realized that Janel was drunk. Looking at him as his rival Jin-hyuk, I wondered why he came here to quarrel or to complain. And Janel, in turn, irritably thought that his former teacher gave the bakery to his son. Interrupting this duel of glances, Jin-hyuk's father and Jong, shaking off his hands, asked Janel why he came to them. The drunken owner of the Sweet Baguette Bakery ran into Jin-hyuk, telling him that he should greet people and that he was interested in something. Jin-hyuk looked at him, and exhaled in displeasure. Jin-hyuk was angry that not only did this Janel open his bakery right opposite them, but he also came to them in a drunken state, and wants to find out something with them. He came close to Janel, folded his hands on his chest and looking down at him, so menacingly told him to come in later that his father's former student could not object to him. But then the father intervened in their conversation and told Jin-hyuk to leave this guy because he also had something to say to his former student. And Jin-hyuk had to relax his pressure and listen to his father. The father went into the next room and Janel followed him. Jin-hyuk stood and watched them leave and thought that not all people can talk calmly, especially people like Kim Janel. Jin-hyuk looked after them warily, as if sensing that something bad was about to happen, and they hid from his eyes behind the walls of the next room. When Janel walked into the kitchen, he began to look around, remembering how he once studied here. He saw a table with ingredients, and a notebook in which the recipe was written, irritably clenched his fist and thought that I would be a former teacher starting to teach my son the secret recipe. When Unjong ended up in the same room with him, Janel asked him who this young man was, to which his former teacher replied that he had no need to know. Running his hand along the kitchen surface, Janel began to tell his teacher everything he was thinking about and, hitting the table with his fist, said that he forced him to work day and night. Not understanding what Janel is talking about, Unjong, he said that he was just teaching him. But his former student seemed not to hear him and continued to tell something of his own. The bakery owner, Sweet Baguette, turned to his teacher and said that he couldn't just fail, and desperately shouted that Wang Jiang and his son were happy because he was not doing well. He began to express everything that had accumulated in his soul to Un Zhao, saying that he worked tirelessly, and at the same time his teacher could not teach him anything. That Un Zhang was a friend of his father, and he thought that he could learn all the subtleties and techniques from him, but instead he just worked like a slave. Then Janel added that he wanted to take revenge on him, and that's why he opened his bakery right opposite the bakery of his former teacher. But Un Zhang, not understanding why Janel was so angry with him, told him that he really just wanted to teach him even more than his son. Janel began to slowly seethe with rage and did not believe that Un Zhang wanted to train him even more than Jinhyuk. He looked at the kitchen table and saw all the ingredients for baking and said that Un Zhang's son had just returned from the army, and they were already cooking together. Janel became so angry that he even began to shake with rage. His former teacher tried to calm him down and sit him down on a chair, but the drunken owner of the Sweet Baguette bakery began to go on a rampage. He threw all the bowls of ingredients around, shouting that it was all garbage and that he couldn't fail. Un Zhang was shocked by what he saw. Trying to calm Janel down, he grabbed him from behind so that he wouldn't destroy anything else. But the drunk student screamed for the teacher to let him go, and then pushed him away with such force that Un Zhang fell and hit his head. Thanks to his strength, Jin Hyuk looked into the future in a second, saw this whole terrible picture, and was furious with Janel. Watching him go into his father's room, Jin Hyuk decided that they could not be left alone and grabbed Janel's hand and stopped him. Janel turned and looked angrily at the son of his former teacher, and Jin Hyuk, in turn, asked him if he wanted to talk to him first. Janel asked in bewilderment why he should talk to him first, and Jin Hyuk, without letting go of his hand, thought that if his father had not been here, this impudent man would already be dead. He peered intently at the drunken Janel and thought through options on how to calm him down. He thought that if he was simply kicked out, his father would not understand this. Janel started shouting that he was not respected here. His former teacher did not understand what was happening there, and decided to check if everything was okay with them. Un Zhang looked into the room where his son and his former student were arguing, and at that time Jin Hyuk, not finding any other way out, decided to use his magic and put a hypnotic discharge on them. Ji Hyuk's energy surrounded his father. She blocked his consciousness, and he immediately froze in place, and Janel Jin Hyuk, with the help of his magic, decided to reveal to P his hidden memories that were somewhere deep in his memory. Jin Hyuk stretched his hand forward and directed his magic at Janel and thought that even though he might go crazy from these memories, he still had to give him the opportunity to find out the whole truth. Janel, plunging into the depths of his memory, recalled the past when his teacher Un Zhang taught him the art of baking. He remembered how he constantly wiped surfaces to keep them clean, while the teacher, while kneading croissant dough, kept telling him that the kitchen should always be clean, and that you need to be able to not only use technology but also take care of it. And that's why Janel did what he did. He washed or wiped something all the time. He didn't like it very much. He thought that the teacher was using him to do nothing himself, and anger gradually accumulated in him. While under hypnosis, Janel saw a picture of Un Zhang talking to his wife, saying that Janel still lacks knowledge of basic things, but still he has natural talent. Janel was very surprised that the teacher spoke so well of him, while he himself thought that the teacher did not need him, and that he was not teaching him anything. He saw the teacher telling his wife that Janel had enthusiasm in his eyes then, and that in the future this would help him gradually master the baking business. Un Zhang's former student was shocked to learn that his teacher thought he would succeed. It was difficult for him to realize that Un Zhang really believed in him, but Janel was also interested in the money question. And as soon as he thought about it, he saw in his memories a mother who came into the bakery to see his teacher. When Janel's father died and his whole family found themselves in a difficult situation, his mother came to his teacher and asked him to pay her son's salary. Adjusting Un Zhang's glasses, he said that he would be very happy to pay him, but he's not sure that he can. To which Janel's mother smiled guiltily and asked to forgive her for such a request. Then she added that her son did not know how to handle money at all and suggested that she bring money to Un Zhang and he, in turn, would give it to him as a salary, and said that she would warn her son about this. But Janel, seeing this scene and hearing his mother's words, was at a loss. He remembered that his mother had not told him anything about this, and that this was the first time he had heard about it. Then he saw in his memories Anjang saying that he did a good job this month. He gave him an envelope with money. When Janel saw that his salary was only 100,000, enraged by such a small salary, he felt like a slave. But at that moment he did not even realize that the money he then received was brought by his mother. Then he saw how the teacher was very kind to him then, and kept suggesting that Janel take with him several sausages and dough for his mother. But when anger from injustice filled his entire mind, Janel, without explaining anything, ran away from the bakery, leaving his teacher, who did not understand anything, to be at a loss. And now, when under hypnosis he saw this shocking truth, he regretted his actions at that time, and thought that there was simply a misunderstanding then. Jin-hyuk still controlling Janel. I saw that he understood everything. Jin-hyuk didn't understand how Janel could think that his father was using him. Before bringing Janel out of hypnosis, Jin-hyuk told him that since he dared to doubt his father's selflessness, he needed to apologize to him, and then Jin-hyuk ordered him to get out of their bakery. And when he said his last words, he clenched his outstretched hand into a fist to dispel his magic and return his father and Janel back to reality. When after hypnotic sleep Anjang, when he woke up, he couldn't understand what had happened to him. But his lack of understanding of the momentary loss from reality was interrupted by Janel. He fell to his knees in front of him and began to ask for forgiveness, saying that he was wrong for disappearing so suddenly and not warning him. With tears in his eyes, Janel also asked for forgiveness for opening a bakery right opposite his teacher's bakery. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk was watching him closely, and folding his arms on his chest, he watched as Janel forever bowed and apologized to his father. And Anjong, trying to calm his student down, told him to get up and they would talk normally. But Janel, as if still under hypnosis, didn't even think about getting up from his knees. Covered in sweat, he turned to see Jin-hyuk's reaction to his repentance. But Jin-hyuk looked down on him with contempt, and almost in a whisper ordered him to get out of their bakery. At that same second, Janel rushed to the exit in fear, shouting that he had arrived at the wrong time and he needed to go. And Jin-hyuk and his father watched him go. When Janel ran away from the bakery, he was terrified of Jin-hyuk's power because he gave him some visions about his past. But before reaching the exit, Janel twisted his ankle and began to fall. He ran so fast that before he fell, he flew several meters forward headfirst. As he fell, he rammed his head into the door of the bakery, and fell in the doorway so that half of his body ended up on the street, and people passing by looked at him, and stopped in amazement. He was lying on the floor unconscious and there was a bloody bruise on his forehead from hitting the door. While the Soman bakery had already closed because Jin-hyuk and his father had sold all their baked goods, the Sweet Baguette bakery across the street was still open. Ilban, Janel's assistant, hearing that customers entered the bakery, he turned to greet them but immediately stopped. He saw Jin-hyuk enter the bakery carrying his boss on his back. Ilban fearfully asked what happened to Zanilium, and why the cook from the bakery opposite was carrying him in his arms. Jin-hyuk glanced at Janel and said that he drank well and, unable to keep his balance, fell and hit his head on the door. Not understanding how one could fall and bruise his forehead like that, Ilban said that he would take care of the boss and take him to the hospital. But at that very second he realized that if he took the boss to the hospital, there would be no one left in the bakery, and he did not know what the right thing to do would be. But Jin-hyuk eased Ilbong's internal resentment. He said that he would take his boss to the hospital himself, and came to him to warn him and tell him not to worry. Jin-hyuk had already begun to leave the bakery, but then he remembered what he wanted to find out from Ilbong and turned around and asked if his boss had information about his loved ones in case of an emergency. Jin-hyuk left the Sweet Baguette bakery and headed to the hospital carrying Janel on his back. He rushed to the hospital with lightning speed, maneuvering between people. He rushed at such a speed that passers-by walking down the street did not see him, but they had the feeling that a strong wind had suddenly blown. When Jin-hyuk brought Janel to the hospital, his mother was already waiting for him, who was very worried about her son. "Put your hand on your son's shoulder," she asked him if everything was okay. Janel, sitting on a wheelchair, said that his head was pounding. Jin-hyuk, watching the conversation between mother and son, thought that Janel was a pretender because he was already completely fine since Jin Yun tested him with his magic. Jin-hyuk looked at the family reunion and didn't know what to do next with this whole situation. But here's Janila's mom asked him to leave and leave her and Jin-hyuk alone for a while. Janil, having fulfilled his mother's request, began to drive away in a wheelchair to the side, while his mother, meanwhile, went to Jin-hyuk. When Janil turned around, he saw Mom bowing and apologizing to Jin-hyuk, and he immediately felt uneasy. When Janil's mother approached Jin-hyuk, she began to ask for his forgiveness for the fact that her son caused a lot of trouble to him and his bakery. Jin-hyuk didn't respond to his mother's apology. He looked at her carefully, thinking about something of his own, but after a second he decided to ask the question that worried him. He asked Janil's mother why her son didn't know about the money she gave to Jin-hyuk's father. But the mother looked at him absent-mindedly and then said that perhaps she forgot to tell her son about this. Jin-hyuk was shocked that because his mother forgot to tell Janil about the money, he disliked his teacher. At that moment, Jin-hyuk felt something was wrong. He grabbed Janil's mother by the wrist to use his magic to assess the state of her health. Holding her wrist with one hand and her shoulder with the other, Jin-hyuk asked a little worriedly how she was feeling and if she was okay. Jin-hyuk closed his eyes and used his energy to check the state of Janil's mother's brain, and his worst fears came true. He still held his rival's mother by the hand, and with the help of his strength, he saw that she had clear symptoms of dementia and that her memory had deteriorated greatly. Jin-hyuk thought that even Janil had a person who needed his care. He thought about his mother, who said that he was a good son, and that someday he would have to close the bakery for a while to take care of her and his father. Jin-hyuk let go of Janil's mother's hand and decided to cheer her up, saying that she no longer had to worry and all that was left was to pay the hospital expenses. Janil's mother nodded in gratitude and began to open her purse to take out the money. Jin-hyuk looked at her with pity for several seconds and then abruptly turned away and, taking a deep breath, decided to leave. Before leaving the hospital, he decided to go into Janil's room again to finally tell him something. Janil, with a plaster on his forehead, looked a little trembling at Jin-hyuk and asked him why he came to him. Janil didn't feel at ease in Jin-hyuk's presence because he remembered that he had some kind of hypnotic gift. Janil, trembling with fear, pulled his knees to himself while Jin-hyuk stood calmly near his bed and told him to take his mother to some other hospital for examination. Janil became worried. He didn't understand what his mother had to do with it, and what Jin-hyuk wanted to say. Forgetting that he was afraid of Jin-hyuk, he began to shout at him, call him names and asked him what was wrong with his mother, but Jin-hyuk, without answering anything, simply turned away and wanted to walk away. But unable to bear the shouts directed at him, he turned around and, clenching his teeth, looked angrily at Janil to tell him to shut up. He said that he did not intend to tolerate name-calling, especially from such an unscrupulous person as Janil, and Janil, in turn, unable to answer him, sat with his mouth open. Having put it in its place, Jin-hyuk gritted his teeth and continued to stare at him furiously for several seconds. Janil sat on his hospital bed shaking and sweating from such exertion. He froze and could not even move a finger. He couldn't say anything in response because he seemed petrified. And when he tried to say something, his tongue went numb, and he could not squeeze out a sound. He saw how Jin-hyuk looked at him, and read rage and contempt for himself in his eyes. There was a tense silence between them. Jin-hyuk looked at Janil, who in turn was trembling and thought how much he was worried about his mother. Leaving his room, Jin-hyuk walked away saying that he would look after the bakery's sweet baguette. Then his mother came to Janil's room. She saw that her son was worried about something and, stroking his back, suggested that something was hurting him. With tears in his eyes, Janil asked his mom what Jin-hyuk was doing here in the hospital. Mom tried to calm her son down, and said that Jin-hyuk brought him here because he was unconscious. I'm still in a euphoric state. Janil decided to confess to his mother that he thinks that Jin-hyuk has some kind of superpowers. Mom looked at her son in surprise, thinking that he was talking about some kind of nonsense, and sternly told him that he hit his head hard and that's why he dreamed something. Then she abruptly took her son by the cheek and began to scold him for the fact that he thought of opening his bakery right opposite the bakery of Jin-hyuk and his father. A little angry, she hit Janil on the back and said that now she couldn't just look Uncle Unjong in the eyes. Janil, having endured all his mother's anger at him, looked down and worriedly thought that something was wrong with his mother. Then he turned sharply and urgently suggested that she also undergo an examination in a specialized hospital. Mom looked at her son in surprise and a little confused and said that they had no money at all. But Janel continued to insist and said that he only now realized how important it is to take care of his health. Unjong again, correct all his mistakes, and he and his mother would undergo an examination together. The weather was good outside and the young couple decided to take a leisurely walk in the fresh air. They looked at each other and smiled. But a moment later a sudden strong wind blew, and they stopped in surprise at such an unexpected change in weather. Jin-hyuk, rushing back to the bakery to see his father, rushed past them at such great speed that they didn't even notice him. He returned to his bakery as quickly as he could. Opening the doors, he saw his father, who didn't even ask how Janel was doing. Father and son immediately returned to work, and Unjang showed his son the result of his work. He tried to make cheesecake himself, and almost succeeded. Unjang folded his hands on his chest and looked at the cake and said that he wanted to make it rich yellow, but he didn't succeed. And Jin-hyuk stood nearby and was glad that his father himself had prepared the cheesecake. Putting his hand to his chin, Jin-hyuk looked at the cake and thought that the yellow color was somehow faded and that he had specially prepared azure glaze for it. Listening out of the corner of his ear to what Jin-hyuk's father was telling him, he admired him and also the fact that he himself had done so much during this time while he was away. Unjang, adjusting his glasses, said that he needed to try again because this cake didn't work out for him and asked Jin-hyuk to help him, to which his son agreed and began to show his father how to fill the cake with icing. He said that first you need to put the cake on the glass, and then pour glaze on top. He took the already prepared blue glaze and began to slowly pour it over the cake. And when he finished, the cake looked like a blue sea. Unjang, looking at the new cake, admired his son's skill, telling him as if he had been doing this all his life. Jin-hyuk, he said that all that remained was to make foam streaks to make the cake really look like the sea, and took white glaze. He began to carefully use a spoon to draw white streaks on the blue cake. The father admired this and said that the cake now looks like a surface of water. Jin-hyuk said that he also wanted to add a couple of shells, but you can do without them, and taking a brush he added that there were a couple of small touches left, and everything would be ready. Jin-hyuk asked his father if he needed rings around the cake. His father said that their mother loved buttercream and opened the refrigerator to get it. He pulled out a piping bag from the refrigerator and began decorating the cake with butter stars all around. Jin-hyuk said that these stars look very beautiful. Then Jin-hyuk looked thoughtfully at his father. He didn't know how to carefully ask him why he wasn't interested in Janel. After a couple of seconds, he finally decided to ask this question and his father answered it. He said that since Jin-hyuk took him to the hospital, then everything was fine with him, and then he added that he trusts his son. Jin-hyuk looked at his father, and was immensely happy with his words. After a few seconds, the cake was finally ready. The father raised it on a board to get a better look and asked if Mom would like this cake, to which Jin-hyuk replied that Mom would be delighted. When all the work was already done, they began to get ready to go home and the father was already taking off his apron. While Jin-hyuk was wiping the surfaces before leaving, his father carefully put the cake in a box and said that they had worked hard today. The father looked at his beloved son who was trying so hard for their bakery and thought about how to start a conversation on a different topic. He awkwardly turned away due to the upcoming conversation, while Jin-hyuk happily wiped the tables. The father said that he would like to talk to his son about his salary. He asked if he could not pay money for his son's work. Jin-hyuk was shocked by his father's statement, and stopped and looked at him in surprise. Then he turned away and looked down upset, thinking that even though he was working in the family bakery not for the money, he still expected to get paid at least a little for his work. Jin-hyuk, saddened by the fact that he would not be paid his salary, went limp and reluctantly began to wipe the table. Father watched this picture for several seconds. Then he folded his hands on his chest and said with a smile that his son would not receive a salary, but something like an incentive in the amount of 50% of all proceeds. Jin-hyuk, I was dumbfounded when I heard this. He turned sharply to his father and began to say that he did not need such an incentive because he did not need it, to which his father replied that Jin-hyuk deserved even more, because every day he wakes up at dawn and goes to open the bakery to prepare the oven and everything else for opening, and also because Jin-hyuk develops the menu, buys ingredients with his own money and constantly tries something new. Putting his hands on his waist, the father smilingly added that in his youth he did not have the same zeal for work as Jin-hyuk, and that's why he entrusts the bakery to him. The father looked at his son with love and pride and said that he had earned his trust. Jin-hyuk was very happy and a little embarrassed to hear praise from his father. After this conversation, they got ready and, taking the cake that was in the box, they slowly went home. They were walking down the street. Jin-hyuk stuck one hand into his pocket as his father proudly carried the cake. Cars and public transport drove past them. Father suddenly asked if Jin-hyuk knew his friend Hwan Koru. Jin-hyuk looked at his father and said that of course he knows him, and he added that he is the chef of the Goguryeo Hotel. They continued to walk and the father smiled meaningfully, and then said that he came by today. The father continued to talk about how his friend Hwang Kora came to their bakery when Jin-hyuk was in the hospital. How they started talking and how Hwang Kora saw golden cheesecake. That his friend admired this cake and wondered who baked it. Hwang Kora was sure that Eunjang had prepared it, but the father said that it was his son Jin-hyuk who had prepared it. After his short story about his friend, father said that they talked and that now he wants to meet Jin-hyuk. But Jin-hyuk was a little confused at that very moment because he had never been offered this before. He didn't know what to answer to his father, and Eunjang told his son that he shouldn't sit in one place and that he deserves more. Looking at his son Eunjang smiling, he said that Jin-hyuk received a lot of positive compliments about his baking and added that he should think about this proposal. Jin-hyuk was a little embarrassed by these words. They continued to walk down the street, passing various buildings. A few minutes later, Jin-hyuk told his father that he would think about this proposal. It was already evening. The sun set behind the horizon and stars began to appear in the blue sky. In the house where Jin-hyuk and his family lived, many windows were burning. When they arrived home, Eunjang handed his wife the cake he had prepared for their anniversary. She was happy to see this gift, but then admitted that she thought that her husband had already forgotten about their holiday because he didn't tell her anything during the day. The whole family gathered in the living room. Mom holding a cake in her hands and sister sat on the sofa and father and Jin-hyuk stood next to them. Then Eunjang told his wife that he wanted to surprise her in the evening, so he didn't say anything during the day. Then he sat down next to his wife and began to tell her in her ear that when he was preparing this cake, he was thinking only about her. Nuna, who was sitting nearby, looked at them questioningly. The father continued to say romantic things and told his wife that although it may be evening, it is always followed by morning, which means dawn, and that their life is just beginning. And these words from her husband made her blush. While the parents were enjoying their holiday and walking on the sofa flirting with each other, Jin-hyuk and Nuna decided to quietly merge and go to their rooms because they could no longer hear all this. As soon as the children went to their rooms, Eunjang took his wife's palm with both hands and began to massage her. Eunjang, blushing a little, whispered in his wife's ear that he was already looking forward to their evening, to which his wife, embarrassed, replied that the children would hear everything, but the husband gently said that the children would not hear anything. Jin-hyuk, sitting on his bed in the lotus position, mentally supported his father, saying that he definitely wouldn't hear anything. Jin-hyuk, closing his eyes, smiled, exhaled and thought that now he could calmly practice and improve his strength. Everyone in the apartment went to their rooms. The lights were turned off everywhere, but the rooms were illuminated by light moonlight. It was almost 3:30 in the morning. Jin-hyuk continued to sit on his bed in the lotus position and meditate. He felt the energy slowly flowing throughout his body, and at that very moment, memories flashed through his head. He remembered how his father said that he would receive 50% of the proceeds and smiled. Jin-hyuk, I thought that I had won my father's trust, that now they would become partners and that from now on he, too, would deal with taxes, rent and other expenses. And he also thought about the prospect offered by his father's friend who works in an elite hotel as a chef. Jin-hyuk opened his eyes and looked forward confidently. He already had the answer and knew what he needed to do. He abruptly got out of bed, went to his closet and began to get dressed. He threw a red vest over his sweatshirt. He put on a red cap and, straightening it with his hand, said to himself that the time had come for him to put an end to one problem. He purposefully walked towards the exit of his room but abruptly stopped near the door. He stood there for a few seconds, thinking about something of his own, and then, deciding not to use the usual exit so as not to disturb anyone, he jumped out onto the street from the window of his room. Under the full moon, which illuminated his path, he, like a ninja, quickly moved from one roof to another. Jin-hyuk headed to Taepyeong Hospital. Jin-hyuk climbed into Janel's room. I thought that I would do everything to prevent him from returning to their lives. Janel, still weakened after the fall, opened his eyes because he felt someone's presence. A moment later, he felt Jin-hyuk's finger pressing on his wound. He felt a lot of pain, but he couldn't move. Lights on anywhere in the hospital because all the patients were sleeping in the wards. And the doctor on duty was doing a routine round of patients. She looked at the card with the patient's data and turned her gaze to room 301 in which Janel lay. When she entered, she heard some strange sounds coming from the patient's bed, which was covered with curtains. And at this time, Jin-hyuk, who secretly made his way into Janel's room through the window, looked at him intently with eyes burning with rage. He pressed his index finger on Janel's forehead where the wound was and ordered him to close his bakery and never come to them again. Janel seemed to be paralyzed by his magic, and Jin-hyuk's words were imprinted on the subcortex of his brain. His vision became a little blurred and his nose began to bleed. He lay on the bed holding the blanket with both hands and could not say anything. And Jin-hyuk still held his hand to his forehead and looked down at him imperiously. Then he heard that someone had entered the room and realized that he needed to get out of there so that no one would notice him. The doctor opened the curtain that covered the patient's hospital bed and saw a terrifying picture. She immediately rushed to provide first aid to a patient who was having a seizure. Janel, lying with his eyes open, was trembling and foam was flowing from his mouth. Jin-hyuk, flying around the city at night, was glad that now he would never meet Janel again. He thought that now he was beginning to be pleased with his abilities. He remembered the world of Murimov in which he did not feel freedom when he was flying around the city at night just like now. In the world of the Murim, he had to move more quietly than the wind, otherwise in an instant he could be captured by enemies or killed. But now he felt differently. Now he liked to fly under the full moon and feel the night city under his feet. The sun was already high, illuminating all the streets and houses. The clouds in the blue sky floated slowly. Jin-hyuk was fast asleep in his room when someone insistently began knocking on his door. Nuna burst into his room and asked her brother what time he went to bed yesterday. But Jin-hyuk covered his head with his hands and asked to let him sleep. Nuna saw that the window in his room had been open all night, and said displeasedly that because of this, all sorts of midges had flown into her room. Slowly getting up, Jin-hyuk held his head with one hand and remembered that when he returned home through the window at night, he forgot to close it. Nuna, I told my brother to get up quickly. Looking at her, Jin-hyuk wanted to object, but when his sister saw his face, she froze in horror and covered her mouth with her hand. When Jin-hyuk lived in the Murim world, he was the head of the Kyeonma church. Every day hundreds of thousands of arrows were aimed at him, wanting to pierce his heart and take his life. But neither the arrows nor the blades were able to do this because, with the help of his magic and strength, he evaded them or broke them into small pieces. But today he was helpless and did not notice how the mosquitoes bit him because yesterday he was very tired and slept like a log at night. But Nuna was merciless to him and standing near his bed, holding out her hand, she demanded that he give her 50,000 won. And Jin-hyuk didn't understand why he had to give her that kind of money. Nuna began to explain to him that this money was needed for a gift to his parents in honor of their wedding anniversary, and that they agreed to give them red ginseng. Jin-hyuk had already forgotten about the promise he made because once he could not keep it because while saving his father from a truck, he fell into a coma. He quickly stood up, took out a 50,000 bill and handed it to his sister. Nuna was very surprised that she got her brother's money so easily and asked why he was smiling when she scammed him out of money. But Jin-hyuk thanked her, saying that he had completely forgotten about his promise and that she reminded him of it in time. And Nuna, I was even more surprised to hear such words from my brother. But deciding to take advantage of this situation, she offered to buy a gift for her mother's birthday next week. Jin-hyuk, I asked what kind of gift she wanted to give her. Nuna said that she wanted to look for new shoes for her because she bought the shoes that their mother now wears back in the time of dinosaurs and they were completely worn out. So my sister wants to go to the mall and buy her mom some new shoes. And then, putting her hand to her chin, she added that each person would get about 40,000. After thinking, she narrowed her eyes a little and realized that 40,000 each was a little expensive. Then she condescendingly added that since her brother doesn't have much money, he should give her at least 10,000. But Jin-hyuk, sitting on the bed, said that he would give her 40,000 without any problems. Jin-hyuk added that she should buy her mom some good shoes. Nuna, looking at her brother, a little confused, said that she would try. Then she bit her thumb and began to look closely at him to understand what was happening to him. Jin-hyuk continued to sit on the bed and did not understand why his sister looked at him so strangely, and did not say anything to him. After a few seconds he couldn't stand it, and broke the silence by asking his sister if she needed anything else from him. Then Nuna sat next to him on the bed, and worriedly asked him if anything had happened to him. But Jin-hyuk couldn't understand what she meant. Then Nuna looked intently at her brother for several seconds and then said that it was good that he had served in the army, but after returning she would not recognize him. Nuna, I remembered what I was like as a child. She constantly shouted at her brother and quarreled with him all the time. She remembered that before 5th grade they lived in the same room and Jin-hyuk constantly threw his things on her desk, and she scolded him because of this. Since they are twins, they have been constantly together since childhood, and knew each other much better than anyone else. And now she looks at her brother and doesn't recognize him, as if he had been replaced. Nuna peered at her brother and seriously asked him if it was true that he was the one with whom she grew up all these years. But their conversation was interrupted by their mother calling them to the table as they had been delivered chicken. Nuna quickly got out of bed and, rejoicing, went to the exit of the room. There were already plates of sauces on the table, and the main dish of this meal, fried chicken, which they had ordered at the restaurant. When everyone approached the table, they immediately hovered over the chicken. The whole family was already anticipating how delicious it would be and, wishing bon appetit, began to eat it. The head of the family was the first to take a fork and, having tasted a piece of chicken, said that it was very tasty, and then added that Jin-hyuk should try it too. Everyone was sitting at the table. Jin-hyuk, he said that Mom should try first, but Nuna began to beg for her to try next. And now it's Jin-hyuk's turn. He happily took the chicken leg and took a small bite from it. But as soon as he did this, a crunching sound was heard and the whole family paid attention to him. They were very surprised by what they saw. Jin-hyuk managed to easily bite off the meat and bone without noticing it. And only when his sister asked how it happened, he realized what had happened. Jin-hyuk, looking at the bitten bone, thought that he had unknowingly bitten it off and then remembered that in his world bones are not eaten, although it reminded him more of cartilage. Then he quickly began to make excuses so that no one would suspect anything and, raising the napkin to his mouth, said that it had already been broken off and Nuna was worried that her brother had been injured. But Jin-hyuk, saying that he was fine and that he wouldn't die from a chicken bone, extended his hand to take another piece while it was still warm. When he carefully took the next piece of chicken, he felt the temperature of the meat with his fingertips. And when I brought it to my mouth, I heard the wonderful fragrant aroma of this and wonderful chicken. But when he took another bite and began to chew it carefully, he thought that the taste of this chicken was not particularly rich. At first he thought that he had become too picky about food, and then, putting a piece of chicken on a plate, he realized that in fact the reason was in the meat itself. Then he remembered that in the Murim world, chickens were raised in fields where they could roam freely and peck insects, and their meat was quite tough but more rich and juicy. And in his real world, chickens are raised in captivity in poultry farms and therefore they are under constant stress, which is why their meat simply cannot be as tasty. His thoughts were interrupted by Nuna, who admired the taste of this chicken and could not understand why there was no bread with the same taste. But father said that such bread exists, and added that he once made chicken croquettes. Nuna was surprised by this fact. And my mother said that my father first sold them and then abandoned this business. The father exhaled with folded hands on his chest and said that if you add too many seasonings, the taste of the chicken will be lost, and if you add too little, it will be bland. And then I remembered my chicken croquettes in plastic bags and added that they were not selling well. Nuna turned to her brother, and with a smile invited him to try making chicken pie, and if he didn't overdo it with anything, it would be very tasty. Jin-hyuk thought that he had the same idea as his sister to cook chicken pies, croquettes and much more. And turning to her, he said that he would try to do it. While chewing chicken, the father asked his son not to overexert himself because he already works so much, and Jin-hyuk replied that if it was difficult, he would definitely tell about it. But then he thought to himself that he would never get tired because even now he was sitting without touching the chair and no one noticed this because not a single drop of sweat appeared on his face. But then Nuna's words plunged him into despair. She said that Jin-hyuk would go with them to buy her mom new shoes and that he even gave money for this. Jin-hyuk really didn't want to go shopping and thought that he just needed to give his sister the money. But now she's dragging him along with her. Trying to avoid this, Jin-hyuk, while drinking water, cast a bait that if he went shopping with her and mom, then dad would be left alone in the bakery. And Nuna, she said she didn't even think about it. Then Jin-hyuk offered to take his father shopping instead. But Wonjong also didn't want to go shopping and said that this was not a good idea. And then he added that Jin-hyuk couldn't do it alone in the bakery. But he could because he had more experience, and called on everyone except him to go get a gift for their mother. But then his wife worriedly asked if he was sure that he could completely cope alone, since he could barely cope even with Jin-hyuk. But then Jin-hyuk, to support his father, abruptly put the glass on the table and said that his father could handle everything. And then he added that his father had already looked for new interns, and they would be able to help him. Eunjong, not understanding what his son was talking about, put his hand to his face and asked him in a whisper when he managed to hire interns. Jin-hyuk smiled at his father, and then told his mother not to worry about it, and that everything would be fine. Mom was very happy to hear such words, but Eunjong was thrown into a stupor by this son's statement, and, holding a piece of chicken in his hand, he absolutely did not understand what he was talking about. The next day, early in the morning, a guy in a yellow t-shirt and with a backpack on his back walked into the Soman family bakery. It was Ilbong who used to work at the Sweet Baguette Bakery, which was across the street from the Soman bakery. He entered the store and joyfully shouted good morning to everyone. Ilbin changed into his work uniform and joyfully entered the kitchen. Jin-hyuk asked him to bring several trays of eggs. Ilbin, fulfilling the order, brought 5 trays of eggs at one time and placed them on the kitchen surface. Jin-hyuk looked at the eggs and thought that he could bring 100 of these trays at one time. And Ilbin, like a dog, was waiting for the next instructions. Jin-hyuk told him that Eunjong would be his teacher today, and this news made the new trainee's eyes light up even more. Eunjong came into the kitchen and said with a smile that he would indeed be Ilbong's teacher and offered to prepare saboro for him as a small test. Ilbin immediately began cooking, taking a bowl in which he would stir the dough. And at this time Jin-hyuk was closely watching him. He remembered the first time he made saboro. He immediately mixed the eggs into the dough and because of this he received a scolding from his father. And I thought that Ilbin is doing better now than he was then. Jin-hyuk, I thought that even one egg could ruin everything because it could turn out to be rotten. He looked at his father, who was watching the trainees cooking, and thought that his father was pleased with Ilbin's work. And so Ilbong got to that stage when you need to add eggs to the dough and broke one egg on the edge of the table. But at that very moment Eunjong stopped him. Ilbin, holding the egg in his hand, stopped cooking and stopped. He didn't understand what he was doing wrong. Then Eunjong explained to him that the eggs need to be broken on a flat surface so that pieces of the shell do not fall into the dough. Ilbin was surprised by this and said that he understood everything. Jin-hyuk looked at his father and thought that when he taught him how to bake dough and desserts, he constantly frowned and was angry all the time because his son was doing something wrong. Eunjong, with his hands on the table, asked the intern if the previous bakery taught him how to break eggs correctly, to which Ilbong replied that in that bakery everything was prepared from frozen dough. Then I remembered my training in the past. Ilbong, she said that at school they didn't teach him anything special and he mostly practiced at home alone. Then he lowered his head and sadly said that he wanted to gain experience working in a bakery, and then return to university. But he was unexpectedly fired. But after a moment, he folded his hands and bowed in gratitude that Jin-hyuk and his father took him to work in their bakery, and that he was very happy about it. Eunjong, embarrassed by such a sincere confession, waved his hands and said that it was also great luck for them that they hired such a good intern. And then he happily added that from now on Ilbong and Jin-hyuk are now colleagues and that they help each other all the time. Ilbin was completely delighted and inspired by these words of his mentor. Jin-hyuk at that moment was watching the conversation between his father and the new trainee and was glad that they were getting along with each other. And after making sure that everything was fine between them, Jin-hyuk began his cooking. He quickly rolled out the dough into a thin layer, separated the chicken and separated the meat from the bones, When he prepared broth from the bones, he thought that a real Murim would never cut up a chicken, much less prepare broth from its bones. The father watched his son stir bones and vegetables in boiling water. And at this time, Jinhyuk thought that now he could cook for his own pleasure and not rely on the habits that he acquired in the world of Murimov. He remembered once in the Murim world, he saved the life of a man simply because he liked the roast duck he cooked and therefore refused to fight with him. Interrupting his thoughts, Unjong asked his son why he decided to make broth as well, but Jinhyuk, not having time to answer anything, simply looked at his father. Immediately at that moment, Ilbong began to admire the fact that Jinhyuk was able to cut up the chicken so that not a single piece of meat remained on the bones, and asked how he did it. Jinhyuk said that he just cut it up with a knife and there was nothing special about it. Ilbong continued to question him, but Unjang interrupted him by saying that Jinhyuk is just great with a knife. Then the father asked what his son was cooking. He suggested that it was something from traditional cuisine, perhaps a pie, but Jinhyuk said that his father almost guessed right. He said that he was preparing xiaolong bao. These are steamed dumplings with a thick layer of dough. But he not only cooks them, but also various pies. When he finished placing dumplings and pies of various shapes on baking sheets, he said that it was time to put them in the oven. When Jinhyuk was finishing his Ilbong preparations, asked what time he usually comes to the bakery, to which Jinhyuk replied that he comes at about 5 in the morning. Ilbong was surprised that Jinhyun came so early and also burdened himself with cleaning and offered his help. Jinhyun looked at him incredulously, and said that it wasn't hard for him and that he could handle everything on his own, but Ilbong insisted on his help. Giving up Jinhyuk, he said that he could help with evening cleaning and preparations. Ilbong was very glad that he could be of some help, and then with a smile he admitted that in the future he wants to become at least a little like Jinhyuk. Jinhyuk told Ilbong to follow Unjang's example since he has a very good knowledge of the basics, and suggested that he go and help him. After some time, Jinhyuk's pies were almost ready. They stood in the oven and baked slowly. Jinhyuk stood and watched their readiness with a smile. He made sure that the filling remained inside during baking. Then he, speaking his thoughts out loud, said that he would really like the chicken meat not to be so tough, and Ilbong, holding a pastry bag in his hands, said that his dad works on a farm. Unjang was a little surprised by this fact, and told the intern that his father probably works a lot. At this time, they poured the filling into the tubes using a pastry bag. Ilbong said that his father always says that what is good for chicken is good for people. And then, smiling awkwardly, he added that his prices were high. But at that very moment the oven rang, notifying everyone in this kitchen that the baked goods were ready. This is the Ilbong bread that has been prepared. He happily went to the oven for his baked goods and said that this was the first bread that he himself had baked in this kitchen. He took out a baking tray with fragrant saburo from the oven which looked perfectly cooked. Jinhyuk remembered that in the morning his father gave a task to Ilbong, and told him to prepare saburo as a test. Unjang took one piece from the baking sheet and frowned a little and began to look at what Ilbong had prepared. Saburo to evaluate the quality of cooking. Ilbong was very worried at that time because he didn't know what his mentor would say about baking. And Jinhyuk looked at Ilbong and didn't understand why he was so worried. Unjang holding a little intrigue, he soon smiled and happily said that they were taking Ilbong to their bakery. Ilbong began to cry with joy at this news and, taking his mentor's hand, began to thank him for the opportunity. But then he felt some pleasant aroma and, opening his mouth, stopped and froze in place. Then he turned sharply to Jinhyuk and suggested that his chicken pie could smell so delicious. Jinhyuk confirmed his assumption and said that it was so. Ilbong clasped his hands and began to admire this aroma. He imagined fried pieces of juicy chicken and his mouth began to water. The three of them stood in the corner of the table and, having come to their senses, Ilbong asked how many pieces Jinhyuk could make, to which he replied that he made 24 pieces. Ilbong was very surprised and asked how they all fit on one baking sheet, and Jinhyuk said that they were all different sizes. Unjong, languishing with anticipation, wanted to quickly get his son's pies and said that they were already ready. But Jinhyuk pointed his finger up and said, smiling, that they would be ready only in 15 seconds. Everyone froze in anticipation, looking at the oven. For them, those 15 seconds at that moment seemed like an eternity. And so, when the time came to an end, Jinhyuk grabbed the oven door with one hand, and when he opened it, Everyone present was stunned by what he ultimately succeeded in doing. All the pies that were on the baking sheet looked perfect, and the smell from them was divine. Ilbong was in awe of Jin Hyuk's skill. He asked him how Jin Hyuk was. I realized that all the pies were ready, to which he replied that he knew it by their smell. Everyone looked at the pies Jin Hyuk prepared as a work of art, and were surprised that despite the different sizes, they all baked evenly. Jin Hyuk, I thought that with the help of energy he was able to distribute the air evenly throughout the oven. And then he said that he had to rush a little, but in the end they seemed to turn out quite good. Looking at Wangjiang's son's new baked goods, he said that it would be necessary to place large pies at the edges and small ones in the center since the oven is old and does not bake well in the middle. Jin Hyuk enthusiastically told his father that he could look for a new oven when he went to the candy fair. But the father, touching the oven with his hand, said that he did not want a new oven since this one had been with him since the day the bakery opened, and added that it would be great if it were simply repaired. Jin Hyuk smiled and understood why his father did not want to part with the old oven. A second later, Ilbong called out to him and Jin Hyuk turned around. Ilbong was eager to try the pies prepared by Jin Hyuk and, clearing his throat a little from awkwardness, asked if they would try them. Jin Hyuk, he said that all pies have different fillings and suggested that the new trainee start trying small ones. Ilbong was very happy about this. Out of intolerance, he quickly grabbed one pie and ate it all at once. And Jin Hyuk, watching him, said that they were hot because they had just been taken out of the oven. Because the pies had not yet cooled down, Ilbong burned his tongue due to his haste, and Jin Hyuk, meanwhile, offered his father to take a pie with hot cream inside. Jin Hyuk began to tell how to properly eat this pie. At first he said that you need to let the filling flow out, and then scoop it up with the pie itself, and you can eat it. Wangjiang followed all his son's instructions, and tried a small piece of this cake. He chewed it slowly to get a better taste. Unjong could not understand what exactly the taste of this pie reminded him of, but then he instantly realized everything. He realized it was chicken dumpling and ginger pie. He even introduced chopped ginger and fried chicken pieces. Jin Hyuk at this moment was victoriously watching his father and his reaction. He was looking forward to what his father would say about his baking. Unjong, having eaten another piece of the pie, said that it was simply delicious and that the taste reminded him of fried chicken and that it had an amazing crunch. Jin Hyuk said with a smile that the skin of the chicken was so crispy and added that he cooked it separately on the grill. Unjong enthusiastically said that this pie was more like a snack than a separate dish, and said that it would go well with cold beer. Jin Hyuk, looking at the admiring faces of his father and Ilbong, thought that he didn't do it as well as he expected. But if they like it, then this is also a great result. Here Ilbong called Jin Hyuk a master and showed him the pie. He asked if there was cream inside. And Jin Hyuk, in turn, asked why he started calling him master so suddenly. Ilbong, he said that he calls him a master because he prepared such a delicious dish and tried another small pie. As soon as he took a bite of the pie, he was immediately overwhelmed by a wave of taste. He began to selflessly say that the pie crust is so crispy and thin that the cream literally oozes through it. Ilbong immediately began to wonder how Jin Hyuk managed to maintain the ideal proportions, to which Jin Hyuk replied that you just need to roll out the dough correctly so that the cream does not leak out. Ilbong asked how to roll out dough correctly. Jin Hyuk said that you just take it and roll it out. And after these words, silence fell in the kitchen. Ilbong was in a stupor at Jin Hyuk's words and, as if being in some kind of dream, repeated the same phrase over and over again that you just need to take it and do it. Jin Hyuk then watched as Ilbong, as if under hypnosis, repeated his words and smiled. Having come to his senses, the new trainee concluded that the taste of this pie is exactly like fried chicken and asked what seasonings Jin Hyuk used when preparing it. Jin Hyuk began to explain that for seasoning he used crushed garlic, tomato ketchup, red pepper powder, soy sauce, maple syrup, and also added cinnamon for flavor. And now it's time to try the biggest pie he baked. They cut it into pieces and put it on everyone's plate. After waiting a little for it to cool down, they began to try the largest pie prepared by Jin Hyuk with the taste of chicken. Having taken a bite, they were very delighted with the authenticity of the taste. Ji's father, looking at his piece of pie, said that the original recipe was British, but Jin Hyuk said that he just changed the seasonings. Wu Zhong, he said that it was incredible that my son was able to make a cream from butter and cream that perfectly complements the taste of the chicken. Ilbin, having thoroughly tasted his piece of the pie, finally realized what it reminded him of. The taste of this pie reminded him of different types of chicken: salted fried chicken, chicken with hot sauce, and fried chicken with calyx sauce. Ilbong said that Jinhyuk managed to combine and convey the taste of each individual chicken. Jinhyuk thanked him for such words and smiled. Ilbong, sparkling with admiration for Jinhyuk's skill, he clenched his hands into fists and said that he was truly a master of his craft, and he very much asked that Jinhyuk allow him to call him master. But Jinhyuk didn't answer him. He only said that he was also thinking of serving ice cream as a side dish for this pie. When he said this, his father and Ilbong turned to look at him. They looked at him in surprise, and Ilbin was completely shocked. The father, after thinking for a couple of seconds, suggested that this was the same ice cream, and Jinhyuk, confirming his words, said that this was indeed the same ice cream that his father bought for him when he was little. Unjang, he said that the peak of popularity of shortbread ice cream has long passed, and it is no longer sold anywhere. But Jinhyuk objected to him and said that it is sold, you just need to know the right places. Walking over to the refrigerator, Jinhyuk, he said that he experimented and in his opinion it turned out to be a good ice cream. He took out a small glass and put it on the table, saying that it was garlic ice cream and that you should try it with the pie. Placing 2 more servings of garlic ice cream on the table, he insisted that father and Ilbong try it along with the pie. Ilbong looked at this ice cream incredulously and asked if there were any pieces of garlic in it, to which Jinhyuk replied that there was only garlic juice and cream. Then he handed the spoon to his father and repeated that you just need to eat a piece of pie and some ice cream. My father, holding a glass of garlic ice cream in his hands, looked at it and said that it looked like regular vanilla ice cream. And after a couple of moments, Jinhyuk watched as his father and Ilbong finally decided to try the pie along with garlic ice cream. The father, licking the spoon, was a little at a loss because the garlic ice cream turned out to be quite tasty. And Ilbin, having tasted the pie with ice cream, said that hot pie and cold ice cream go together perfectly, and that they simply melt in your mouth. Thoroughly tasted such a delicious dish, Ilbong and his father wanted more and asked Jinhyuk if he had any more. Jinhyuk, rejoicing that they liked what he prepared, took out another glass of garlic ice cream and said that there was still a little left. While trying such delicious dishes, Unjang kept thinking about her wife and told Jinhyuk that her mother would really like this ice cream. Then Jinhyuk, he said that he would be happy to make mom a separate portion of ice cream and give it to her. But after these words from Jinhyuk, the father became very serious and strictly forbade his son to just bring ice cream to his mother. Jinhyuk had a bad feeling and became a little wary. And then he asked his father why he couldn't bring his mother ice cream. Wu Zhong lowered his head and said that his mother is predisposed to diabetes, so they should be careful with sweets. Jinhyuk, I was upset because at that moment I completely forgot that my mother had such an illness, and said that my father was really right. But the father decided to cheer up his son and, patting him on the shoulder, told him not to worry too much because his mother had always had a sweet tooth. But Jinhyuk at that very second was upset because he thought that he could not heal his mother with the help of his magic, and then said that he would talk to her in the evening. But the father decided to take the whole blow upon himself and said that it would be better if he talked to her because then she would take her husband's words for ordinary grumbling. A family conversation between father and son was interrupted by Ilbin calling Jinhyuk. He turned and looked questioningly at the intern. Ilbong enthusiastically invited Jinhyuk to star in some cooking TV shows so that he could be shown on TV. Jinhyuk was discouraged by such a proposal and said that he did not have time to act in meaningless filming because he already had his whole day planned out minute by minute. Ilbin, embarrassed by uncertainty, said that once reporters came to their university and filmed the process of decorating cakes, then they added that they were shown on TV and that Jinhyuk and his father could look at this program and evaluate his skills since he is quite good at it. Jinhyuk said a little mockingly that he doesn't believe him, to which Ilbong got excited and said that he was really good because he was one of the best students at the university. And then, putting his hand to his chest, he added that soon he would be decorating a cake live with Kyon Yongda. Jinhyuk looked at Ilbong with a blank look. He didn't know who Kyon was. Yongda asked what he was doing. Ilbong began to explain that Kyung Yongda specializes in low-calorie baked goods and that they often encounter him at the annual May festival. He added that Kion Yunda prefers traditional French cuisine and festival participants present their best cakes and pastries and compete with each other. Jinhyuk decided to cheer up the new trainee and said that he should definitely win the upcoming festival, but Ilbin drooped and did not answer him. And Jinhyuk, seeing that he was upset, asked what was the matter and why he was so unsure of his abilities. Ilbin became completely upset and said that last year a guy transferred to their group who had been taught French cuisine since childhood. Ilbin added that the facts that kill him are that the guy's father is a deputy, that he has been to France many times and that he has his own blog on YouTube. Jinhyuk didn't understand the reason why Ilbong couldn't win. He said that now a fashion for healthy eating has begun and now Ilbin thinks that he does not hold victory. And then Jinhyuk looked at him carefully and sternly added that Ilbong now thinks that if O lost once, then there is no point in fighting anymore. Ashamed of his insecurity, Ilbin, looking at his hands, said that it's not that, but that this guy is really very good. And a second later he suggested that they see this for themselves. Jinhyuk looked questioningly as Ilbong, after his words, began to take out his phone from his pocket. Taking out his phone, Ilbong found the YouTube channel of the guy he was talking about and showed it to Jinhyuk and Unjong. Jinhyuk looked at the phone and began to read out loud what was written there. He read the inscription, "Even monkeys can make macarons," from Marie. Surprised by the title of the video, he became interested and asked Ilbong to turn on the video and let him watch it. When Ilbong clicked on the video, music was immediately heard from the phone speakers and then someone's voice greeted all subscribers. The guy in the video was kneading the dough with both hands and said that Marie is on your screens again, and that today he will teach everyone how to make macarons. Jinhyuk was a little shocked by what he just saw on the phone screen and didn't understand what the guy was doing in the video. Seeing Jinhyuk's reaction, Ilbong said that this guy is really very strong because he kneads the dough with such ease as if he had already done it hundreds of times. And then he added that Jinhyuk and this guy Marie, whose video they are now watching, are very similar because they both have talent. They continued to watch the video where Marie said that macarons are a very easy dessert to prepare, and then added that you need few ingredients for this dessert, and began to carefully make small circles on parchment using a pastry bag. Jinhyuk, holding the phone in his hands and watching the video, said that this Marie made macarons very quickly and at the same time carefully. Even his father confirmed that the boy in the video is very good. At this time, Ilbin began to get even more driven and remember that he once lost at many festivals and this Marie is magnificent in all areas. They continued to watch the video lesson and the dessert called macaroons was ready at the 9th minute. Ilbong, despairing of his strength, asked Jinhyuk if he remembered correctly that he was now on academic leave. But Jinhyuk didn't answer anything because at that moment he was watching the video. But Ilbong did not give up hope and asked if Jinhyuk would have helped him win if he had stopped studying and practiced all the time. From this idea, Ilbong's eyes lit up with enthusiasm, but Jinhyuk again did not answer him because this time he was immersed in memories. He remembered the school festival that was held in the open air. I remembered how much fun everyone had there, and how there were many shops from each class. Returning from these memories, he exhaled and thought that many years had passed since then, and he shouldn't waste his time on this now. Then he began to sternly say that he now has a lot to do in the bakery. But Jinhyuk didn't have time to finish his thought and his father interrupted him, sparkling with joy, and asked if there were awards for winning at these festivals. Ilbong, leaning on the table, replied that of course they exist, and the father, leaning a little on Jinhyuk, asked what prizes were given to the winner. Ilbin, raising his index finger up, joyfully said that the winner would be given a large baking oven as a reward. Jinhyuk, who was previously not interested in festivals and competitions, when he heard that the winner was given a stove, turned and said that he had to win for her sake. Ilbong warned Jinhyuk that the competition was not a team competition and that all students could participate. And Jinhyuk asked Ilbong clarified whether students who are on academic leave can participate. Then Ilbong presented to everyone such a picture that if at one of the competitions Jinhyuk could make his famous golden cheesecake and that if he confidently declared that he would win, then many would like it. At that moment, Jinhyuk also thought about this idea that Ilbong proposed. But Unjong again brought the guys out of their dreams and fantasies. Taking and placing a bowl covered with film on the Unjong table said it was time for red bean bread, since now Unjong is teaching all the recipes to the trainee. He turned to Ilbong and asked what to do next when the dough is ready, and he said that we need to make the filling. Unjan said that Ilban answered correctly and added that the filling is usually made while the dough is rising, but then he said that this time they decided to experiment a little. Ilban, understanding what his mentor was talking about, said that thanks to this the taste would become more rich. Unjan was glad that his new student understood him perfectly, and said that Ilbong was great. Jinhyuk stood a little distance away and watched as his father and the new intern happily talked about how to properly prepare this or that pastry. He watched his father and, to his surprise, came to the conclusion that he really liked teaching someone. Jinhyuk, I remembered how I tried to find some new recipes for baking and thought that if the bakery's business went uphill, my father would appreciate it and be happy. He felt a little lonely at the moment. He thought that his father, of course, was then happy that Jinhyuk was doing so well, but he also thought that his father was still young and that it might be very difficult for him to understand the fact that his son could surpass him in the work of his entire life. Jinhyuk, I remembered that in the world of Murimov one person always stood above him and thought that people are not only understanding, but also obsessed. A certain man was a member of a political faction. His son received an award for his outstanding skills and he was very happy about it at first. But the young man was very strong already as a teenager, and this gave his father the idea of a possible rivalry and his likely loss, so he decided to attack his child under the cover of darkness. But the man received from the cook and betrayal from a loved one broke this guy's heart. In their little fight, the father suffered the very defeat that he so greatly feared. When the guy realized that he had caused injuries incompatible with life, the young man left the house and decided to escape from this place as soon as possible. Then this guy came across him while hiding from assassins sent by his younger brother, and he was pursued for about 10 days. He did not have the opportunity to eat normally, sleep, or even rest for an extra minute. He approached the guy who was lying in the stones and was unconscious and thought about how best to help this boy. He took the guy and picked him up and then put him somewhere on his shoulder. When the guy opened his eyes, he was very surprised because he didn't understand where he was now and what happened to him. He sat down on the bed and tried to look around to understand what kind of room this was. The man who saved him stood near his bed and said that he had been waiting for a very long time for the guy to wake up. He asked in a frightened voice who this man was and why did he come to kill him. He replied that he was not a killer, and in fact he saved the boy, despite the fact that he could have simply passed by. The guy looked at his body and saw that his chest was bandaged, and his wounds were being treated all this time while he was unconscious. Save stood near the door and said that now this guy needs a good rest and restore his body. He shouted that he wanted to be killed. He said that he had to escape from his own home, and now a large number of killers are hunting for him. He tried to run out of the room and constantly shouted that he wanted to be killed as quickly as possible because he was tired of waiting for this moment of death. But the guy didn't allow him to escape from the room and hit him on the back with his palms so that he would stop running around the room screaming. He opened his eyes and realized that he had slept for a very long time, and he again needed to recover from sleep. The owner of the house sat all this time near his bed and waited for the boy to wake up. He placed a jug of water under his nose with food. The guy asked why didn't this man kill him, and why did he need to save a stranger. He smiled and looked at this boy with a sweet look, as if he was amused by all these questions. The owner of the house said that he does not share food with people who are going to be killed, and this solemnity means that he is not going to kill this boy. He still continued to look at this guy in disbelief and did not understand what his motives were, and why he treated him so well. From that moment his training began. He swore allegiance to the owner of the house and knelt down, and said that he would honor him as his own father. But the boy constantly called him his father, and was very annoying. This really infuriated the guy and he wanted to put something in this boy's mouth for moments. Jinhyuk thought that this guy was actually a very good friend to him. Jinhyuk didn't understand why all sorts of nonsense constantly creeps into his head and he can't concentrate on something very important. He thought that now his father's opinion is much more important to him than the opinion of other people. He thought that it would probably be a little strange to ask such things, but he couldn't even tell him that he was very cool at baking. The guy with glasses was very joyful and happy and said very loudly that he did a good job. The father replied to this guy that he also did a very good job. The guy with glasses thanked the boss for the compliment. Jinhyuk looked at them at how cute they were communicating and thought that before it was always him in his place. Jinhyuk looked at him and thought that dad just wants to teach someone else this craft. The guy with glasses went home after work and said goodbye to all his colleagues. Father would ask you to be careful on the way home. They walked home and constantly, what were you talking about? What does the father want? What is very important to talk about with his son? Jin-hyuk said that he is ready to talk about anything. Father said that if Jin-hyuk wants to take part in that competition just because of the stove, then there is no point in it, there is no need to do it, and he will just buy this stove if there is a need for it. Jin-hyuk said that his father already helps him a lot, and he should do something for his father. He said that everything will be fine, and there is no need to worry about it. The father told his son that he knew that the boy wanted to buy a new stove to make it easier for them to work. Jin-hyuk thought that in fact he didn't need anything for the job other than the ingredients and the oven, and in a pinch, he could buy additional equipment for it. He thought it would be nice. It would allow her to serve for many more years and not have to think about new purchases. He thought that he wanted to stabilize the operation of the furnace by installing new spare parts. But even so, it would be difficult with the old one. Jin-hyuk said that their team has expanded, and I don't have time to make more products, and it would be nice to buy another oven. The father looked at his son in surprise and was upset because he was not ready to hear such words from him. The father said that, unfortunately, the boy does not hear what he is saying at all and they do not communicate in different languages. He said that he loved their old oven and he had it since the opening of the bakery, and it was a gift from a dear friend. He said that this friend died in the mountains and this is all he has left in memory of his friend. The father told a story that they were both in a mountaineering community and were supposed to go hiking together. But Jin-hyuk's mom was pregnant with a boy and Kim Young-wook looked him in the eyes and said that he would go to the mountains on his own. He was taken away by a terrible accident, and except for him, all the people who were on the bus died, and he left his 9-year-old son and wife without a father. He said that Chunuk worked as a doctor, and therefore he had considerable savings. And only thanks to his support he was able to open a bakery. He said that after what happened, he thought that he was lucky and if he suddenly died, then his mother would inherit the bakery, and they would cope with the debts. He said that he made a lot of efforts so that his mother received a license. He came to spend a lot of nerve cells so that she received it as soon as possible. He said that doctors work completely differently. It was more difficult than he thought. He said that his friend's wife was so shocked by what happened that she lost her mind because of the scammers. They lost both of their houses. Jin-hyuk remembered that he once heard that depression can sometimes develop into dementia and that is why she could have mental disorders. The father said that his attempts to repay the help were unsuccessful and everything did not go as he would have liked. He said that he didn't understand what to do in this situation and he went to Janel and said that he was very sorry. But these words did not reassure him, and it seems that he and his mother went to some province. The father said that he is now looking at his son and lately he has a lot of thoughts in his head about this. Jin-hyuk was very surprised when he heard such words from his father, and he did not understand how to react to these words. The father replied that he is very proud of his son, and he is now over 20 years old, and the father is ashamed to even think about what he did in those years, and was not like his son. Jin-hyuk was very amazed by such statements from his father, and did not understand why Dad decided to share all this with him right now. The father said that he has an excellent son who is the best baker he has ever seen and asked his son not to waste his talents by working only in their bakery. Jin-hyuk now understood what his father wanted to tell him, and why he told him this whole story. The father said that he really wants and dreams that his son will realize his dreams and stay here and work to become the best in his business. He thought there that Dad was very worried about him, and wanted him to be okay. Jin-hyuk understood that his father blamed himself for tying him hand and foot, and forcing him to work in a bakery. Jin-hyuk asked his father to stop because he had something very important to say. He smiled and started laughing. After that he said words of gratitude to his father for what he gave him. The father was very surprised when he heard these words from his son. The father began to cough and felt very awkward at that moment, and he asked his son what exactly was he thanking him for? Jin-hyuk replied that he was thanking him just like that. They continued further along the street, which was illuminated by street lamps. The windows in the houses were also on fire and thanks to this it was quite light in the city, despite the fact that it was already evening. Jin-hyuk at some point noticed that this is a very interesting nasty thing that attracts attention. At the end of the street he saw a woman standing next to another woman with a child and they were talking very nicely about something. Jin-hyuk said very happily that he didn't expect his mother to come out here today. She turned her head towards him and smiled when she saw them. Mom said that they returned very quickly, and she did not expect that they would be free not so early. He asked who are these people who are next to her now. The woman greeted them and said that she was the chairman of the council of this house, and would be very glad to meet him. Jin Hyuk looked at this girl in surprise and greeted her. The girl asked if he remembers her. Jin Hyuk said that he remembers her, and she once came with a child. The woman said that everything in me is just as he says and she has one request for him. Mom said in a joyful voice that next week there will be elections for the chairman of the school council and in honor of this they want to make a big order. Jin Hyuk replied that he didn't know that the election for the student council chairman could happen in the summer. But he was immediately told that the previous chairman was hospitalized due to an accident, and therefore it was decided to choose a new one. She said that they practically didn't lose in the spring elections, and she thinks that if they can't surprise people with delicious pastries, it will help them win. She said that they usually order hamburgers or pizza, but love everyone. She was already pretty tired of it, and needed to change the order, so she decided to order delicious pastries. Father asked, approximately how many people are in one class now? He said that when he was still in school and they had about 60 people, but he doesn't know how many children are in the class now. The girl replied that there are 35 people in one class, but sometimes there are 40 and they have a school in the suburbs. Therefore, there are only 8 classes in one class. He said that in this case it turns out that they are counting on 360 servings with a margin, and if they had warned at least 2 days ago it would have been easier for them to fulfill this order. He asked what exactly did they want to order from the food. She replied that she didn't know what exactly she wanted to order, and asked him for help so that he could suggest something. He said that their cheesecake was very tasty, but it was finicky to store and that he would still have to buy forks. She replied that this option does not suit them. The father looked at his son with a frightened look, and I don't understand what else he could offer and wanted to get help from his son too. Jin Hyuk said that he can offer chocolate eclairs and he thinks that it will suit absolutely everyone because everyone loves them. She replied that it would be too sweet and she would like to offer something sweet, but even on television shows all the baked goods are always sweet. She said that in fact it doesn't matter at all that the food is sweet because she still continues to buy all sorts of delicious baked goods from them. He said that it seemed to him that they would have something else for this order. She felt embarrassed and asked what else they could recommend. He suggested that she order a pie with caramelized onions, and this pie has 80% less sugar than the rest of the food. The father said that his son accidentally blurted out these are recipes and that's why they can now cook such a dish. My father said that the dish retains its sweetness thanks to the caramelized onions, and therefore there is no need to add a lot of sugar, and this dish is healthy. She said that she doesn't even know if she can order such a dish in large quantities because it will be very difficult to do. She said that she encountered difficulties when preparing French onion soup. The father replied that he understands her, but he is very sensitive to this because his wife was diagnosed with diabetes, and therefore he knows how to prepare such dishes. He said that his son is developing a special recipe that does not require huge amounts of sugar and flour. She said that as far as I know, if you fry the onions correctly, then they will become sweet, and she is also surprised that they add this to pies. He replied that they make about 20 pieces a day and unfortunately, this woman did not make his signature pie because everything was already sold out when she arrived. She said that she would definitely remember this and asked if there was anything else that they could offer. He replied that they also have a special chicken pie and it is also almost sugar-free and very tasty with a rich taste. She replied that this would be enough to place an order, and she wanted everyone to have at least 2 pieces. Mom replied that everything will be done in the best possible way. She promises that she will not let her down, and they prepare very tasty dishes because she was even able to lose a little weight. She was very surprised when she heard these words from her. She saw red shoes on her feet and asked when she managed to buy them because she had only seen her in black shoes before. Mom replied that these beautiful red shoes were given by her son and husband. She said that she had recently seen these shoes. They were new from Unkangjawa. She said that sheepskin shoes wear out very easily and therefore have to be changed often. She said that if this woman plans to wear these shoes every day, she will have a lot of problems because she will have to be careful, and the shoes may quickly deteriorate. Jin Hyuk thanked this woman for the advice and after that he said that they would take care of them, and do everything so that they maintain their perfect appearance. She smiled and said that she would come to them tomorrow to check everything and try, but she could only come to them in the evening. The father replied that he would prepare everything for her arrival. The lights in the windows of the houses were already turned off because it was very late. The father saw that his wife was upset because of this woman's words and asked her not to listen to this woman's words. He took her hand and gently squeezed her fingers against his palm. Suddenly he apologized to his wife and looked very scared. She smiled and said that he had no need to apologize because nothing bad had happened. She told her son and husband that everything was fine and she still really appreciated their gift, and it was nice that they wanted to give her the most beautiful shoes. Jin-hyuk said that I can't go home and he'll catch up with them a little later because he still had something to do. He put his hand in his pocket and tried to find something in his pocket. He took his phone out of his pocket and started talking on the phone to some girl. The girl picked up the phone when she heard that they were calling her and asked what happened. He said he wanted to talk about the shoes she picked out for his mom. She smiled and asked her how his mother reacted to such a gift, and she hoped that she liked everything. Jin-hyuk said that his mother said that they made him look a little smaller, and she really liked this gift. He thanked the girl for also taking part in choosing this gift. Without her, nothing would have happened. She said that he simply wouldn't call her, and asked what were the reasons for his call. He replied that he wanted to ask her to buy 6 more pairs of such shoes. She became wary and asked in a surprised voice what happened and what was the problem. She said that they only have brown, red, and black shoes. She explained that his mother tried to take the black shoes for herself, but she persuaded her to take the red ones. She said that his mom said that in her youth she often wore similar shoes, but she doesn't understand why I should still buy 6 pairs. Jin-hyuk said that the main problem is that they are made of sheepskin, and therefore we would quickly become unusable. She was very surprised when she heard this and didn't know how I should react to this information now. Jin-hyuk heard her screaming into the phone that she couldn't believe that these shoes were made of sheepskin. She said that she was sure that these shoes were made of leatherette. She was shocked by this news and now did not understand what to do. He was very surprised when he found out that sheepskin is so fragile. He thought that in that world sheepskin was used to make clothes and was worn mainly by the nomadic peoples of the north, and several layers of high-quality sheepskin fabric that were similar chain mail, and not one arrow could pass through such protection. He asked, "Is sheepskin really that fragile?" She said that almost no shoes are made from sheep leather, and if you wear such shoes every day they can easily get damaged. She said that her mother constantly looked at these shoes while they were choosing them and it was difficult to persuade her to buy these shoes. She said that she acted like a fool and blamed herself for being very stupid. He asked her not to worry and said that he would take care of it. He said that he would go to some shoe store and ask for these shoes to be patched up and thanks to this they would last much longer. He returned home and went into his mother's room. Jin-hyuk opened the closet that contained all the shoes in their house. He saw red shoes that stood on the top shelf and thought that these were the very shoes he was looking for. He said that Mom brought these shoes all day but they still look like new and she must have been very careful when she wore them. He said that he doesn't value his feet as much as he values these shoes. This gift is very important to her. He took these shoes in his hand and said that first they need to be filled with internal energy. He held these shoes in his hands and thought that they have a very fragile structure, and you need to be very careful with these shoes. He remembered that he was told that since he was the head of the Ilwal church, then he would not be able to succeed in using his inner strength. He knew that he would succeed and therefore did not give up, and upon returning to his hometown he began constant training and constantly improved his skills. He said that he had the opportunity to fight with the bloody sects that created the Ganzi, and these were vile monsters with human skin lined with sheepskin and resembled stone. He said that the cultists infused ghosts into the corpses of people and carved a spell onto their bodies. He said that the more blood they added, the stronger their skin became. The higher-ranking members of the Ilwal Council decided that they could not defeat them. Many experienced warriors and defenders were ready to fight these monsters. He ordered to destroy all these monsters and leave nothing of them, and he wanted them to die as soon as possible. But in the end the Ilwal church fell, and it was a very stupid decision because of this battle all the defenders and wars lost. He said that it wasn't worth the sacrifice they had to make to protect themselves. He pricked his finger with a needle and blood flowed from his finger. Jin-hyuk said that a drop of blood from an adult man has more power than the blood of a child, and considering his current age, he is still a child by the standards of the past world. Jin Hyuk touched his finger to the protective shell and said that now it remains to share the blood with this energy so that the shoes are stronger. The protective one was immediately activated after a drop of blood fell on this shell and they began to envelop the shoes. He saw what he did and was happy about it like a child. He spoke a spell in which he said that he wanted this shell to protect his mother and absorb any damage and preserve her health. He thought that he could further improve the appearance of these shoes. But he didn't have time to do this because he heard someone approaching his room. He heard footsteps in the corridor that were constantly approaching this door and did not understand who it could be. The man slowly continued to approach the door. His shadow was already visible on the floor. Jin Hyuk saw that a boy was standing in front of him. It was the son of a council representative. He thought that this boy was very unlucky with his mother because she practically didn't even give him sweets, and she definitely wouldn't let him out of the house at 10 p.m. He opened the door lock and decided to find out what happened to this guy because he could have run away from home. The boy saw the door open and was very scared. Jin Hyuk, why did he decide to come here so late? He shouted loudly and said that he wanted to talk to Mr. Baker and he had important information. He said that first I would like to ask Mr. Baker when he will process the order they placed on Friday. Jin Hyuk said that he would deal with this order on Friday, and it turned out that this was very logical, and there was no need to ask about it again. The boy stood silently and looked to the side. He wanted to say something, but Jin Hyuk didn't understand what exactly. Jin Hyuk thought that at his age, students of the Ilwal Church go on special tasks, and by completing this task, the student proved his independence. But in this world everything is completely different. In the past world, children and other people weak in rank and status knelt down and bowed to their master, afraid to move. Boy, village Mr. Guardian, could they not do this order? Jin Hyuk looked at this boy in surprise and asked what is the reason for the refusal of the order. The boy said that his opponent is better than him, and he thinks that it will be right if the opponent wins this confrontation. The boy said that his rival is actually very suitable for the position of chairman of the school council. Jin Hyuk asked, is he really that good and the guy is ready to give up his position to give it to someone else? The boy replied that he was ready to give him this place. He smiled and said that no one except this guy should occupy this position, and now he was unwell, but he will definitely return soon, and then he will become the best chairman in the world. Jin Hyuk said that the boy is exaggerating. He says all this and in fact he does not believe that this unknown guy is the best chairman in the world. The boy looked at Mr. Baker in surprise and said that he did not understand what this gentleman meant. Jin Hyuk asked if it would really be better for the guy there if he refused to cook these pies. The boy replied that this guy would not get better if he did that. Jin Hyuk asked the second question and asked him if his mom made a custom temperature. The boy replied that his mother had already ordered pies. Jin Hyuk asked the boy what will happen to him if he does not fulfill the order that his mother ordered. The boy replied that he would not receive his money. Jin Hyuk said that he will be considered an irresponsible person who does not keep his promises. This is a very bad reputation. The boy got upset and lowered his head into it. He said that he absolutely didn't think about it when he came here. The boy said that he wanted to tell this Mr. Baker something else, and try to carry out his plan. The boy said that he would like Mr. Baker to cook something tasteless and people would not like this dish. Jin Hyuk was very surprised when he heard these words from the boy and he was confused because he did not understand how to help this guy. The boy said that Mr. Baker always has very tasty food in his establishment, and this food is so tasty that you want to eat it again and again. The boy said that if Mr. Baker prepares such delicious food for them, he will definitely be chosen as the new chairman. He said that he could not allow this and did not want to occupy the position of chairman. He asked the chef to make his dish a little less tasty, at least a little, and he said that this was very important for him. Jin Hyuk looked at the boy and was very surprised because he did not expect to hear such a request. And now he was faced with a very serious decision. The boy said that he promised to take care of the school and bring it to the best level, but if he is elected chairman, he will not be able to fulfill his promise. Jin Hyuk smiled and said that in that case he had a plan. And after that he told the boy that he could return home. He went to the door and tried to be quiet and inconspicuous so that his steps could not be heard. He opened the door to the bedroom and saw that his mother was now sleeping. He came closer to her and thought that she actually had diabetes. He sat near his parents' bed and thought that lately his mom had been eating a lot of sweets, and he had also made a lot of baked goods with a lot of sugar for her. He blamed himself for the fact that because of his sweet pastries, His mother now had health problems, and he acted thoughtlessly, and just wanted to please her. He took the blanket in his hands and squeezed it. Jin-hyuk touched his mother's shoulder and back with his palms and thought that he could help her using his strength. He used internal energy to feel her body, and in this way he learned that her condition was not the best, and some of the internal organs were not working well. He thought that he should heal her with his energy. He knew that even if the disease grew, the difficult process of therapy would begin much later, and he did not want his mother to have to go through this. He thought that he needed to completely heal her body. But this couldn't be done at once, and he would have to constantly help her with his energy. He knew that his mother's body would change very much due to the impact of the force, and today he could give her just a little of his energy. Jin-hyuk understood that if he constantly helps her throughout the year, her health will improve and her performance will be good. He began to feel sad that he couldn't help her right away and thought that he needed to come up with some way to speed up this process. When morning came, he went to the kitchen and called his mother. She asked why he wanted it and why he called her. Jin-hyuk, ask your mom if she has the number of the chairman who recently placed an order with him for a large number of onion cakes. She replied that she had this woman's number. Mom said that she was very embarrassed because she did not give this woman's number right away and she forgot to do it. He looked down and noticed something very strange. There were black shoes on the floor near the door, and they were his mother's shoes. He took the red shoes that he had given her recently and said that he wanted her to wear them. He put these shoes on the floor and said that he wanted to help her put on her shoes. She said that these shoes were a gift that her son and husband gave her, and she did not want to damage these shoes. Jin-hyuk said that yesterday he tinkered a little with these shoes and now everything will be fine with them, and they will no longer be so fragile. She asked her son how he managed to achieve such a result and make these shoes better. He said he just wanted her to touch them. She touched the shoes with her fingers and felt that it felt completely different now. She said that these shoes now shine so brightly as if they were covered with some kind of varnish. He replied that in fact there are. He covered them with a special varnish. She asked where he learned to varnish expensive shoes. He replied that there were a lot of them in the army. We trained them. Jin-hyuk helped his mother put on these shoes and said that he wants her to try walking in them now. She said that he now acts like a consultant from a shoe store. Jin-hyuk saw that his mother's tights were torn and thought that she would need to buy new tights. He put on the second shoe and said that something happened to these shoes and now it's very pleasant to walk in them, and she said that her son tried very hard when he worked on these shoes. She took her phone and saw that she had received a message that she was late for work, and she said that it was time for her to leave. She said that it was time for her to go to work and asked her son if he was getting ready for work. He replied that he had everything ready. He said that before she leaves he wants to tell his mother something else. She turned her head and asked what exactly he wanted to say. He said that the bakery's revenue is slowly growing and therefore she may no longer work and rest. Mom smiled and said that she didn't want to sit at home and work was very important to her. She started laughing and asked what she should do when she retires because she will be very bored sitting around doing nothing. She said that now the bakery's revenue is growing, but at any moment it could fall. She said that it was time for her to go, and wished her son a good day. He replied that he also wished his mother a good day. He smiled when he looked at her happily going to work, and thought that he was very happy that he had such a good mother. The sun went beyond the horizons, and the evening began slowly. Someone opened the front door, and the bell that was hanging on this door began to ring. The chairman entered the bakery to check her order. She was met by a young worker and told her that he was glad to see guests at the Somin bakery. She asked why the meeting time was moved to the evening. She wanted to know what was the matter. He was very surprised when he heard her questions. He asked if you made an agreement at the meeting with the boss. He said he didn't know anything about it. She said that something had to be set aside for her, and it was black onion pie for her and her son. The guy asked this woman, "Is she really the same mother of the little cook?" She looked at him in surprise and asked what he means when the mother is a little cook. He smiled and said that now the little chef is cooking with Mr. Baker. She was shocked when she heard these words and didn't know how I should react because she didn't allow her child to take part in making pies. She asked, is her son really in the kitchen right now with the rest of the cooks? He replied that everything was so, and he did not expect that it could cause any problems, and thought that the mother should be happy that the boy was making pies with his own hands. She said that this is a very big problem and her little boy is terribly afraid of fire because of severe burns. He cannot be in the kitchen. She ran to the kitchen and shouted that she had to find her son Huan He immediately. She couldn't let anything happen to him. He said that she couldn't go there, and she should wait until the cook was free and together with her son, and they themselves would go out into the main hall. Huan He at that moment I was preparing pies and took them out of the oven, but suddenly he saw that a woman had appeared in the kitchen. He turned his head towards her, and was happy when he saw his mother. At that moment he looked very happy. She was very angry with her son and said that she did not allow him to come into the kitchen and cook. She grabbed his hand and said that they need to get out of here immediately, and she was shocked by everything and the situations that were happening. Jin Hyuk said that if she continues to shake his hand, he will soon fall and might hurt himself. She asked the boy to give this guy a spatula and immediately move away from him. Huan He said that he couldn't leave here until he finished making the pies and said that it was very important for them to win, but his mom continued to scold him. Jin Hyuk looked at the dish and realized that it was still not ready because the onions were not completely fried in the pan, and they needed some time to finish the dish. He understood that he needed to speed up because evening had already come, and they still had half of the portions ready. He turned up the heat, and this helped him fry the onions as quickly as possible. And when everything was fried enough he put it on the plate. Jin Hyuk understood that now he needed to explain the whole situation to the crazy girl, or otherwise she would simply destroy him. She screams very loudly at me and says that she wants to hear an explanation to this guy why her son was here in the kitchen. She yelled at her son for coming here instead of studying in the section with the rest of the children, and she was unhappy that he skipped the section today. She hugged him and said that he was very afraid of fire, and she could not allow such horror, and would allow you to stay near the fire for so long. Jin Hyuk was surprised when he heard these words from this woman, and he did not understand what he needed to do right, and what to do in order to correct this whole situation. Huan He told his mom that Mr. Baker watched him all the time and helped him cook, and he treated him very well, and that's why he wasn't afraid to stand near the fire. The woman started yelling at her son because she knew that he was afraid of fire and fire was dangerous, and she didn't want to let him get burned. Jin Hyuk told this woman that her son himself wanted to make a pie with the baker, and this is very important to him. She turned her head at this guy and looked at him in surprise because she didn't expect to hear this from the cook. Huan He told his mom that he wanted to go to the hospital. Mom asked in a frightened voice, "Why does he need to go to the hospital?" He told his mom that he wanted to make a cake and take it to Doyoung. She was very surprised and couldn't believe that her son actually wanted to do such an important thing, and wanted to take care of his friends so much. Jin Hyuk asked this woman to wait outside for her son because they hadn't finished cooking yet. Huan He was very happy because he understood that he would also be allowed to finish this pie and he could personally cook it. Jin Hyuk said that the boy will not cook the pie either, and he should find it with his mother and wait for him outside. They walked out into the main hall together and left the kitchen. Jin Hyuk said that now he will have to start all over again, and it will require a lot of strength and energy. There is no other option. He said that first he needed to fry the eggs and onions in order to prepare the filling for the pie. After that, he needed to add this mass to the baking dish. When he did all this, he needed to hide the pie form in the oven. At the very end, I used my power to slightly improve the quality of the fire and speed up the process. He created a small fire inside the oven that was supposed to help improve the taste of the pie and make it tastier. He said to add a little balsamic vinegar at the end to improve the taste. He took the finished pies out of the oven and said that he would give one to himself to try and give the second to them. Suddenly this woman came into the kitchen and said that she had shouted at Mr. Baker in vain, and she was very embarrassed because of it. She apologized for this and said that she was just scared, that's why she did it. The guy said that there was nothing wrong with this and he had a nephew. He could understand this woman, but next time she should first find out the whole situation. He said that they did not know that he had burns and were sure that the boy warned his mother. The girl replied that he didn't tell her anything, that's why she was so scared. Jin Hyuk asked the girl if she wanted to try the pie her son made. She looked at him very surprised. She said that she did not expect that she would also be treated to a pie and that she would be very interested in trying it. Jin Hyuk said that he brought them 2 pies and she can try the dish that her son prepared. He put these pies on the tables and they didn't look very nice. She looked at these pies and was very surprised. She said that she was sure that her son was still very small and would hardly be able to cook a whole dish, and she thought that her son needed constant care, but he was already a grown guy. Jin Hyuk said that he was very pleased that she understood that her son had grown up and could already cook food. She apologized for yelling at him and said that the pie was actually very tasty. She said that the thought that he could be near an open fire again breaks her heart. She said that his loud screams and continuous crying constantly remained in her head, and so she immediately ran to save him, and then she forbade him to enter the kitchen. Jin Hyuk said that now he understands why she reacted so sharply to this whole situation. Jin Hyuk looked at the boy and said that it was time to say something to his mom and confessed to her what he told Jin Hyuk yesterday. The boy looked at his mother and said that he did not want to be the chairman, but he was very afraid to tell her about it because he thought that she was violating him. He said that he wants to visit his friend Daeung to apologize to him and treat him to some pie. She smiled and said that she wanted to talk about it all with her son, and next time she asked him to tell everything at once. She pulled out a decent amount from her wallet to pay for the services and asked the cook if this money was enough to pay for everything. He replied that this would be enough. She said that she still wouldn't thank him for what he did. Jin Hyuk lowered his head down and thought about this situation. She said he brought her son here without knowing and putting him in danger. Jin Hyuk said that in this case he is forced to cancel her order. She replied that she would be very grateful if he did this. They said goodbye to this woman and child, and after that I did not leave and closed the door, after which the bell rang again. She told her son that they could go to her friend right now because he was not far from here. If he didn't want to be chairman, then I could tell him everything at once. He replied that he just wanted to be responsible. She said that he is responsible even without this position. He asked Jin Hyuk what happened and wanted to know why he agreed to help this boy. He assumed that Mr. Baker wanted to help him overcome his fear of fire. Jin Hyuk said that the matter was completely different, and he agreed to do it not because he wanted to help the boy overcome his fear with fire. The guy asked him to tell what really happened. Jin Hyuk said that now he will explain the whole situation. Jin Hyuk told the boy that if he refuses this order it will have a very bad effect on his reputation. The boy said that in this case he wants to make the pie himself and help Mr. Baker. Jin Hyuk said that the boy is talking nonsense, and he should go home and go to bed now because it's late. He said that he was very scared and that's why he came here to ask for help. Jin Hyuk asked the boy what exactly he was afraid of and wanted to know how he could help him overcome this fear. He said that he had a big fire burn on his hand, and after he got burned he was very afraid of fire. Jin Hyuk looked at this boy's hand and was very surprised when he saw his terrible burn. He said that in this case he has a plan for what they can do in this situation. He asked Mr. Baker to tell him about this plan and said that he wants to overcome his fear as quickly as possible. Jin Hyuk said that in order to cook a black onion pie they would need a lot of fire and told the boy to come to his bakery tomorrow and help him cook the pie without being afraid of the fire, and then he would fulfill the boy's request. He asked Mr. Baker will he really make a tasteless cake if the boy helps him? Jin Hyuk said that he is not going to make a bad pie, but he will give the boy a chance to tell his mother about his reluctance to become chairman. He said that whether to come make a pie or not to come, this decision remains with the boy and he must make his adult choice. Jin Hyuk thought that a person who is able to confront his fear should be respected regardless of age. Jin Hyuk told his partner that what he did for the boy was not help. It was just a simple interest. He looked down and thought that he looked like that person who was also afraid of fire. He thought that during his training, on one of the terrible days of hell, he extended a helping hand. He thought that this man had lost his home and his entire family in a fire, and because of this, even the slightest spark caused him terrible panic. He remembers that he had to kill this guy and it could not be avoided. He knew that out of 100 disciples only one has the right to life, and he returned to his family in heaven. Jin Hyuk suddenly heard the voice of his partner and realized that he was still standing here and watching him stand and remained silent. My partner said that Mr. Chef is very kind and has a big heart. Jin Hyuk said that this is not true at all. Jin Hyuk said that their order to make a large number of pies was just cancelled. The partner looked down and thought that the chief was most likely upset right now because they weren't making money. Jin Hyuk asked his partner if he ordered or needed the ingredients to prepare such a large number of pies. The guy replied that Jin Hyuk's father placed a large order of ingredients, and this morning, he said that they had to look for a very long time for suppliers who could provide them with a large number of ingredients in one purchase. He scratched his hand and said that the formal purchase had not yet taken place, and therefore everything was in order. I cannot cancel the order. My partner said that their chicken pie always turns out very tasty, and it doesn't matter whether the meat in this pie comes from a store or a farm. Jin-hyuk asked his partner how many chicken pies were sold today. The partner replied that today he sold absolutely all the pies and by evening they had nothing left on the counter. Jin-hyuk asked what was the name of this farm where he ordered chicken meat. The partner replied that it was called Peaceful Farm. He closed his eyes and said that he was entrusting the task to his partner to find a sample. The guy asked in a surprised voice what kind of sample Mr. Chef wanted to find. Jin-hyuk said that he wants to arrange mutually beneficial cooperation with them. Jin-hyuk said that their collaboration will consist of combining a premium pie whose main ingredient will be Peaceful Farm chicken. Jin-hyuk said that if his plan works and they succeed in this cooperation, he will reward his partner with money. He lowered his head down and looked to the side. He tried to figure out how best to carry out this whole plan. His partner ran up to him and wanted to hug him and thank him for such kindness. The boss was against this and asked him to stand still quietly. Jin-hyuk said that first they need to prepare one pie and try its taste. If it's not tasty, then he won't pay his partner anything. He looked at the boss and said that when he saw that boy in the kitchen, he thought that his mother asked him to come. Jin-hyuk said that this boy doesn't stomp at all. Why would she suddenly ask him for such a thing? The guy said that he was incredibly happy to work with such a wise chef and great person. Jin-hyuk said that he initially did not intend to help me that boy or this assistant well, it just happened that way. My partner said that the fair will take place next Friday. Jin-hyuk asked did the professors really decide that? The partner replied that these wee people really liked everything. If they didn't like it, they wouldn't immediately refuse to come here. He said that he might be told to come to the university on a certain day, and he would have to close the bakery for that time, and have to miss 4 days next week. Jin-hyuk said in a dissatisfied voice that 4 days is too much. His partner said that he had already warned him about everything and all these days he would come and help, and his mother would help them along with them. Jin-hyuk said that in this case he agrees and we need to have time to prepare everything. Late in the evening he returned home when it was already completely dark. Jin-hyuk walked into the large room and asked his mother if everything was okay and if anything hurt her. She replied that she was fine and asked why her son was asking her about this. Jin-hyuk said that he was just curious and decided to worry about his mom. She replied that sometimes her body aches, but this is due to her age and lately it has become less of a concern to her. He said it might be because it's summer. But in fact, he understood that this was all the result of his efforts. Jin-hyuk said that he recently started doing health-improving gymnastics and thinks that it would be useful for his mother to do it too. She looked at him in surprise and said that it sounded very cool. But she was afraid that it would be difficult for her. She smiled and looked at her son. She was very pleased that he took care of her. She smiled and asked if her son had brought anything from the bakery today. For example, dark cookies. She said they were very tasty. Jin-hyuk became wary when he heard this and realized that she shouldn't eat these cookies. The father was also wary and did not know what his son answered to this question. Jin-hyuk replied that he brought something else from the bakery, 100 chocolate puffs. He said that sugar and chocolate, if consumed in large quantities, can cause diabetes. She smiled and said that her son always makes very tasty baked goods. She said that I don't know what he did, but now her feet don't hurt at all in those shoes after he fixed them. These shoes fit perfectly. The father asked his son what he did with these shoes. She said that her son coated her shoes with a special varnish, and says that he learned this in the army and now they are very comfortable, and she shows off her shoes all day. Jin-hyuk said that he met a man in the army who taught him how to repair shoes. He thought that using this technique was still somewhat dangerous, but since there are no complaints, then everything is in order. The father said in a rude voice that he had one request for his son. He said that his father also has shoes and he would like his son to help him with these shoes. The guy replied that he would work on these boots tonight. Jin-hyuk said that father always takes care of his shoes, but nevertheless he can take these shoes and improve them a little. And as for gymnastics, he still recommends mom to do it before bed because it's very useful. She didn't ask? Is all this really necessary? And does she really need to do gymnastics? He looked at mom and said that yes, this is actually necessary, and he doesn't want to hear any excuses. She looked at him with a surprised look, and did not understand how best to act in this situation. Jin-hyuk realized that he had just responded very rudely to his mother, and he should not have spoken so rudely to her. He said that he was worried about her, and asked if she wanted to try this gymnastics. He massaged her shoulders and said that she was very tired today. She needed some relief. Jin Hyuk said that a light massage would help her relax and feel light throughout her body. She was very surprised when she felt lightness in her body after several touches. It was as if she was filled with energy after each of his movements. She began to laugh and said that she felt very cheerful. He replied that if she started doing this more often, she would feel even better. My father found them when he saw their classes and said that he could try it too. Jin Hyuk said that you need to start setting up and spread your legs shoulder width apart, transfer your body weight to them and then straighten up on your back and don't hunch over. He said that it should not be difficult, and they should have a good starting position. They tried to follow him, but they were very bad at it, and they moved awkwardly, as if their movements were like robots. He looked at them and realized that what they were doing was not quite right. He explained to them that they should not hunch or bend over during this exercise. They said it was too difficult for them to do it the first time. Jin Hyuk said that for them it was actually very difficult, and it was very good that it was he who ended up in the world of Nirim and not his parents, because they would hardly have coped there. Two guys came into the bakery and one of them, the one who was short and fat, asked where he could find Jin Hyuk. He looked at these guys and greeted them. He said that he was very glad to see them in his establishment. They were surprised when they saw this guy behind the counter. The tall guy said that he wasn't surprised last night, that this guy was the same Jin Hyuk who cooked cheesecake for them. The father came out of the kitchen and said that these people most likely knew his son. He was surprised when he saw these people a little closer. He didn't expect to see them here. The tall guy said that the man who came out of the kitchen was named Im Woo-jong. He said his name, and said that his name was Kim Man-seok. He said that he heard from Kor that this gentleman founded a small bakery, but did not know that this bakery was located here. Kim Man-seok said that they have not seen each other for a very long time, and he is very happy to see him. Kim said that Im Eun-jung was his supervisor when he was in his first year, and he wasn't a very good student. The guy asked the teacher why he talks about himself in such a way. The man said that Kim Man-seok said that he knows this man who can bake bread very well, and most likely this man is now standing in front of him. His son must have accepted this talent as a teacher. He said that they were pleasantly surprised when they tried the cheesecake he prepared, and the idea, obvious skill and implementation impressed him very much. Jin Hyuk thought that this was all so ironic. Because he didn't attend lectures very often, so his grades weren't the best. He looked to the side and began to examine them. Jin Hyuk thought that their hands were too weak for those who bake daily or at least a couple of times a week. This is all very funny, of course, but he doesn't need them. He understood that he would have to refuse their request if they wanted to join him. Kim cleared his throat and was about to say something very important. He said that as they already know, Hyeonjeonkan is a traditional event that has been held for 20 years. But unfortunately they are not sure that they can win this year, and they need the help of this bakery. Jin Hyuk replied that he had already heard about this and this information is not new to him. The man said that the multi-layer cheesecake that Mr. Jin Hyuk prepared could definitely win the admiration of the public. Kim said that, in addition, he would be ideal for the role of the main dish of a 5-star hotel, but he would not be enough. Kim said that we need more desserts, and naturally these desserts should be of the same level, and suggested making macaroons or maybe chocolates. Jin Hyuk said that it sounds very tempting, but he has something to tell them. The guy happily replied that their chef can cook almost anything they want because he is a real talent. Kim said that if they look around they will see that there are cookies and cakes on display here. Kim asked Eun-jung, the owner of this establishment, "Has he really developed a new menu?" Eun-jung replied that it was all his son's doing, and he came up with this brilliant menu. The guy said that the chef is a very capable person, and he came up with not only a cheesecake recipe, but also many other delicious desserts, and the combination of garlic ice cream and chicken pie. It was a real discovery in the world of cooking. He said that they still haven't tried anything in their establishment, and have missed a lot, because if they try it then I will immediately understand the level of skill of their chefs. He said that he urgently had to prepare several signature desserts for them so that they would immediately understand what to deal with. They replied that this guy advertised the desserts so much that they could not object and refused this opportunity to try these desserts. He brought it under their noses where they found desserts, and said that there was chicken pie, black onion pie, and hundreds of chocolate eclairs. Kim said that 100 chocolate eclairs is a very large amount, and he is not sure that he can eat it all. He put the chocolate eclairs in his mouth and began to chew it. He bit off the eclair, enjoyed its taste, and really liked how this eclair constantly crunches when he is bitten. He looked down and stood silently for several seconds chewing this delicious cake. He enjoyed this taste, and what did you constantly think about in order to make your verdict? He needed to fully appreciate this dish. Jin Hyuk asked the gentleman how he felt about this cake, and whether he liked eating this dessert. Jin Hyuk said that baked goods and chocolate definitely go well together, but in order to get a crispy crust, he pours chocolate on the dough. He said if you grease the dough with chocolate, then nothing will work. Kim asked how he got such an incredible chocolate layer inside this cake. He wanted to know if this cake turned out to be such a perfect shape. He said in an admiring voice that such a masterpiece could only be achieved after hundreds of attempts and trials. Kim shouted very loudly that this guy has real talent in cooking, and this talent was hidden from the world for a very long time. They tried chicken pie, and the taste of this pie was delicious, and it could not be compared with anything. He said that there was an incredibly tasty broth inside the pie, and he used rice dough to prevent this broth from spreading. Jin Hyuk said that they almost got it right, but he used slightly different ingredients to achieve this shape of the pie. He said he used something other than rice dough to make this chicken pot pie. Kim said that without the rice dough, his pie would have been tough, and the taste would have gone bad. They took another dish that was on their tray and began to examine it before taking a bite. Kim said that he was very surprised because the creams inside this pie did not mix, and he did not understand how this happened. He said that usually the creams are mixed together after they are hidden in the bread pan. They suggested that the chef made such cream using a decorative pen. They began to discuss among themselves various ways of mixing the creams and ways in which these creams would not mix. The student shouted loudly and asked his teachers to look at him because he wanted to show something important. He cut this dessert and said that he wanted them to see what it looked like inside. He said that the inside of the filling looks like real multicolored marble, and it always surprises him when he cuts it. He understood that thanks to this he was able to convince the teachers that the chef was a real genius. They could not understand what kind of secret this chef was hiding from them because chocolate and milk are always mixed, and in order not to turn into a common mess, and the smell also does not mix, a lot of effort must be made. The onion pie he brought them looked delicious, and it was like pure culinary gold. They said that it all looks quite good at first glance, and this strong sweet aroma attracts. Kim asked the chef if he added sugar to this dish. Jin Hyuk replied that he didn't add sugar because there was absolutely no need for it. Kim said that he couldn't believe that these pies have no sugar because the taste is very sweet, and he assumed that the chef uses some kind of special onion. Jin Hyuk said that he just fried the onions and brought them to a certain stage where they taste very sweet. Jin Hyuk knew that if I didn't want to repeat his dish, and if I didn't try too many times, they still wouldn't be able to recreate this dish exactly. Kim said it must have been very difficult to achieve such perfect caramelization. Kim said that he and his friend needed to go out for a while to smoke and digest all this information. Jin Hyuk said that his father does not smoke cigarettes. Im Eunjung said that with friends you can see and smoke once. The son replied that he would tell his mother about everything. The man started laughing and said that Kim Manseok needs to stop smoking cigarettes immediately. If he had such a caring son, he would be able to quit. Kim said that in this case he just wants to go outside and talk without cigarettes because there is something to discuss. They left the establishment, and said that they would return soon after they had talked about everything. It was already dark outside by this time. Kim said that Jin Hyuk turns out to be a man who recently returned from the army. Im Eunjung asked why his friend started this conversation. Kim said that before the army his son was not such a good cook, and when they practiced caramelizing his training frying pan burned. Kim said that he then had to buy a new one, and he was shocked that this guy is now such a good cook. But the most important thing is that the guy then could not compensate him for the loss. Im Woo-jong suggested that his comrade now has very big problems with the budget. Kim said it's like this everywhere now. Kim said that this time everything is much more serious than usual because they suffered a number of defeats, and therefore the board of directors will stop paying them subsidies, and all because he could not teach the students well enough. He said that fortunately Im Woo-jong was able to train his son well and now he has hope, but he said that for now they will not be able to offer anything about the menu because they are not at the same level. He said that's exactly what this guy did because he wanted to be a sous chef. He said what at that moment he thought that the guy was just exaggerating. Kim said he has been baking for about 8 or 10 years and the menu he saw at this bakery was delicious. Im Unjong said that his son recently returned from the army and was already able to do a lot of things. Kim said that this guy has real talents. He is in no way inferior to his father. Im Unjong said that this guy has already surpassed all his talents in baking. He said that he didn't initially believe Il Bang's words when he said that he was working with such an outstanding baker. He said that if he had such a predisposition, then he would have shown himself in the first year. But with Jin Hyuk everything happened completely differently, and in the first year he was inexperienced and not the best cook. Im Woo-jong said that the army actually influenced him a lot and changed him. He said that their boy had matured a lot and gained intelligence and experience, and he began to force them to do gymnastics before bed. Im Woo-jong told that he also started experimenting with recipes because his mother was diagnosed with diabetes, and he is trying to preserve the taste of dishes without adding sugar, and this is an incredibly amazing act on his part. Kim said that he actually owes Im Woo-jong an apology. He replied that it was not worth doing because of this, and Kim should not apologize. Kim said that if he had not given up his position as a teacher then he wouldn't be here now. It's all thanks to him. Im Unjong replied that he simply did not want to stay there then, and he also had no desire to study. Kim replied that the teacher always liked him more than himself. He said that if he had not said that he was not interested in a master's degree and the rest in that case, then he definitely would not have done this. Im Unjong said that he didn't want to talk about it anymore and asked his friend to stop. He told them that he had come through a lot to achieve this, he didn't need to apologize to him. Kim was very happy when he heard that. His heart melted at that moment. Kim said that he was very glad that his friend raised such a good son and did not lose his skills. Im Unjong said that he just got old, it was his son who made his establishment what it is now. Jin Hyuk thought that this is not at all what his father says, and in many ways his father helped him. Jin Hyuk thought that he was now hearing their dialogue as if he were walking next to them and they had to go somewhere on a train for him to stop hearing their dialogue. Jin Hyuk thought that that teacher really wanted to somehow annoy him. From here he, on the contrary, was trying to apologize to him for his actions. Jin Hyuk saw that the second man was still standing next to him and looking at him. The man asked the guy who heard Lev's new theme for the competition, and what is he going to cook this time? Jin Hyuk said that he heard that the theme of the cooking competition this time will be fruits. He answered the guy that everything is correct, but Jin Hyuk still hasn't chosen the dish he will cook. If you remember last year's, you may have problems choosing a dish. Suddenly the younger partner appeared and said that this time there would be ice or chocolate. He said that the teacher himself talked about this at a lecture and not once in the last 5 years has chocolate or ice been used as decoration. The teacher said that now the weather is too hot for ice and besides, the budget for events is the same everywhere, so it's unlikely that it will be ice. Jin Hyuk said that most likely it would be chocolate. The teacher asked the guy if he had ever sculpted chocolate. Jin Hyuk said he didn't do anything like that. The teacher said that the guy should be good at this. This is because he saw his eclairs and they were delicious. He is sure that the guy can definitely handle chocolate. But nevertheless, the guy must remember that the lack of experience in making chocolate products can have a very bad effect on his final dish. The teacher said that they only had small candies, cookies and chocolate cakes. He said that this assortment was not enough to prepare a culinary chocolate masterpiece from acne. Did Leon prepare something more from chocolate? He wanted to know what his maximum was. Jin Hyuk thought before answering this man's question, he wanted to remember for himself what his maximum was. He remembered his past life when he was in the world of Murim. He remembered that he once made a statue out of Ganzi so that all the bloody cultists could see it. Jin Hyuk said that he once made an art installation. The man asked how he made this installation, cut it out or glue it. The guy replied that he cut it out. The teacher said that there are times when you need to glue some part to give the object a shape. He said that there is a chocolate rose and if they just cut it out, then it will turn out to be a very crooked installation for decoration and the petals need to be made separately in order to turn out beautifully. The teacher said that he could teach this skill to the guy if he wanted. Jin Hyuk asked, "Is this really my second-year university student?" He said that a man named Kin Mario knows exactly how to do it, and the university is already teaching it. The partner shouted to the teacher that he should not watch this man's video because in this way he was helping his enemy. The teacher said that you shouldn't be so bad about analyzing your opponent's skills. He said that he also watched this guy's video, but after that he regretted it because he just helped him earn more money. He said that even if you watch his video, it is unlikely that you will get the same result. Jin Hyuk asked her partner. Is he really that upset because he can't make chocolate? The partner replied that this upsets him. Jin Hyuk said that if they talk about modeling the shape by adding starch syrup, then he knows how to do it. The teacher asked, did the guy learn this himself? Jin Hyuk said that for his parents' anniversary cake he needed chocolate planets, and he had to learn how to do it. Partner is shocked when he finds out that Mr. Baker learned this and loved them without any help. The teacher said that if the guy could make small cakes, then he could make big ones on his own. At that moment, the father entered the bakery along with Kim Jong-guk. Kim said that they came here the day before the competition, and most likely it might already be too late. The teacher said that they just came to visit just in case, and should not have come earlier. He said he wanted to say something else. The teacher told his friend that this guy is a very good cook, and he needs to be trained because he already knows a lot of things and can handle it on his own. Kim looked at this guy and said that this is the first time I've heard this friend of mine praise such a guy, and asked if Jin Hyuk is better than Marilyn. The teacher said that Marilyn is a good cook, but their strengths can only be compared during a culinary duel. The father came out of the bakery and said that, be that as it may, his son cannot just come to competitions to win everyone, and he said that I was already very tired for today, and wished a good trip to his guests. He watched them go into the distance, and followed them with his eyes. Greenhouse that it is unclear why the teacher came. The partner said that everything the teacher said here was pointless because Jin Hyuk already knew it all. Jin Hyuk replied that he has never done anything very big. He looked at his partner, and saw that he was very upset but did not understand why. My partner said that before he didn't understand why they called him talented. He said that these thoughts constantly tormented him, and he didn't understand why they kept saying that he was talented. But now he completely understands them. He came to the conclusion that the world is unfair. Jin Hyuk got tired of listening to his partner's constant complaining and whining and told him to finish and go home. His partner said that tomorrow there would be a competition and he would first prepare for this competition and only then go home. Jin Hyuk said he's leaving now. When they returned home, they saw that their mother was sitting on the floor with a small kitten and feeding it. Jin Hyuk, you were very surprised when you saw this picture and asked your mom what's going on here. The kitten was trembling and barely moving at that moment. She said he looked very exhausted and couldn't even eat. Jin Hyuk asked her where she got this kitten. She said that she found him next to the trash near the house, and she was afraid to imagine what would have happened to him if she had not noticed him. She said that she couldn't just leave the kitten in trouble. Jin Hyuk looked down and tried to understand what he should do in this situation. He remembered how in the world of Murim he destroyed crowds of opponents and created a high pile of corpses from them. He stood silently for several seconds and looked at his mother and cat. She turned to him and looked in surprise because she saw that he was approaching her. Jin Hyuk asked his mom, "Does she really want to leave this cat at home?" She replied that she was not sure that this cat would be able to survive at least this night. She said that this baby is clinging to life with all his might, but it seems too late, and it is unlikely that he will be able to survive. Jin Hyuk understood that one day they gave him a helping hand and thanks to this he was able to survive, and he would have repeated the fate of this kitten if they had not helped him. He looked at his mother and said that he had come up with something. Jin Hyuk said that he will save this kitten and promises his mother that everything will be fine with the kitten. She looked at him in surprise and did not understand how he was going to save this kitten. She smiled and said that he had a cooking competition tomorrow, so he needs to have a good rest and sleep. He said that in any case, first of all, they need to do gymnastics, and he said that his mother should feel better after constant exercise. She said that her body feels lighter after doing these exercises. Jin Hyuk said that Dad could also do gymnastics with them. The father said that he did not think that he would have to do gymnastics every day. Jin Hyuk heard a little kitten meowing very loudly and asked her mother if she had come up with a name for him. She looked at this kitten and thoughtfully did not take her eyes off him for several seconds in order to come up with a name. She said that the kitten is Gino, and this name suits him very well. The father said that this is the name for a boy's cat, and as far as he knows, most calico cats are females. She said that he had a 3-color coloring so that he would be strong like a tiger and not get sick. Her father suggested that she think again about the name she chose, but her mother said that she wanted to choose a name for him before he died. The kitten was cowardly from fear and cold, and looked very sick. Jin Hyuk said that this kitten is all paws and there are traces of vomit on its face, and it is unlikely that it will be able to live long. Jin Hyuk said that he will take care of this kitten, The parents don't have to worry about it, so I can't go rest. Jin-hyuk said that if they don't want to go to bed, then they will now do gymnastics all evening. Morning came and the weather was incredibly good that day. The kitten slept sweetly on his towel and felt a little better than yesterday. The kitten woke up when he heard someone's steps approaching him. Jin-hyuk held the head of cabbage in his hands, trying to figure out how to help him. He fed the kitten from a bottle and said that the treatment with the help of internal energy had borne fruit, and he was on the mend, and today he needs to repeat the same procedures. He saw that there was a sleepy kitten lying in the box and sleeping after eating. Jin-hyuk decided that he would first take care of this kitten and then take care of the parents. He threw the bag over his shoulder and said that now he needs to go with Jino and save him. Jin-hyuk moved very quickly using his strength on the roofs of buildings. The girl raised her head up and said that there was a man running on the roof. Mom replied that she didn't see anyone and there was no one there. Jin-hyuk heard the girl's conversations with her mother downstairs and realized that he actually moves very well and quietly, and he could be a good killer. Jin-hyuk continued to run very quickly along the edge of the roof in order to get to his destination as quickly as possible. He stopped at the edge of the roof and saw a large building with a purple billboard. Jin-hyuk read the inscription on this billboard and realized that there is something else going on here today besides the competition. He thought that most likely he would have a lot of fun today. He went to the doors and tried to open them. The doors were closed, and he realized that he had arrived too early. Jin-hyuk saw that posters of invited guests were hanging on the windows and decided to take a closer look at them. He saw that one of the invited chefs was Adriano Janbu. Jin-hyuk thought that this was very interesting and such connections could be useful in the future. The girl who was in charge of inviting guests said that she is now calling participant number B3 and he should come here. Jin-hyuk went up to this girl and said that number B3 is him. She asked this participant to sit on a chair next to the others. Jin-hyuk sat on the table and said that he thought that he and Kong Mario would compete one-on-one, but it turns out to be a group competition. The girl said that the participants of Group A and Group B must get ready and take their places, and after the competition begins, each of them must prepare the dishes they have chosen in the allotted time and the winners will compete with each other. Jin-hyuk thought that because there was not enough space for all the participants, some of them had to wait, while the others prepared their dish. He understood that the organizers were primarily to blame for this because they did not calculate the budget. He reassured himself that he was able to find out the theme of the competition in advance, and decided that he wanted to choose some zodiac sign and prepare a dessert that personified the animal. He remembered all the zodiac signs that exist and wanted to choose the right animals. Jin-hyuk thought about what he knows which animal is best for his dessert. He tried to imagine what ingredients would be needed to make his idea a reality, and hoped that all these ingredients would be in the kitchen when he started cooking. The organizer left the hall from the kitchen and informed Group B that they should get ready. Jin-hyuk thought that Kong Mario won in Group A and he made a pork pie in the shape of a pig. Jin-hyuk wondered how this guy managed to make such a cake and keep its shape. Jin-hyuk understood that the smell of this pie could be heard even here, and he definitely used a lot of pork because the smell is very strong. He thought that it was natural for pies, but still this guy prepared a good dish. At that moment he heard that some guy next to him was constantly calling him. Jin-hyuk turned to this guy and asked what happened. He didn't understand why this guy like you looks at him and doesn't say anything. Suddenly the guy showed him his badge on which it was written that number 2. He said that it's not just a number, and that you actually need to put it next to your plate when you're done cooking. Jin-hyuk thanked you guy for this information. The guy replied that there was nothing to thank him for. I said that his name is Kim Undong, and he came from Asen and he is 28 years old. Jin-hyuk asked this guy why is he telling him all this. Kim said that she told him all this just like that. Jin-hyuk looked at this guy and thought that he was an ordinary loser. Jin-hyuk used his super hearing and found out that the jury could come up with something new. Jin-hyuk heard that the jury is most worried about the fact that they will see almost identical dishes in the final result. Jin-hyuk understood that the people were very worried about the fact that none of the participants could truly surprise them. He smiled and thought that this was his chance, and now was the time to prove his talent to everyone. He realized that he was exactly the person who would surprise absolutely everyone and prove that it is possible to prepare a dish that is incredibly tasty and visually unique. The girl came out into the hall and said that Team B was now starting their test and invited numbers 1, 2, and 3 to start cooking. She said that they only have 2 hours to prepare the dishes. The cooks heard the bell and realized that from that moment the test had begun. and they immediately started cooking. Jin-hyuk poured chocolate into the pan and thought that while the chocolate was melting he would prepare the other ingredients. He added some magical ingredients to enhance the effect of the dish. The jury was watching the contestants, and the girl saw that the third number was doing something suspicious, and she became interested in what he would cook. She said that this number would make something out of chocolate, and he was now going to make waffles, and she didn't understand why he decided to make chocolate and waffles. Jury number 2 said that if he does this, then everything will probably just fall apart, and he should understand this. But he still continues to cook this dish. Jin-hyuk understood that his dish would not fall apart, and he knew for sure that waffles could withstand 2 to 3 kilograms of chocolate. The jury understood what exactly this guy wanted to surprise these people with because the combination of waffles and chocolate is very ordinary. They noticed that this guy's decorative abilities are excellent, and he will be very unlucky if the dish is tasteless. Jin-hyuk thought that if his partner Ilbong were next to him now, he would be crying in delight when he saw this dish. Jin-hyuk deliberately does everything slowly, and does not use his strength. He tried to somehow show the clumsiness so that everything would not look too perfect. The rest of the participants noticed that this guy is now behaving very strangely and attracting too much attention to himself. They don't understand why he's doing this, and why he's attracting so much attention to himself. It felt like he'd gone completely crazy. But suddenly the participants noticed that this guy began to prepare his dish very quickly and his movements were incredibly fast, and it was impossible to follow them. He thought it was him, that he was Kim Eun-dong. He was 28 years old and he was a soldier. But then he was demobilized and 3 years ago he started baking and he's not sure about the decor. But everything he cooked should taste perfect. Kim imagined a picture of him being forced to cook something that he doesn't want, and he screams that he came here to practice decorating and this is not a game at all. He touched the ingredient with his fingers and wanted to cut it. But then he thought that if he fussed over the decor like that, he wouldn't be able to control the taste of the dish. But he had his own trump card. The girl informed the other participants that the time was up and they already needed to show their dish. The jury saw that these participants' dish was brought to their table. There was a plate on the table with cookies in the shape of a hare on it. Chef of the jury asked the girl who prepared this, what did she make it from? She replied that it was from a rabbit. He said that unfortunately she was dropping out of the competition. He said that she added meat to the cookies and it was absolutely tasteless. If she added bacon maybe the taste would be much better. He called the next participant number 2 to look at his dish. The girl saw the dish that participant number 2 made and was surprised because it was pretty good. In front of her on the table was a dish that looked like a small cockerel. She asked where the eyes of this cockerel are. She said that it was possible to do this for my cockerel with the help of 2 black ingredients, and at the moment, this cockerel looks as if he had already died. She said that this cockerel was a good try, but there were many shortcomings in it, and it was necessary to work better in order to pass further. He understood that he did not have time to put this cockerel in his eyes because time had run out. The jury decided to taste this dish and understand how good it is in terms of taste. They took an egg that was near this chicken and decided to try it. The jury said it was much tastier than they thought. She said that it was very surprising for her that such an unremarkable bird turned out to be very tasty, and he deliberately made it so external in order to surprise in the future when they taste it. Kim was delighted when he realized that the jury appreciated the taste of his dish, and thought that he had every chance of winning this competition. Participant number 3 prepared a dish in the shape of a Chinese dragon, and brought this dish to the azure table. The jury was either delighted when they saw such a dragon, were they shocked by this and don't they even know how to react to such a beautiful presentation. They said that this dragon looked incredibly beautiful, and it would be a shame to cut it open to taste it. Jin-hyuk took out his signature knife and made quick cuts to cut this dragon perfectly. They were shocked when they saw his incredible skill in cutting this dragon, and said that he was his perfect technique because he did not harm me one of the whiskers of this dragon. He put a piece of this chocolate wafer into his mouth and began to chew it. He chewed this wafer with chocolate and thought that he had already felt this taste, and it was something unforgettable. He asked what flavoring additives did this cook use. He suggested it could be habanero or chili pepper. She suggested that this cook use something based on capsaicin, and in Mexico there are a lot of desserts with chocolate and chili. But they are not so popular in Korea. Jin-hyuk smiled and said that he just added green pepper to it. Jin-hyuk said that the great Chinese dragon symbolizes great power, and he would like to express this with the spicy taste of green pepper. They said it looked great and tasted amazing, and they were shocked that they had such a member. The jury that participant number 3 unanimously wins this competition and passes to the next stage. Jin-hyuk went outside after the test ended and heard someone calling him on the phone. He picked up the phone and answered the call. Jin-hyuk at Mom's. How did she know the end time of the competition? She replied that there was nothing complicated about it, and she just asked Dad. She wanted to know what the result was after the first competition. Jin-hyuk said that tomorrow he must try to win this competition. Mom was very happy because he passed the pre-selection. Jin-hyuk said that their many friend kitten Gino went through his most difficult times and his paws were not so badly damaged, so now he is fine. Jin-hyuk said that he would hardly be able to keep this kitten for himself, so they are now looking for a person who will take him from them with me. She said that you can offer this kitten to the chairman of the house because she has a child, and if she doesn't mind, you can give this kitten to them. He replied that he likes this idea and I don't think they will necessarily talk about it. He returned home after the competition, and it was already evening. His sister saw him when he came home and said that she had already heard that he had passed the qualifying round among 6 people and asked what he had prepared. Jin-hyuk said that he cooked a dragon, and it was a big and delicious dragon made of waffles and chocolate. She was very surprised that he prepared a dragon because she thought that he would need to bake something like cakes at the competition. Jin-hyuk replied that yesterday he worked on figures in chocolate, and therefore decided to do something similar at the competition. She said that she didn't expect that he could cook something like that. She looked at him closer and said that she was starting to be afraid of him because he was kind of strange. Jin-hyuk asked her why she was afraid of him. She hit him on the shoulder with her elbow and said that she was afraid when he was so serious and asked why he had been acting so seriously lately. She said that he lives a very interesting life and that's why I'm a little scared to stay behind him. She said that she thought that at the age of 20 she could do anything, but she tried to work and realized that she was mistaken and now she is at a loss and does not understand what to do. Jin-hyuk looked at her with a surprised look and realized that she was in trouble now, but he didn't quite understand how to help her. He asked her why did she come today? Because he knew that she was not going to come. She replied that he had a culinary competition here and that he was also busy rescuing a kitten, because of which the mother was very worried and that's why she came to help. Jin-hyuk said that everything is fine with the kitten at the moment, and they recently took them to the veterinary clinic, and the doctor said that the kitten is healthy. Jin-hyuk said that father was against having a kitten but this time he didn't say anything. She said the kitten was named Jinho. Jin-hyuk asked her what the meaning of this name is. She was very surprised that he did not know the meaning of this name. She said that it would be hard for her to tell him this story. But this was the name of their unborn younger brother, and the mother gave this name to the kitten in honor of her dead brother. Jin-hyuk realized that he had to have a younger brother. They also wanted to name him after Jinho. She said that she was convinced that everything was fine with the kitten and therefore could already leave. Jin-hyuk asked your sister did she really come here just to find out how the kitten was doing? She said that she came not only for this, but that she would not talk about it. He replied that this information was enough for him. She said that it was time for her to leave and said goodbye to her brother. He said goodbye to her back. She closed the door after leaving the apartment. Jin-hyuk felt something very soft and warm touching his leg. He lowered his head and saw that there was a small kitten near his leg. Jinho meowed very cutely and looked at his owner. He looks like the cutest creature on the planet at this moment. Jin-hyuk at least took the kitten in his arms and said that his fur is very soft, and it is already much better than it was yesterday. But he needs to be treated a little more. He began to stretch his fingers and thought that now was the right time to do important things because there was no one else in the house now except him. He put his hands forward and began to accumulate energy in his hands, said that now he needed to start doing what he had been putting off for a long time. He said that he is not the kind of person who struggles with an overwhelming amount of internal energy, and there is another way to do this, and this method is called soul training. He tried to concentrate on breathing and direct all his attention to inhalation and exhalation. When he finished doing this exercise, he said that he had already worked hard enough and that he could gradually change his body and appearance. He told himself that for the next 2 months he needed to pay attention to his face and improve it. But suddenly he heard a kitten outside the door meowing very loudly and calling him. Jin-hyuk opened the door and saw a kitten sitting below and looking at him and asked the kitten what does he want. Jin Hyuk took the kitten in his arms and said that he already looks much better and more cheerful than before, and his mother is very worried about him. Jin Hyuk said that while no one is watching, he can heal the kitten a little more with the help of his energy, and a small amount of energy will be enough, and he will be cured and will not die. Suddenly the kitten closed its eyes and threw its head back. It seemed as if it had died. Jin Hyuk looked at this kitten with a frightened and surprised look. And he couldn't believe that this had just actually happened. Jin Hyuk said that he hopes that this kitten is not dead and thought that he needs to use a little more energy to revive him. But to his great surprise, suddenly the kitten opened its eyes and looked at him. Jin Hyuk saw that something was happening to the kitten and he didn't understand what exactly, but continued to watch him. Jin Hyuk saw that this kitten had fully recovered after he filled his body with his internal energy. Jin Hyuk said that he has lived for many years and has seen a lot of things, but this is the first time he has seen this, and this animal does not need a lot of energy to recover. Jin Hyuk took a rag and began to wipe the feces that he left on the floor. This kitten, he said that this kitten has increased slightly in size. It is unlikely that it will weigh more than 1.5 kilograms. He said that Jinho made a very big puddle on the floor, and this means that everything is fine with his body. The kitten continued to meow and look at its owner with its cute eyes. He became interested in checking this kitten and finding out what name he responds to. After all, if he responds to any names, it means that this is not very good, and he decided to call him by another name, Guanarma. He called completely different names, all that came to his mind, but the kitten did not react at all to these names and continued to lick its fur. He called his name Jinho, immediately reacted to this name, and began to meow. He stroked the kitten on the head and said that his face and fur colors changed a little after he recovered, and now you understand that you probably shouldn't worry about his health. He realized that he would still insist on his own and continue treating the kitten as he sees it. The guy's door opened and a visitor walked in. He looked at the door in surprise and asked his wife why she decided to come here. She replied that today Jin Hyuk would be at a cooking competition, and she thought that he was at the bakery. It would be nice if she also helped with the baking, so she decided to come here and help. She said that fortunately she had a free day today and was not able to come here early to help. The younger partner bowed to the lady and said that he was glad to welcome her. She smiled and said that she had heard a lot about this guy, and as far as she knew, he was her son's partner. The guy replied that everything is so. Her father asked her to look into the stove so she could see how large a quantity they were cooking now. She was delighted and asked what was so delicious. Isn't it being cooked in the oven now? He replied that these were lamb buns. She said that lamb buns have been selling very well lately, and she thinks that they will be able to sell them in just 2 days. The father that his son became a great man, and he doesn't even know when this guy managed to make such a large number of buns. And the day before the competition his friends came and gave his son some advice, and he listened to these tips and now uses them with all his might. She asked, is Mr. Munksik still teaching at the university? The father replied that he was Jin Hyuk's supervisor at Hwaning University. He said that when his son returned from the army, the professor praised him for trying to change for the better. She suddenly said that she wasn't feeling very well, and for some reason I made her feel bad. She said that their son had always been a gentle and soft boy. Well, something happened to him, and his sense of responsibility increased sharply, and he began to think not only about himself. The father said that their son just grew up and there is no need to worry about this, and this is a normal process of growing up. Mom said that she is very worried because he doesn't tell them anything. She said that she was very worried because he behaved just like an adult and seemed to honor his parents. She said that recently when she was crossing the road, he suddenly covered her with his body and protected her so that nothing bad would happen to her. She said that he treats her like a fragile saucer and takes care of her like he never cared for before. The father said that after their son returned from the army, he changed his views on the world and became much more mature. My father said that this often happens to men after the army, and apparently it was difficult for him there, and he had to overcome himself and become more mature. He asked his wife if she had found out from the chairman of the house that she wanted to take home a kitten. She said that her son and this kitten found a common language, and the kitten considers him his father, and it will be difficult for them to survive the separation, and she thinks that it is better to keep him. She asked her husband if he had talked to Mr. Mansiak. He replied that he had talked with this gentleman, and he still needs to learn a lot, and he cannot give it from his son. The junior greenhouse worker raised his hand and shouted loudly that he had finished cleaning the bakery. Jin-hyuk saw that his parents opened the front door to the apartment. He went out to meet them and said that he was very glad that they were already back. The father said that he did not expect his son to be here and thought that the guy would spend the night in Seoul and only then return home. Mom said that if he goes there again tomorrow, he will be very tired because of the constant road. He replied that everything would be fine and he wouldn't get tired. The father asked his son if he had prepared enough baked goods. The guy replied that he had completely mastered it, and his father didn't have to worry about it. Suddenly they saw a kitten sitting on the floor and meowing joyfully. This kitten already looked cheerful and healthy. Mom looked at this kitten and was very surprised because he didn't look at all like that weak kitten she took from the street just recently. She asked where her kitten Jinho was, because she didn't believe that now it was the same kitten in front of her. Jin-hyuk said that this is the same kitten. He doesn't understand why his mother is asking him about this. Mom asked again how could the kitten's fur change so much in a day and a half. Jin-hyuk said that he just bathed this kitten and therefore the fur became much softer and apparently the shampoo he used turned out to be very good. The cat began to meow and confirmed Jin-hyuk's words. Mom took this kitten in her arms and began to examine him. She said that the shape of his muzzle seemed to have changed. The son replied that this could not happen and reminded his mother that she had to give this kitten to the chairman of the house. She said that she would not give this kitten to anyone, and her plans changed. Mom said that every time she tried to leave the apartment, this kitten immediately got scared and ran into his room, and several times he even managed to leave the house. Jin-hyuk said that he probably knew that she wanted to take him with her. She replied that she would closely monitor the competition. Father said that next week he plans to have a small holiday, and they can rest for one day. Jin-hyuk said that his father told him that the bakery is open 365 days a year, 7 days a week. The father said that his son should return to university, and should graduate from this university to become a real chef. Jin-hyuk said that he doesn't need a university degree to be a real chef. The father said that his son had only 1 semester left to study. The father said that he decided to return to the university to teach. Jin-hyuk was very surprised when he heard this information and couldn't believe that his father would now be giving lectures again. Father that his friend has been telling him about this for several years and says that they need a good, capable teacher. Only once or twice a semester the lecturer will come to check. My father said that doing gymnastics helps him a lot, and he feels a surge of strength, and therefore even if he starts teaching again, in which case he will get up much less. Jin-hyuk said that in this case they should do gymnastics. The next day he picked up the phone and heard his father asking him if he had seen a kitten in the morning. My father said that they couldn't find him since the morning, and they didn't understand where he was. Jin-hyuk was silent for a few seconds and thought that this wool kitten was bothering his parents. Jin-hyuk said that he would come now and find this kitten, but his mother shouted into the phone that he shouldn't do this because he had an important competition now. He said to ask his friend to help them with this. The father said that it would be very good, and asked for forgiveness for bothering him. He hung up the phone and ended the call. He said that if he uses his power, then he will need 5 or 10 minutes to complete this task and we will definitely have enough time to do everything before the start of the competition. Suddenly a guy appeared next to him who called him by name and smiled and looked at him. He said that he knows that Jin-hyuk is from Hwanian Culinary University. Jin-hyuk said that he did not expect to see Kim Maria here. Kim replied that he has a different last name and first name. Jin-hyuk saw the checkered towel on this guy's hand and immediately noticed him. He took this towel and said that he had to borrow it for a while and then he would definitely return it. Kim looked at this guy angrily and said that he did not allow him to take this towel and ordered him to return immediately. But he failed to return this guy and he very quickly disappeared somewhere. Jin-hyuk at that moment was running very quickly across the rooftops home and couldn't waste time on nonsense. Jin-hyuk was running and thinking that his father was late for work because of this kitten and couldn't find him for a long time, but suddenly he heard the kitten's meowing. He landed on the roof of the house and saw this kitten. He said that he finally managed to find it. Jin-hyuk said that now everything became clear to him, and the kitten smelled him and followed him to the roof. But now he needs to be brought back. Jin-hyuk told the kitten that his mother was very worried about him, and he shouldn't behave like that anymore. He heard his mother's voice downstairs screaming the name of this kitten very loudly, and trying to find him. She is very worried and walks the streets looking for this kitten. Don't worry that something might happen to him. He jumped from the roof to the ground and said that I should throw this kitten away from him so that his mother would find him herself. Kitten, you meow very loudly and you didn't want to be pulled out of your hands. Jin-hyuk ordered this kitten to immediately shut up and not scream so loudly. Mom heard the kitten meowing loudly and decided to look around the corner, and when she went around the corner she saw a man. She saw that this man was holding a small kitten in his hands and it was her kitten that she was looking for. Jin-hyuk understood that now he needed to somehow give her this kitten, but the situation got out of control and he didn't understand what to do now. She said that the kitten that this person is holding in his hands now is her kitten, and he ran away from home. She said that if this young man lets her see this kitten, she will be able to tell with certainty whether this is the right kitten or not. Is she really looking for this kitten? He made a low, rough voice so that she wouldn't recognize him. She said that this is the kitten she is looking for now and ran closer to pick it up. He gave me this kitten, but do it so that she doesn't see his face. He said that he was glad to help her find this kitten but now he needs to leave here. She shouted loudly and called this student because she wanted to somehow thank him for his help. But after a few seconds she realized that he had disappeared around the corner, and she never saw this man again. Jin-hyuk went up to the guy from whom he took this plaid shirt, and said that he wants to return it back. Kim asked this guy where he was all this time and why he took his shirt. Jin-hyuk said that they are not such close friends that he would tell him about where he was and what he did. This guy got angry and said that he took his things and is forced to tell where he was. Jin-hyuk said that if this guy talks to him in this manner, then he will also talk to him in this manner. He scratched his head and said that he meant it to me. Jin-hyuk said that he just borrowed his shirt for a few minutes, and if something is wrong he can pay money for it. Jin-hyuk said that if this guy doesn't need money for wearing his shirt, then he has nothing to communicate with here anymore, and he will move on. He approached the ashes in which all the participants were standing and noticed something very interesting. He realized that only those participants who received recommendations from the university could advance further, and therefore he did not think that there would be such a big competition. The woman behind the counter spoke loudly and that visitors should pay attention to fast-rising yeast, pasta, and be sure to take a look at the variety of wrapping paper. Jin-hyuk calmly walked past all these departments, and was not particularly interested in other people's products. Jin-hyuk suddenly saw that you were suspicious on the counter, and turned his attention, and couldn't pass by. He immediately noticed that something was wrong here. He became interested in what exactly. Jin-hyuk approached the seller and asked which of everything lying on the table is 55 grade flour? Seller asked this customer is he looking for confectionery? The seller said that she must be using French flour. Jin-hyuk replied that it doesn't matter to him whether it's French flour or not, and he looked at all the recipes from the book. At that moment Jin-hyuk realized that, unlike Korea, in Europe wheat flour is not divided into strong, light and soft. Because of this, the amount of protein and, accordingly, the result of the prepared dish may differ. She said it's best to experiment a lot until you get the texture you want. She said that you can mix grade 45 and grade 55 to get the texture closest to what you want. She said that he could see a dish made this way. Jin-hyuk said that he will take one small piece to try. Jin-hyuk tried the bun and slowly began to express. He chewed the anvil for a long time, the taste of this dough and the feeling of unusual sensations, and some of his receptors were delighted with this taste. He said that this bun has very high quality elasticity. She said that they mainly get wheat flour from France, and this has a good effect on the quality of the prepared dishes. She started laughing and said that they should definitely note that her client is very handsome and therefore she will tell him something. She said that their flour is used at the Adrian John Bu dessert factory in Gangnam. She said that they asked not to disclose this publicly because in this case it would be difficult to constantly maintain the same ratio. At that moment Jin-hyuk thought that despite the same cooking process, the taste may turn out to be different, and that's why everything was different from the very beginning from the ingredients, and this will become the hook for recreating that very galactic cheesecake. Jin-hyuk said that he needed 5 kilograms of flour of the 55th grade, 45 grade and 75 grade. The seller asked him where to get this order. He told her the address to which all this flour should be delivered and the seller said that such clients are always welcome. Jin-hyuk thought that I would like to know if there is any other wheat besides imported. He saw that there was a guy standing in the far section and there were a lot of boxes behind him. He approached the seller and said that he had several questions. The seller greeted this guy and said that he was ready to answer any questions. Jin Hyuk asked the seller what is in those boxes that are behind him. The seller replied that there was wheat there. The seller took a bag of wheat and said that it was their wheat, and it contains less gluten than foreign ones. It can be safely consumed if you have diabetes. It is ideal for Koreans. He said that he wants to be honest and that the wheat is too expensive to compete with the wheat that is imported from the USA. Jin Hyuk thought that this seller had few clients, and why didn't they buy wheat from him? He said that he wanted to ask the seller if he was ready to deliver the goods to the bakery. The seller said that recently he has been trying to make noodles and ramen from this wheat, and it turns out very tasty. Jin Hyuk said that he would like to try using this flour to prepare his dishes, but he needs to understand which type will be best for baking. The seller kept his head down and was upset when this guy said about different varieties of wheat because he realized that his variety would not be the only one competing. Jin Hyuk said that it's time to try new varieties of flour, and that's why he wants to buy mogu from this man. He said that he had all the ingredients he needed with him, and therefore he could bake a loaf right here. The seller asked how he was going to do it without an oven. This guy's seller is beautiful. Is he a participant in the competition that is taking place in this building? He said that it is unlikely that he will be allowed to use the oven just like that. Jin Hyuk replied that he will take care of it, but he wants to know if there is a place here that he can use as a kitchen table. The seller offered the guy the analyze table, and Jin Hyuk said that it should be enough for him. Jin Hyuk made several buns from this flour, and now he needed to put them in the oven to bake. Suddenly a guy appeared who said that he could help with the oven because he knew that this guy was looking for it in order to cook something. This guy said that he has an oven and this model has a volume of 50 liters and a fairly affordable price, and it is suitable for both home and commercial use. The seller said that if this guy wants, he can try this oven right now. The seller said that he is a partner of the company that sells these ovens and now this oven is clean and can be used. Jin Hyuk thought that he wanted to use his energy to cook these buns, but now he will have to use this oven. The seller said that he wanted to know how long it would take to prepare these buns. Jin Hyuk said that he himself spent time in the oven. He understood that with this method he could use his internal energy and help the dough bake evenly right in the oven. The seller asked this guy did he really need the dough for these buns himself? Jin Hyuk replied that he did everything himself. The seller said that if it is made from whole grain flour, then at this temperature you need to bake for 20 to 30 minutes. Jin Hyuk said that this is a special dough, and it needs to be prepared according to a special recipe. The seller suddenly said that he was at a cooking competition yesterday and watched the competition. He said that he saw how this chef yesterday made such an incredible dragon out of waffles and chocolate, and in order to prepare such a masterpiece you need to have incredible cooking skills. He said that if this gentleman did not have incredible cooking skills, he would not be able to prepare dragon scales in such a short time, and such chocolate modeling skills. This is no joke, and this chef has excellent taste. He said that before this gentleman leaves he wants to get his autograph. He brought a piece of paper and a pen and said that you want to get an autograph. Jin Hyuk was very surprised by such a request because he didn't expect that someone would admire, and we would clarify the autograph. But thanks to this he remembered something. He remembered how in another life he filled out documents every day and had a crazy headache because of this. He started to write an autograph but suddenly stopped because something was wrong. Jin Hyuk said that he almost signed the old painting like in a previous life, and it's good that he stopped in time. The seller said that the gentleman on the cook has very beautiful handwriting. Suddenly Hello said that by this moment the bread had already arrived and began to take its shape. He asked Mr. Guardian could these be the preparations for the final round of the culinary competition? Jin Hyuk said that he just decided to try to bake bread from wheat that he bought here recently, and he needed to bake it for an experiment. The seller asked if Mr. Baker needed someone who could take a sample from his culinary experiment. Jin Hyuk said that he wouldn't mind a taster and would therefore let his bread try this product, but first he must cut it. Jin Hyuk took out a sword, otherwise he would cut the bread into several halves. The seller said that Mr. Baker is very good with a knife and he does it well. He took a piece of bread and began to taste it. At that moment I felt like he was in a wheat field and continued to chew the bread, trying to feel the fullness of its taste. The seller said that this bread is very tasty, and he is sure that this bread is perfect, and he cannot imagine how Mr. Baker prepared such perfect bread. The seller is delighted because in his oven you can bake such delicious bread and it tastes great, and thanks to this he now feels happy. Jin Hyuk thanked the seller for allowing him to cook his bread in his oven, and after that the seller left, bowed to Mr. Baker, and wished him good luck. Jin Hyuk said that this bread is made from wheat flour, and it looks very tasty. The flour seller said that this bread is very delicate, fragrant, and the smell is reminiscent of autumn. But the most important thing about this bread is its spicy aroma. The seller asked Mr. Baker, "Can he taste this bread?" The guy replied that this is why he brought the bread here. The seller tasted this bread and slowly began to express himself, trying to feel it with all the receptors of his tongue. He felt an incredibly pleasant taste in his mouth after he began to chew this bread. He shouted enthusiastically that this taste deserves a Nobel Prize, and he has no idea how this Mr. Baker managed to achieve such an incredible taste. He said that during the Japanese colonial regime they could not improve the composition of their wheat in order to sell it to the Japanese, and then some American agronomists made wheat even better than theirs, and because of this he was awarded the Nobel Prize. Jin Hyuk said that he really likes the result, and thanks to this makeup, he would like to buy this flour. The seller loudly shouted that if this guy is able to cook something so tasty from his flour, then he is ready to give him this flour just like that without money. This situation attracted strangers who passed by, and they became interested in the pastries that Mr. Baker's had prepared and asked if they could taste it. Jin Hyuk said that people need to line up so that everyone can try his bread if they want to. People were delighted when they tried this bread and did not say that it was incredibly tasty, and after they ate one piece they wanted to try more. Jin Hyuk heard a member of Group A and Group B who won the last round was called to the jury, and he said that it was time for him to leave. Suddenly, in the shopping pavilion, the voice of some guy was heard shouting the word "Dad." The flour seller turned his head to the side and saw his son Undong there. The father asked his son what he was doing here, because he should be at the competition. Undong said that yesterday he thought that he would easily pass the preliminary round and that no one could compete with him. But he was wrong. He lowered his head down and said that he would like to please his father, but unfortunately he could not do this and asked his father for forgiveness. The father put his hand on his son's shoulder and said that everything is fine. A person only grows when he faces difficulties, so he reacted normally to his son's loss. Undong said that, to be honest, there was a fairly experienced opponent, and he thought that there was no one better than him in the city, but this turned out to be completely wrong. The father patted his son on the shoulder and said that the guy came here to relax a little and should not worry about it. The guy replied that he wanted to help his father, and that's why he came here. Father said that everything is fine, and we recently, in my opinion, are a very kind young man, and therefore there is no need to worry, and after all, today is a very good day for them. He showed his son a bag of buns that this guy had prepared and said that it was wheat bread made from his flour. Undong reminded his father that he said that the dough is bad for a month because of its flour, and therefore it is very difficult to bake something from it. The father replied that this guy was able to cook incredibly tasty bread and invited his son to try this bread. Undong took a piece of bread and said that she sees it looks very tasty but doesn't think that this bread will taste as good. He put this bread in his mouth and was afraid that now he would taste very tasteless bread. But suddenly it was as if something incredibly tender and tasty fell into his mouth, and different images and thoughts began to appear in his head, and this taste created new neural connections in his brain. He felt like he was lying in a wheat field. It was an incredible sensation that could not be compared with anything. He thought that he added wheat bran to the dough, and this is not the best way better for the taste of the bread. He said that he tried to make the bread softer, but he was used to using other flour, and adding bran should not make the dough soft. Undong said that the fact that this bread turned out like this is all very strange. The father replied that surprisingly, he really liked the taste of this bread and he thinks other people will like it too. Undong promised himself that he must learn to bake such bread and achieve the same result. He said that he had to explain the whole situation to him and ask if he could teach him the same recipe because the person who prepared this bread is a great baker. The father said that this guy hated was very young, and he was the same age as his son. Father, what if his son really doesn't want to? He can introduce him to this person. Undong understood that the guy who prepared this bread was one of the finalists in the culinary competition, and there were only 2 of them, and now it remains to understand which of them was the same cook. Lots of people in this place to watch the final battle of the best chefs. People looked at the 2 finalists, and admired how dignified they looked. The jury said that the final tests are starting right now, and the theme of this competition will be a dish called brunch. Many were in the room were fans of a chef named Marie, and wanted to attract his attention. Marie said that brunch is his specialty, and he is the best at it, so no one can beat him. He looked into the hall and saw a large number of fans who admire him and watch him cook. He smiled, greeted his fans and let them know that he sees them all. The girls who came here to support their favorite chef were surprised because they didn't know who the person was who was the second chef and was opposing him. People will discuss him and say that they have never seen him. They don't know how well prepared he is. Jin-hyuk heard all their conversations among themselves and understood that many girls call him cool, despite the fact that he stands and does nothing. The jury asked people in the hall to be quiet and listen to them. Jury number 1 said that now they want to see you as a theme for the second course, and this is what they see, but what is not really like that. From this moment the time count begins and the participants have 3 hours left to prepare this dish. Jin-hyuk threw his signature knife in the air, twirled it in the air and said that now is the time to cook brunch. He looked at his knife and thought that he didn't know much about preparing this dish. He suggested that the morning set from McDonald's should be suitable for this dish. He said that instead of egg yolk and curd cream with lemon and pineapple, he would cook meat with bacon and by frying potato chips and sweet potatoes for a long time. He thought that he couldn't do everything very quickly because there were cameras everywhere here and they would suspect him of cheating. He imagined himself in the form of a turtle, thought that he needed to do everything as slowly as possible, and constantly reminded himself that he was a turtle. Maria took out marshmallows and put them in a deep plate. He watched these marshmallows that were on plates. He thought that the ingredients that he was now mixing should fit each other perfectly, and the sugar should be mixed with other additives and melted. And in this case a dough would be obtained that could be added to the dish for taste. He thought that there would be a soft boiled egg on top of the toast, and this dish was called a lady's hat because of its appearance. He put it in the oven for a few minutes. He said that while the marshmallows are in the microwave, you need to melt the coconut oil. He thought that the yolk should be replaced with yellow coconut cream and the white with lipstick. He knew he needed to fry the bread until crispy. He also needed bechamel sauce and melted butter, flour, whipped cream and milk, but it doesn't go well with coconut oil and the preparation alone would take a lot of time. He said that's why he would boil a mixture of coconut water and sugar and add cream to it. Homemade coconut milk caramel sauce. This is the best thing about this dish. He said quiche was more suitable for brunch, but he's already made it here. He thought that it was not worth repeating this, and it would be very banal. The fans shouted very loudly and supported their idol, and they hoped that he would succeed and win this competition. The flour seller said that a lot of people support the first participant. Because of this it may be difficult for the second participant. Undong told his father that the second member is not the kind of person who will be nervous and worry about what the crowd thinks. Jin-hyuk didn't need anyone's support to win this competition, he just calmly did his job. The seller of his son, how does he know so much about this cook? Undong replied that he cannot bake bread from their flour, although he completed individual baking courses where they studied flour naturally imagination. He said that these courses were taught by a man who himself studied in France, and he tried with him to make bread from their flour, and more than 100 attempts he tried to do this, and decided that if he returned again in this case he could try again. Undong said that in the end, member number 3. The seller said that it would be very good if this participant wins. The participants simultaneously pressed the red buttons and thereby made it clear that they had finished preparing their dishes. She said that now it's time to evaluate their dishes for taste and visual component, and Ken Mario will be the first. He brought a plate with his dish, and put it on the jury table. They looked at this morning toast with an egg on top. Mario stood and waited for the jury's answer regarding the dish he had prepared. The woman said that it looked very beautiful but was not sure that she would see this dish here. He said that the egg looked great and that it was a real Cromadan. He said the bottom was the perfect coconut sponge cake. Jin-hyuk thought that he also made a sponge cake and he and his opponent think alike, but their dish looks completely different. The jury said that now it's time to taste this dish and evaluate its taste component. She put a piece of this sandwich in her mouth. She chewed thoughtfully and tried to analyze the taste of this dish. She asked, "Does this dish have coconut cream on top?" He said that this dish looks perfect but the taste does not match its appearance. He said that sponge cake and coconut cream are a good combination, but there is a lot of cream and therefore it is too sweet, and the overall taste is not balanced. Because of the caramel it became even sweeter. The first jury said that participant number 1 could reduce the amount of sugar and add a little salt, and in the end it would not be so cloying. Emprio did not agree with the opinion of the jury, but nevertheless listened to the comments, and replied that it would actually be better this way. The girls who were rooting for participant number 1 were shocked that the jury didn't like his tasteless dish. Jury number 1 said that he could have used blueberries or raspberries to add some grated bones to the dish, and that way he could have achieved a balanced taste. He said he would give this dish a 7 out of 10. Jury number 2 said they would give this dish 6 points out of 10. The jury called participant number 2 and asked him to bring out his dish. Jin-hyuk placed plate after dish on the jury table, and his dish looked like a sandwich with a scrambled egg next to it. She asked, "Is this just regular toast?" He replied that no, this is an unusual toast. Jury number 1 asked this participant if the taste of this dish would surprise them. He replied that they should just try to see for themselves. She looked at the ingredients in this dish, and said that she smelled citruses and saw in this dish she gave us lemon. This is an unusual toast. They put a piece of this toast in their mouth and began to chew it. Jury number 1 was very surprised when he tasted this toast. Jin-hyuk looked at the jury's reaction and tried to understand whether they liked the taste of this dish or not. Jury number 1 cut the scrambled egg and then said that it was not an egg at all. Jury number 1 said contestant number 2 didn't use lipstick like Mario, and he made the yolk out of pineapple curd cream. Jin-hyuk said that this dish has lemon buttercream on top. The jury was very surprised and said that it was not like him, and the abilities of participant number 2 admired him. He said that he had the opportunity to meet candidates who made flowers out of cream, but this is the first time he has seen a participant make a real yolk out of cream, and pineapple curd cream goes very well with lemon butter. Jin-hyuk smiled when he saw that the jury was delighted with his dish. Jury number 2 said it's time to try and taste the bacon. She chewed this bacon and tried to feel its taste and crispy shape. She said it was fancy bacon and it was actually thin chips. She asked how he managed to make such a natural brown color. He replied that he made it with maple syrup. She said that it took a lot of work with white flour and salt to achieve this color. Jin-hyuk said that in order to cover up this harsh taste, he put it on a thin layer of pancakes and had to bake it very carefully in order for it to turn out so thin. The judges said maple syrup and chips went well together, and his idea was incredible. Jin-hyuk heard people in the auditorium discussing the fact that the jury liked dish number 2 more and most likely he would win this competition. At the finals of the competition, the winner was announced, and the winner was Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk earned a colossal amount of points for this competition, and he collected 20 points out of a possible 20. The host of this event approached the winner and asked how he felt at this moment. Jin-hyuk said that he did not prepare a speech, but he is very glad that he won and received his victory oven, and hopes that his dad will be very happy about this. Suddenly Mario appeared behind him and asked the winner why everything happened this way. Mario asked this guy where he's been all these years and why I haven't seen you before. Mario said that a participant named Ilbong was supposed to participate in this competition, and he asked where this guy is now. Jin-hyuk replied that he works in their bakery. Mario, the strength of this guy, does he already have his own bakery at such a young age? He said he couldn't believe it, and because he had a bakery he had such good cooking skills. Jin-hyuk replied that this is their bakery, and the owner is his dad. Mario said that he can't believe that this guy at such a young age received his father's recognition and will inherit his bakery. Jin-hyuk thought that this guy is very loud. He is bored listening to all the screams of this idiot. It was already evening outside and the lights were on in the windows of the houses. Jin-hyuk walked home kicking rocks with his sneakers. Jin-hyuk thought that if there were so many stones lying on the road, then his dad might trip over his jaws and this would be dangerous for his father, because they are easy to miss. He imagined a situation in which, due to the fact that someone burned himself on a stone, he did not notice a bus passing nearby that could hit him. He lowered his head down and thought that he needed to concentrate on something more important and interesting. He watched the video with the award and thought that since he will receive the oven as a prize, his dad will be very happy. Ilbong watched the award video and said that Jin-hyuk won the cooking competition. He jumped for joy and couldn't stop. He said that they had won it. They were discussing how talented this guy is as a chef, and thanks to him, their establishment will soon become the best in the city. The father asked the younger partner, did he really decide not to participate in the competition and gave up this opportunity to Jin-hyuk? Ilbong said that if he had participated in the competition, he probably would have lost immediately, and in that case he would not have been able to win this nasty Mario. But now this arrogant idiot will treat the other participants with respect. Jin-hyuk thought that now was the perfect time to take a little walk. He looked at the roofs of the houses that surrounded him on all sides. He remembered fun times from another life when he was the head of the clan and often organized fights. He said that they were then looking for talented fighters. He taught them various fighting techniques and those techniques that he knew. He was constantly surrounded by murder, blood and destruction. But the most problematic thing was that he constantly worked with a huge amount of documents that were annoying, and he sat and tried to figure out every piece of paper. Now he felt more free, and thanks to this he felt very good. He looked down and thought that this energy he was feeling now was very suspicious. He felt the energy of his grandmother who was below and walking down the street. The soldiers shouted very loudly there that people don't even suspect. How many people could this monster kill? Jin-hyuk replied that he knew the number of people killed by this man, but he already said that they took care of him. Soldier, did this man really save the master's life, and that's why he responds so much about him? The bald prisoner sat on the ground and looked at the master but did not say anything. Jin-hyuk looked at this man and came up with the idea of what I was doing in a completely different way. Saving lives or not. The bald guy hit the arm of the throne with his fist, and at that moment everyone fell silent. He stated that the person in front of him is not from a noble family, and therefore he cannot give him a chance. Bald, another problem is that it is simply impossible to find another person with the same outstanding skills. At that moment Jin-hyuk had just entered the world of Murim and he was getting used to the local traditions and rules. Baldy said that this guy has his own vision of justice, and he adheres to this vision, and he was a decent and honest person. The master showed him to beat the man. This warrior refused because the victim once took care of him, and he was in debt to this victim and refused to carry out the order. The gentleman was dissatisfied with this position of his mercenary, and therefore was very angry. Jin-hyuk landed on the edge of the roof and said that no matter how you look at it, it's similar to the situation with Jinchul. He looked down and saw that there were some active events going on there, and assumed that there was some kind of fight going on below. Grandma said that these nasty teenagers beat people and just leave after that. The guy laughed, a cigarette in his hands, and said that he didn't touch anyone, and it was the old woman who was telling a lie. The old woman said that even a blind person could notice the wound on this girl's forehead. The guy said that he does not advise this old woman to continue this conflict because she will now also receive a blow to the forehead. He said that the old woman should leave here to do her business. Jin-hyuk thought that if this guy actually just hit a child, that means he's the most moral scumbag he's ever seen. Jin-hyuk came down and said that there is no need to offend his precious visitors. He threw a cigarette right at this guy. The hot end of the cigarette hit this guy right on the forehead and left him with a small burn. This cigarette got stuck in his forehead for a few seconds and during this time managed to cause him a severe burn. The bully started screaming very loudly in pain and running in different directions. Jin-hyuk returned to the roof again and began to run as quickly as possible towards the house. The father was very happy when he saw that his son returned home and said that they already know that he won. Jin-hyuk asked, "Your father, why does he meet you on the street?" The father replied that he was waiting for the arrival and could not wait at home. The father told his son that he was a great fellow, and now he is proud of his son as never before. Jin-hyuk thanked his father for his compliments, and said that he was very pleased to hear such words from his father. Jin-hyuk said that he looked at the stove that was given to him, and it turned out to be not as big as they originally thought, and therefore you can use both the new and the old stove at the same time. The father said that this needs to be celebrated, and he wants to organize a festive evening for his son. The father said that the son himself said that he wanted to have a bite of their delicious chicken. They went to dinner and father said that they had to hurry because mom would be there soon. Ilbong was delighted when he saw Jin-hyuk after he won this competition, and the guy could not stop his emotions. Jin-hyuk looked at this guy with a surprised look and did not understand why every time he reacts so violently to events. They went into the restaurant near the entrance to meet a girl who said she would take them to a table. The girl said that in order to celebrate their victory and did not cook chicken for dinner, and boiled meat in broth along with spicy stewed chicken and chicken ribs should brighten up their evening. She said that they always take care of their son and love to please him with different dishes. Ilban asked his mother not to embarrass him in front of his friends. Ilban said that his father is busy at the poultry farm and therefore he will arrive a little later, but they need to start the evening meal because soon the food will cool down and will not be so tasty. They sat down at the table and said that it was actually time to have dinner. Mom said that she was very surprised. After all, they removed all the bones from the chicken ribs, and this is the first time she has seen such care. The owner of the house replied that chickens raised in the wild have harder and stronger bones, so they need to be removed so that no one gets hurt. Jin-hyuk watched how these two mothers communicated with each other, and understood that it would be very good if they became friends and spent more time together. Dinner began and the whole family talked among themselves on various topics. When night fell in the city, all the lights went out, and there were no lights in the windows either. They were sleeping in their bed and a small fur ball lay next to them and also slept soundly. The kitten looked up and saw that someone had entered the room and immediately woke up. Jin-hyuk didn't expect to see a kitten here and especially wasn't ready because this little furry dove will meow loudly. Jin-hyuk showed this kitten to be quiet or he'll confiscate his treats for a whole week. Jin-ho immediately realized that he had better be quiet because going without treats for a week is very dangerous. Jin-hyuk looked at this kitten's reaction and I thought about how it seems this kitten understood everything. He went to his parents' bed and sat down on his knees. He healed their body with his magic while I was awake. Jin-hyuk was happy that he could help his parents, and no one would know about this secret, and it would be kept secret. Little by little he realized and accepted his energy, and this energy from me you are his body. So that one day a caterpillar turns into a butterfly, and you need to break out on your own, and how much effort it has to put into it, and only in this case it will become a butterfly, and do it itself. Jin-hyuk understood that you can't force someone to accept someone else's power without their own consent. But he was not like all other people and was able to do it, and was confident in his abilities. He said that with the help of his life force he calmed the disordered energy in his body, and saved a man named Manhwa. Guan shouted that retribution would certainly await him, and he was absolutely sure of it. He said that he almost made the transition, and he was deprived of these opportunities, and now he is angry with this person. He wanted revenge for not being allowed to make the transition, and this angered him. Jin-hyuk hit him with the palm of the vacuum cleaner, and said that this is not the way to communicate with elders and you need to know your place. Jin-hyuk used his energy to fill his parents' affairs with it. He said that he thought that this preparation was completed, and we could proceed to the next stage. He said that he assumed that toxins would be released during the transition, but he could not imagine such a terrible stench. Jin-hyuk wanted to get this over with as soon as possible and move on. The man shouted very loudly that he couldn't believe that the winner of the competition was some unknown guy, and he was sure that the winner would be Mario. He hit the kiss with his fist and said that this couldn't happen. He didn't believe it. The guy got busy and asked for forgiveness for such bad information. The man said that this guy said that Mario would definitely show the top class at the competition and that his victory would be the best advertisement for their oven. The oven should have been seen by hundreds of thousands of Mario's subscribers, and they could have made a lot of money with such advertising. Now we haven't lost a lot of money and hundreds of thousands of potential buyers have disappeared and there is absolutely no quality product if no one knows about it. They said that the competition was won by some unknown guy who suddenly appeared and prepared an incredibly tasty dish. The boss was furious with such news. He said that such a guy could not win because he doesn't even have a YouTube channel. The boss said that tomorrow we need to go to this guy's home and try to come to an agreement with him. Let him write a review as if it were a letter to his beloved. After the parents woke up, they were shocked because their faces looked very young and the woman stretched out her hand forward to touch her husband's face. He also extended his hand forward to touch his wife's face. They discussed the fact that their faces became much less wrinkled. Their hair became the same as it was in their youth. She said that you don't understand what's happening and if this is the effect after yesterday's chicken, then you need to take it more often. She said that she heard that chicken helps even with fractures. But that chicken helped so well, she had never heard anything like that. He touched her face with his palm and began to feel the soft skin. He said that your wife's cheeks are now as tender and soft as a chiffon biscuit. Love, harmony and admiration reigned in the house. Jin-hyuk had been at work since the morning with his younger partner, and he saw the first visitor approaching. A schoolboy entered the school and shouted that today was the very first. He was very joyful and happy and said that today they want to order everything as usual. Jin-hyuk said that his signature order is 2 pieces of 3-layer cheesecake and 1 chocolate cream canonical eclair. The boy said that yesterday the cheesecake tasted somehow different, but he still didn't understand why or what it was connected with. Jin-hyuk was very surprised and realized that this boy was much more attentive than he might have seemed at first glance. He said that on the first day of preparation, it was Dad who did this preparation on the second day, and there was practically no difference in taste. He said that today it will be delicious as usual. The boy replied that then 2 more pieces of chicken pie. It would be nice if they prepared it for him. Ilbin put the package with the order on the table and said that everything was ready and the boy could pick up his order. The boy took his order and walked towards the school. On the street that day there was a very hectic life. Many people were walking along the street about their business. Ilbin was stretching his muscles before moving on to more important matters. He said that only an hour had passed since the opening, but all the goods had already been sold out, and they understood what to do next. Ilbin said that sales were going very well and asked Mr. Baker if he would like to try selling goods online. Ilbin said that representatives of the Green Farmer Union want to talk to them, and they work exclusively with environmentally friendly products and engage not only in offline but also online sales. He said that ready-made dishes also sell well on the internet, and cakes can be put up for sale even now. Ilbin said that, in addition, the revenue for the week already exceeds 10 million, and we need to continue to improve this result. Ilbin, you said that you can increase this result by 4 times if you entrust this matter to him. Suddenly my father ran into the bakery and shouted very loudly that he was late and didn't look at the time at all. Jin-hyuk replied that everything was fine and they had coped well all this time, so there were no problems. Ilbin said that the gentleman looks different today, and he is not used to seeing the gentleman in such good shape. Ilbin said that the gentleman's skin glowed and he seemed to look 10 years younger that night. The gentleman said that the chicken they cooked for them yesterday was definitely good for them, and after that he began to laugh. The junior assistant said that it seems that chicken is healthier for them than for everyone else. Suddenly the door to their bakery opened, and a man walked in. The machine said that he needs to find a man named Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk looked at this man and said that most likely this stranger is looking for him. The man said that he should introduce himself, and said his name is An Young-gun, and he is the head of the Marketing and Culinary Technology Department. An Young-gun said that first of all he wants to congratulate this guy for winning the competition, but then he said that he really wanted to discuss the operation of their oven. He said that he would have to take a few minutes of his precious time to discuss these aspects of exploitation. Jin-hyuk understood that something was wrong here, and this guy was clearly not telling something. Jin-hyuk said that he doesn't understand what to talk about here because it's just a prize and a competition. The man said that this is actually a prize. However, in order to receive this oven, you must meet certain conditions. Jin-hyuk asked what conditions should be observed, and invited this man to come to the kitchen. They went into the kitchen to take a closer look at this oven. It sat on the table and looked new and clean. The man asked, is it really an oven and their company because it makes an incredible impression. Jin-hyuk replied that there is, and how can he notice that this oven is already 20 years old, and they use it regularly. He opened information about this model on his phone and said that this oven was actually very old. It was produced many years ago, and now it's impossible to buy one like this even if you wanted to. Jin-hyuk said that he forbids this man to film anything in his kitchen. The man said he just wanted to take a picture of the oven. My father said that this oven at one time cost fabulous money, and it's good that a friend helped him buy this oven. He said that this oven means a lot to him, and that's why he's been taking care of it all these years. But still, if it were of poor quality, it wouldn't have lasted that long. The man asked for forgiveness, and said that he wanted to be told more about this oven. He said that this oven was made to order when they first appeared on the market, and the man replied that he heard something like that from the director when the director was drunk. The man said that the director would be very pleased to know that this oven is still working. He said he needed to go out to make one call. Ilbin said that this man had just arrived and was already leaving after one glance at the oven. Jin-hyuk replied that the new oven is unlikely to be delivered today. The father said that this man talked about some conditions for using the oven, and most likely he did not bring it today. Jin-hyuk looked at this man who was talking on the phone on the street, and said that this guy didn't come here initially to hand over an oven. Ilbin asked why, in this case, was this oven necessary? Jin-hyuk said that he can't answer this question yet. The man called the director, and said that he had urgent information that needed to be announced immediately. He said that he found something very unique in the kitchen at this bakery. He said that he found an oven that the director had talked about many times, and this is the same custom-made oven when the company was on the verge of collapse. The man said that this is the same oven thanks to which their companies did not go bankrupt that year. The director said that he was absolutely not interested in this oven, and he wanted his agent to just deal with this unknown bakery. He said that he was telling the truth and would now send the director a photo of this oven. At that moment there was silence between them, and they both stood silently and waited for one of them to start a conversation. The director, on the strength of his subordinate, who took these photographs. And the man replied that he personally had just photographed this oven. The director asked his subordinate to convey his gratitude for the fact that they carefully used this oven and asked him to tell them that soon he would also visit their bakery someday. He returned back to the bakery and happily announced that the new oven would be delivered tomorrow. He said that, in truth, his director had been looking for this unique oven all this time. The father replied that their bakery had been here all this time. The father said that he completely forgot that his friend originally ordered this oven for his home. The employee replied that this is why they could not find her. Man asked the owner of the establishment if he wants to sell this oven. The father replied that it was a gift from a deceased friend, so he wants to continue to use it. The man said that tomorrow a repair company would come to them to check this oven and fix it. Ilbin saw that the door to the establishment had opened and greeted the new visitor. An old woman came into the establishment and said that she had heard that their new chicken pies were just some real horror. Jin-hyuk asked why the woman already calls his pies. She said they were terrible. How delicious. She said that the thing is that in their nursing home there are completely toothless children, and asked if they could take these pies. He replied that they would be able to chew this pie without any problems. Jin-hyuk said that they will make the cake tender so that they can be enjoyed even without teeth. This is the second time a schoolboy has come to this place today, and he asked to have this pie prepared for him too. Jin-hyuk asked why he was asking us for this. Did he also have teeth? He said that he would just like to try this pie. Jin-hyuk asked what does it mean he just wants to try the pie. The boy replied that it would seem that the pie would be tastier this way, but Grandma had a good reason to make a special order, and he didn't. Jin-hyuk said that he also has this pie and he can come tomorrow. The door you are so radio opened again and a new visitor came in. This visitor said that he is pleased to see the regular customers of this bakery because they are very nice. Jin-hyuk said that I am your buyer. They decided to try his baked goods when he just started working at the bakery. Ilbin suddenly intervened in their conversation and said that I have buyers who come here every day and there are also many other buyers, but these two constantly visit them. Suddenly the father appeared and asked the man to wait just a little bit. He put the packages with his order on the table and said that everything was ready and he could take his order. The man said that he didn't order anything at all and couldn't accept such a gift, but his father persuaded him to take it because it was a gift from the establishment. The father smiled and said that, judging by the license plates, this man came from Seoul and he should take some buns with him on the road in order to refresh himself so that he would not have to buy anything on the way back. And these buns are definitely tastier than what you will have to eat at roadside kiosks. He took the bag of buns and thanked the owner for such a generous gift. He thought about giving these buns to his daughter. This man ordered noodles and sushi. He ate noodles with wooden chopsticks. He tasted the noodles and said that they were very salty and needed to be immediately washed down with something to remove this salty taste. He started drinking coffee to remove this taste. Even the coffee was salty and tasteless. He was very angry on the road all day because he had a bad lunch. He wanted to eat something sweet and thought it would be nice if there was some candy nearby. But when he opened the box that should contain sweets, it was empty, and he was again upset because there were no sweets. He was driving cars and screaming there that today the whole day was going wrong and everything was falling out of hand. He smelled a very tasty smell and immediately turned his attention to this smell. He turned his head back and saw a bag of buns and thought that he had completely forgotten about them. He said that if he ate one bun, nothing would happen, but at least he wouldn't be hungry.